Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, everyone. Hey, sweet pea gang, right? Oh my goodness, right? Oh, the excitement, the frenzy, right? Oh, we could have opening statements today. I'm gonna breathe. I'm like all over everywhere, just trying to see, okay, where they at, what they doing, how they going, how's it going about, what we doing here? Is we gonna do? Are we gonna get there? Oh my gosh, the judge runs. Okay, nobody make an argument. Okay, okay, right? And I said, okay, we need to make sure we look at the star testimony, the star witness, which I will say the star witness, right? Testimony. So I said, we need to look at this, right? We'll get to Georgia. Don't worry. We'll just have us some TiVo time. So I just want to make sure everybody's okay with that. Good morning, Baka. Hey, Film. Hey, OnlyFan. Hey, Jason. Good morning, Marilda. Good morning, Just Shamrock. Good morning, good morning. Right? So we might play a lot of musical chairs today. So just buckle up. I'll make sure we all gonna come along for the ride. We'll be good. Everybody will get where they need to be, right? So just so y'all kind of know our plan today, we are gonna go ahead and look at Wendy's testimony because I think that she's gonna testify kind of early in the game, right? This way we can kind of see. I think that when I was reviewing her testimony yesterday, I could see how they are gonna probably come after Wendy. And we'll review over that this morning. If Georgia, I'm gonna be saying her name through the trial. Oh gosh. So if she does anything and go any harder at Wendi like she did in Charlie's trial, mama going down and Wendi is next. I'm trying to tell y'all, right? Now, opening statements. The judge got a real tight schedule today, the way he running this. I don't know if they're gonna get the opening statements. They don't even have the jury really coming in until 11 o'clock. They're down to the last of what they want to pick. I think they got over 110, I think. Don't quote me. 110. And out of that 110, that's where they got to pick their jury from, right? So they are planning on picking the jury. He's planning on doing some decisions on some motions that were filed, of course, for the jailhouse snitch, her daughter, aka her play daughter, her jail daughter, whatever. So they're gonna decide if she can testify or not. It doesn't seem like they're supposed to have any argument about it. It seems like the judge, when he mentioned it yesterday, he just said he was going to give them his decision. That doesn't mean that they're not going to have any argument or anything about it. So we will see how that goes. Then they're supposed to go right into, they're supposed to get there at 10:30. Then at 11 o'clock, the jury pool is supposed to be there, and they're supposed to start these tough questions in regards to picking this jury and alternates. Quote unquote, they hoping it's going to be done by lunchtime, because the judge don't want to miss his lunch or anything like that, right? And they don't either. Fair. So after they come back from lunch, they are supposed to start with opening statements if the jury is selected before lunch. If not, I'm thinking if we don't hear anything by 3, I'm thinking opening statements will be tomorrow. Because I think from what I've read, Georgia said her opening statements will take about 30 to 45 minutes. So I'm assuming the defense is kind of like close in that proximity. So we talking about maybe 2 hours for opening statements. So that'll get them to 5 o'clock if they start by 3. But they have to start by 3. Good morning, Hazel. Hey, Phil. Yes. So I'm gonna get everything. I got everything. I think I got everything together. We're gonna go ahead and look at Wendy's testimony from Charlie's trial, because that's where I thought that she was really sitting up there like playing dumb, in my opinion. But in my opinion, and I'll stop it at the different parts that I thought that were kind of like she messed this whole thing up. Like, how do you even implicate your brother in the interrogation room? Like, Charlie's name should have been so far from her mouth. She shouldn't even have the taste of his name in her mouth. Like, really? But she did. She shouldn't even brought him up. But she did. So now we're here. I don't know how she can't even walk the shit. But okay. And you know, it's so crazy because I think she is so pretty. I thought she was so pretty. And I'm like, oh my gosh, why go through all of this mess? But she did. So here we go, guys. I am going to go ahead and get it started. We will listen at Wendy's testimony. Yeah. And good morning. All right, guys. Here we go. I would ask y'all for some ones in the chat, but I know y'all ready. So I ain't even going to worry about it, or some sweet pea games. But I know that y'all ready to jump right into this, right? Everybody fired up.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity to you, so nothing you say could be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
Okay. That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Did you know Daniel Markel?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markel?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
When did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami. Mm-hmm. He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
And where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we lived, I think we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markel?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communication, so that's why I asked about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith than you.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markel was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303 sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right. And do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated. In the summertime, it was week on, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56. I know you've had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just kind of come through it and tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process that you had with your ex?
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's begins on page 43. And it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013, where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
I recall the filing. You said 43. I'm not sure oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes. Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
I'm sorry, I
It's
don't
been
understand the question.
suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful. Did you?
I
Or
think
not?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely. No.
Okay. And weren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you
Well,
thinking
he and
that?
I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live nearby in Miami, that might work. And then I could commute to FSU. I didn't mean for him to leave FSU, but he wanted to leave FSU at some point. So that
So
was just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful.
Sure. I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right. And page 46 of that document, paragraph E references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes, that's
What
her
a-
name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014,
How much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together at that point. So, I mean, we were spending every day together.
How were your parents employed? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice? Paychecks?
Yes. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right? So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016.
They
Sound right?
never talked to me about money, so I have no idea how much the business made at any given point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation when that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markel?
No, I mean, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation revolving around the divorce and the subsequent issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
I mean, only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but
I want to show you an exhibit that I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Sorry, 57, Your Honor. You've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
Which ones?
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it.
Okay.
All right, are those emails between you and your mother?
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. No?
Okay, mostly all from your mom.
Yeah.
Okay, and the email address says, I think it's something like Wendi Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names. So they've been married over 50 years. So they have a joint email address. So it's from both of them.
Okay, so what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph there above the word response. Did you have an opportunity to read that?
I read it real fast,
Kind of
but
scanned.
I can
And,
read it.
and what I want to draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Did you?
Are you objecting, Mr. Roush?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's 57.
Is admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that paragraph, isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here. Yes.
Okay, and it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to help you, give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing. Yes.
Okay, and she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay, so well, let me look. Give me a moment. So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see that page.
Okay, and there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Jibbers?
Jibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Jibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Jibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when he was being pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so not something you called him to his face,
No.
but that was a word that was only used to describe him.
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay, so in this, again, your mom is referencing how everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said. Yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Maybe. Yeah.
Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were
I
single?
think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip to South Florida? Would they come up here and get you or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them. So it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So
Okay.
it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right. And so that time frame you'd be referencing is the 2013 time frame? Because not around the time of Danny's death, you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was 3, no, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So maybe
was it
2012, 2013.
Okay. And wasn't it true that around the time of the death, they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of that.
Well, dating Dave was a big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right. And your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just friends.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie to convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right. And would she try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't
She
think
didn't
so.
do that. Would she try to get Charlie to do certain things like advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
Once you had left Dan and you were living separately, did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have, strike. Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, like, if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, is that something that your brother Charlie's going to hear a lot about? Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay, so do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about, let's go back. Let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be doing?
Probably at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like
At what point?
before the murder?
I mean, at what period of time before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, were your parents extremely angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I want to direct your attention to an interview that was conducted on, I think this was your law enforcement interview. So July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12. I've got it open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to familiarize yourself.
Sure.
And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one page?
If you'll just look at that one page, well, I mean, not that reminder. 27. Let me get to where you are. So page 27 there, lines 11 and 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Says, Ms. Adelson, my parents are, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Was that
Isn't that
true?
what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the sentence?
Sure.
So I say, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288, line 24 through page 289, line 1. And that's going to be, yeah. Didn't you say, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right. And who did you tell them might be responsible?
Well, I told them many, many people, but are you asking about this particular moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Or
didn't
potentially
you?
someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend. I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay. And of the lots of people that could have been responsible, Your family was one.
Yep.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you. I mean, that's what happened, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help you, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
And back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate. Are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back to our exhibit 56. And again, that was the filing begins on page 79. I'm specifically interested in 82. And in this filing, doesn't Mr. Markel say, quote, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No,
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
it wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true. So just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
He wouldn't have been, that wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, he said lots of things.
All right. And you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay. Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markel is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markel is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids?
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. My mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay. So he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No.
And
he
that's
asked for her to
evidenced-
babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread. And so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay. And when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, remember that? Converting the Christian children to Christianity. Remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
States Exhibit 57. And it is page 1. Page 1, paragraph 2.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part?
Of the divorce for my mom.
Yes.
It says here that for her it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but they
Did
felt
they
like a very
result
long
in a
time.
resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it. So I don't remember talking with her about it or
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
well, I just read them in the emails, but I
Okay.
don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole,
Yes.
a narcissist, a
Yes.
bully,
Yes.
religious zealot,
Yes.
bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay. Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive. Yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's
You want me to-
not in there, but you can get back to me
Well,
with it.
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
The comment, she's not testifying.
Hold on, please approve.
So would you have to review the whole file in order to find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings.
Okay.
It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 176 in that exhibit in front of you? I think it's highlighted for you. Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's nothing highlighted.
Okay. 176. My page.
I didn't highlight it for you. Okay.
Just a moment.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
Okay. So did you describe at least in one occasion being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, The husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions. And the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning-
And had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
No, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying
And
relocation.
what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm
If you
sure
know?
my mom would have said something to him.
All right. So did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markel to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did. And for this, I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you were going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay, was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right, and the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
No,
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So maybe,
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
because I didn't want to do it.
All right, what about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay, and specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. Let Gibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time.
She did, yes.
Okay, and did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to
I have
Christianity?
no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's
On
emails.
page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Gibbers that he's, all caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you
I think
agree
she
with
was-
that?
Yeah.
All right. And Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal.
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your
No.
mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markel?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats.
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right, and around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. 59, I believe. You will? Okay. Well, I want to explain what it is. Okay. Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. I'm Jewish,
And Dan was as well, right?
and Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59. Yes, that's what we did. One moment. All right, you may not be able to do this, but states 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time
Yes.
frame around the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled disc 107, ask you to review some calls and see if you could authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right, and for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61. And were you able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I ask moving evidence state 61.
Any objection?
No objection, no.
State 61 is admitted.
All right, and if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markel?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement. The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house. He pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money. And so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal. And he said, I have compelling reasons. I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one filing, a motion to enforce the settlement agreement because he didn't do it.
Right, so you believed that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement. And he was
Yes.
in violation of the settlement agreement.
Yes.
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
He accused my attorney of having unclean hands and committing a crime.
Yeah, and assisting you in withholding this money from the
Correct.
disclosures. Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court. That was filed, you may need to refresh your memory, October 31st, 2013. Give you the exhibit 56 and have you take a look at, this is going to be on 338. All right, could you just read the title, the caption of that filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
I don't know, really.
Could you be jailed?
I don't know.
All right. And when was this filed? This was you filing it, right? I mean, you're the client.
Right.
You're asking that he be held in contempt. And
I
you don't know
filed
what
this-
that means?
At the time I filed, which was 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, refresh your recollection with the
Okay.
document. Goes through 340.
Okay. I have it.
Okay. So what was it you were asking for in this motion?
It was what I just mentioned. So basically, I took my name off the title to the house. He never paid. This was asking him to pay.
Cough up the money or be held in contempt?
Yep.
Okay. And what day was this filed?
This was filed on October 31st, 2013.
All right. So Halloween of 13, and that's the same day that you backed out of the contract to purchase the house in Tallahassee, right?
I don't
You remember
remember what day that was.
Okay. Do you remember that it was your brother, Charlie, that specifically convinced you to back out of that particular house deal?
I don't actually. I don't remember that.
Approach and see if these text messages refresh your recollection.
Okay.
And you may have to look around for context, but I'm specifically looking at this one.
Okay. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Honestly, I mean, I can read what's here, but I still don't remember.
You don't really
independently.
remember? And after pulling the plug on the house, there were some emails where you were saying you can't answer the phone, you're crying too hard about the house. Like you seem genuinely upset about pulling the plug on the house, but now you don't remember it?
Well, it's been 10 years.
Sure.
So a lot of terrible things have happened since then. It's hard to remember.
Don't recall.
I really liked the house and was excited about it, but it was more than I can afford at the time. That's what I remember, is talking with the real estate agent and having her say we'd find another house, and it wasn't the right one.
Would you have any reason to dispute that occurred on Halloween of 2013?
No, it probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay, and then a few months later, on February 14th of 2014, there was another filing. I want to draw your attention to page 379 and ask you what that document is.
Do you want me to read the title of the document?
Yes, please.
Former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember this filing?
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay, and he accuses you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit.
That is
in
what he
there?
was alleging.
And ask the court to sanction you.
Yes, that's what he
And-
said.
Okay, so again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement, so I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
Okay. And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
I'm not familiar with this, but do you want me to read through it?
Could you read the caption aloud, please?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll go to page 439, do you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it pulled out.
On number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada, yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
My attorney here is responding to his pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
Then 6 days later, Dan files another motion seeking action against your mother. And that's the one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Page 441.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging, again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication between he and the boys. He wasn't happy with how much communication was happening. failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays. So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that,
Hold on, Ms. Councilman.
Yes, sir.
Oh. I said that's right.
isn't it in this motion that Dan Markel seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450. Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markel, Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid. When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
And continue, please.
In December 2013,
You don't have to say the name.
Yeah.
Your child.
my child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markel in front of the former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markel is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation. Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court.
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am. Page 441.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that never got ruled on, right?
I don't believe there was any ruling on
And
this.
that's because Dan Markel was killed before the hearing, right?
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
It wasn't even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was killed. Is it fair to say your mom was worried about this motion?
No, my mom never knew about this motion. And as I mentioned before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion. So I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother
I don't believe I
via
did.
email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people. Your mom, Jeffrey Lacoste, Renee Griggs, Tova Walsh, Morgan Honeycutt, Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey Hubler, Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared Reich, and some MEHULNYC at yahoo.com. So if you weren't worried about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
And then a couple days later, we know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days, I sent it to people in July when Danny
You
was killed.
you sent it a couple days later.
I sent
That email to 12 different people.
in March.
Yes.
Here we go.
Kappelman, you can resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Is he an older brother or a younger brother to you?
I'm the youngest of 3, so I have 2 older brothers. They're both older than me.
All right. And he's the middle child, Charlie?
That's right.
All right. And are you closer to Charlie or to the other brother?
I'm closer to Charlie.
How much time were you spending with Charlie back in 2013 and 2014?
Not a lot of time. I was in Tallahassee. He was in South Florida.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot. Yeah.
Did he work at one location or travel around?
He would travel around. He worked at multiple locations.
Was he pretty successful in his job?
Yeah, he came up with a great business model for what he did, and he worked really hard and was very successful.
Was your brother known to carry a lot of cash?
I mean, he had cash on him sometimes. I never saw large sums of cash.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
I mean, when I was a little kid.
What
yeah.
about as an adult?
As an adult? I mean, not particularly.
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markel that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to your law enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15. Send me under tab 1. So this tab here.
Okay.
All right, so page 25. You find it?
Yes.
Quote, "It was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV." Is that what he said?
That was a joke that he made, yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was to kill Dan Markel, right? That was the joke,
That was the joke that he made in poor taste, yes.
not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
Okay. Well, he's hiring you the TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present than a hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the hitman?
I never really thought about it because it was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
He repeated the joke
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
to other people.
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV, yes.
All right. And who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have
Yes.
clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under her name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they might have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay. And after the murder, do you recall going to a dinner where you got sick at the table?
It was about a month later. And yes, I remember.
Where did that dinner occur? Was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in Miami.
All right. And was it like out at a restaurant?
It was at a restaurant.
All right. And when we say you got sick at the table, did you actually vomit at the table?
I threw up at the table.
All right. And did you ever hear your brother refer to that particular dinner as a celebratory dinner?
No,
Did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse that your brother called that a celebratory dinner?
I did not.
Was that a...
One moment, Ms. Kellum.
Yes, sir.
Under the objection.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Was that dinner a celebration of the murder of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not. That dinner was the first time I left my house after over a month because I was terrified. And if it was a celebration of anything, it was a celebration that I was willing to leave the house and eat a meal.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua, or have you ever met her?
I have met her.
Did you have an independent friendship with her, or did you only know her through your brother?
I only knew her through my brother.
What was her relationship to your brother?
They dated at some point.
Was there anything unusual about her as a girlfriend from your viewpoint at the time?
No,
So she seemed like a typical kind of girl that he would date.
she did.
Did you meet all his girlfriends?
I don't know. I met many girlfriends.
Okay. Did you meet Whitney Kick?
I did.
Okay. And Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And there's a photograph, I'm sure you recall, of you on the beach with Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall when that photo was taken?
I do. It was Father's Day 2014, so 9 years ago.
June 15th of 2014.
That sounds right.
So about a month before the murder.
That sounds right.
Where was this photo taken?
It was in Miami. I went down to visit my dad for Father's Day.
Approaching and showing you what I've marked as states 35. Is this that photograph? And I've attached the data associated with it.
Yes.
Okay. Is fair and accurate copy of that photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 35.
Any objection?
No objection.
635 is adjourned.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Publish 35. Can you hold it? Oh, this is one. Yeah. All right, is that you in the center?
That's me.
Which one's Catherine Magbanua?
The one on the left, our left in the picture.
How long had Ms. Magbanua been dating your brother at the time this photo was taken?
I have no idea.
How many times had you met Ms. Magbanua at the time this was taken?
I think once before.
Okay, how many times did you hang out with her total?
Just these 2 times. Once at the dinner when I met her, and then once at the beach for an hour.
Was the relationship between your brother and Catherine Magbanua serious, if you know?
I don't know. I mean, 10 years ago, was it serious? Not too serious?
It never stood out to you during that time frame as like, oh, this is the one.
No.
All right, so you mentioned you thought Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua. What about June Mchinda? Do you know which one that is?
When you say, do I know which one that is? She's not in the
June.
picture.
No, ma'am. You're one of your brother's girlfriends, June Mchinda. Do you know her?
I met someone named June.
Okay, and would you agree that was also after Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, that would have been after.
When did you learn that Catherine Magbanua was blackmailing your brother for the murder of your ex-husband?
Today.
So he never told you?
No.
You testified in Catherine Magbanua's murder trial last year, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And she was convicted
She was convicted, yes.
of murder,
Yes, of murder.
of murdering Dan Markel,
Of murdering my
The
children's
crime?
father, yes.
a crime for which she apparently is innocent because she was just a conduit for Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay, you have no knowledge of it.
I have no knowledge.
There go Georgia's eyebrow. I was like, oh, so you just finding out all this information today, just like all of us? This made up story? Like, really? 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 There go the arrow. But you testified in this trial of Katie's last year, and she was convicted, but you didn't know anything about any of this stuff that was going on. Are we for real? I don't know what her immunity deal is, but if they are able to pull any of this information and go harder at her at this new trial, like I just don't see how she walks away from this. Like nobody had more to gain from this than her. Like she trapping her, like putting her right in a box.
In all the years this has been pending,
In all of the years this has been pending,
your brother has known who killed your child's father, and you didn't know.
I did not know.
Do you know why Catherine McVanois was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I believe that she worked there.
What did she do there?
I know my brother met her at a dental office, so I'm guessing administrative work of some kind.
Did you ever observe her doing administrative work there?
No.
How did the killers in this case know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town the day after the killing?
I have no idea.
You knew he was planning to leave town the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you convey that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
To your knowledge, did your brother have that information?
I don't know why he would have known that.
So if the killers were told it has to be done today because he's leaving town tomorrow, we don't know how they knew that.
I have no idea how they knew that.
See, right there, that does not make sense to me. Like, she had to give that information, like, or she is the most unluckiest person in the whole wide world, right? How would her brothers, how would anybody know the information on when Dan is leaving town, any of those things, right? Like, how would they know that he's about to leave town unless this information is being filtered through Wendi? Then all of a sudden we have this TV repairman that is scheduled to be at her house. And then she does this 3-point turn down the street of her ex-husband, child father's home. Like, even if you go down the street and you see all these ambulances, you see all these police, and you know that you used to stay down that street because remember, she used to stay in the same home. You know your child's father, ex-husband, whether y'all like each other or not, you would call and check, right? Or you would just ask around, right? No, not her. She went and got her bourbon or whatever liquor she needed for her little party, and she went to lunch. Like this, it seemed like she was just doing an alibi the whole entire time. Like, I don't understand. Good morning, Lynn. How are you? Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I just don't see how they don't charge her. Like, I don't see how they can. But let's see.
But it would have to come from someone familiar with Dan Markel's schedule, wouldn't it?
They would have to find out somehow. I don't know how.
Prior to Dan Markel's murder, when were you last in South Florida? Was it this trip that's pictured here?
No, because it was my dad's 70th birthday in early July, so I would have gone down to celebrate his birthday.
Okay, when's Dad's birthday?
July 5th.
How long were you down there for that July 5th trip?
I don't really remember offhand, but my guess is about a week.
Did you see Charlie Adelson on that trip?
Yes. We celebrated my dad's birthday, the whole family and friends, everybody.
Did you see Catherine McVanois on that trip?
I don't remember if she was there or not.
Did Dad have a birthday party?
Dad had a birthday party.
Was it a big birthday?
It was his 70th birthday.
And was Catherine McVanois at the party?
I don't remember seeing her there.
Do you remember seeing June Umchinda at the party?
I don't.
Or Whitney Kick at the party?
I don't.
So it could have been any one of them or none of them.
Or none of them. I don't remember there being a girlfriend with him at the party.
All right. So you said the birthday was what, July 5th?
It would have been July 5th.
Okay. And do you know on what day you celebrated?
Maybe his birthday, if it was I felt like it was a weekend. So maybe if July 5th was a Saturday, then it was on his actual birthday.
Okay, tell me about the event. Who, you said there were family and friends there, about how many people?
Maybe like 50 people.
What was on the menu?
We had paella.
Were you responsible for securing the paella, or is that your brother's job or someone else?
I didn't arrange it, but I speak Spanish and no one else could communicate with him. So I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
I don't remember.
So there was no big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in, at least?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember what anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markel your dad's big gift?
I mean, that's, of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about the grandchildren, getting full unfettered access to the grandchildren?
My
Could that
parents
have been
had
the
full
big gift?
unfettered access to their grandchildren always.
Not when they lived in Tallahassee.
Well, whenever they could come up and see them, they did.
They were 50% of the time with Dan Markel, right?
Sure, but whenever they were with me, they had full unfettered access.
On the occasion that we're talking about, Dad's birthday, was that one of the times that when you came back to Tallahassee, your parents rode with you and then rented a car and drove home in the rental car?
It was.
And how long a drive is that?
It's about 7 hours.
During that 7-hour trip, or at any time when you were in South Florida, was there any discussion of a murder at all?
No, absolutely not.
Any discussion of what to do about Dan?
No.
Any further discussion about bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those strategies?
No, that ship had long sailed.
Any discussion on that trip about the pending motion to preclude your mom from having contact with the kids?
No.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been. I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with me if I told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right. And do you recall what time the repairman actually arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No,
Why not?
because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yep.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 45 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Sure. That's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long, just to tell you, like, this thing can't be repaired or it's cost prohibitive to repair? Do you remember?
I don't. My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new TV would be.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed really upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being, oh, yes, I was upset that day. I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to take the kids swimming, and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
And
so
so
nothing to do with the TV.
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
Did you ever use the TV as code for the murder?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that?
No.
Do you remember on July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacasse at your place on Aqua Ridge? Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up. So I don't think I would have seen him at my place.
All right. So on that occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence?
I think that would be very unlikely. We had kind of broken up at that point.
And you couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hitman?
I can't imagine I would have said that.
And when did you break up with Mr. Lacasse, or when did the two of you break up?
It would have been end of June 2014.
So not 4 days before the murder?
No.
All right. So end of June 2014 would have been the last time you saw him.
No. I saw him after that. We were talking and kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, but we had gone on a trip to Gainesville the last weekend in June,
Mm-hmm.
at which point we had a big argument and I really didn't want to be with him after that. So at that point for me, I was pretty much done, but there were more discussions until it, formally ended.
And when was the formal end?
I remember seeing him that Monday night and telling him I wanted to have some space.
Okay. So 4 days before the murder?
So 4 days before Danny was killed.
All right. And that was that the end of your relationship with him?
When I told him I wanted some space. Yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while and I was working on some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right. So what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay. So it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30.
Sure.
Okay. And did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape. And so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay. And when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right and it couldn't turn. So I would have made the kind of turn, like a K turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah. And an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay. Did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime and there's electrical storms and trees fall. So that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny,
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
me.
All right. So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
no, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal. And Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we left. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time. And we left voicemails for each other, but didn't get to talk.
Okay. Did he leave you a voicemail message that morning?
He did.
Okay. I asked you earlier about him being scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed. Do you know where he was planning to go?
He was going to New York to see his girlfriend.
The message that he left you that morning, do you remember what he told you in the message?
I think it was about our son's school.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't really remember.
Okay, included in that was it included in that message that he was heading to the gym and was going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30 that morning?
I really don't remember, but that sounds like it could be what he would leave.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that voicemail?
Sure.
Just take a moment to review that and let me know when you're done.
Okay. Okay.
So did he say in that voicemail that he left you what his plans were in regards to the gym that day?
He did.
What exactly did he say about the gym?
About the gym, he said, I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know.
Okay. So that particular voicemail doesn't sound very emotionally abusive. Would you agree with that?
No, by this point in time, we were parenting really well and we were doing just fine.
Getting along great.
Objection, Your Honor.
What the objection?
Move to strike.
I'll strike the comment, Your Honor.
Please move on.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So It would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably maybe I would have asked him about his work or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markel's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school. So everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp app is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah,
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
no,
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
no, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about, well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party. So I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that
No, that
timing?
sounds right.
Okay. And then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic, I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomasville Road.
All
And
right.
so it was,
And is the restaurant where law enforcement came to speak with you and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
that's correct.
Right. Do you agree or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them.
Mm.
And I was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press? Just
It
as
was
much
not in
as
the press.
Markel?
Not yet.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide.
A year after.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Okay. Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions you raised in the law enforcement interview that your brother might have done it.
No, I did not.
You suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Right. And one of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't really
right?
believe that was possible.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I complained to the wrong person. Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't say any of that before. I mean, the first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview, line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute Page 25, not 5 hours into it, you say Charlie might have done it, right?
Can I see, please?
You may. This is going to be tab 1, page 25.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say, no, he would never.
You need a copy?
No. Page 25, line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly. And it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. So instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it, but can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
When asked, would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
So guys, I'm pausing right here only because I see some movement in the courtroom. So I'm gonna take us live into the courtroom. Y'all know I'll be watching all this stuff as we going along. So let's see what the judge is talking about. I save our place right here.
Of the voir dire will be conducted here together in the courtroom today. Voir dire is a French term meaning to speak the truth. Earlier this week, prior to the individual questioning, you were sworn in to do just that, to answer all questions truthfully that are posed to you as a part of this jury selection process. First, this morning, I will be asking you some questions, and after I have finished, the attorneys will have some questions for you as well. This will be the attorney's only opportunity in this trial process to directly engage in conversation with you. The purpose of the questioning by the attorneys is to assist them in determining if your verdict in this case would be unduly swayed or influenced in some way by your personal experiences, any opinions that you currently hold, or any special knowledge and training that you may possess. The object of this process is to select jurors who will impartially try the issues of this case that will be based on the evidence that is presented in the courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. It is very important that you be totally candid and truthful with us today. At parts during this jury selection, once again, I will be reading to you. Not that I do not wish to just have a normal or free-flowing conversation, but the instruction on the law that I will provide to you, again, it must be specific and it must be uniform. Please understand throughout this process today, there will be no wrong or right answers to any of the questions that are posed to you. Your answers are what you think and what you actually believe. The attorneys are not attempting to embarrass you in any way. If any question is asked that you feel uncomfortable answering in open court, please let me know, and you'll have an opportunity to answer that question either at sidebar or in a more private setting. Each party to this case has the right to excuse a certain number of jurors without giving me any reason whatsoever. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or feel that your honesty or integrity has been questioned in some manner. If you are not chosen for this case, it does not mean that you are not fair and impartial. It also does not mean that you could never be fair and impartial. It just means that you may not be suited for this particular case. It may be necessary during the jury selection process today, as well as during the trial, for me to speak with the attorneys and the defendant about matters that are private at the bench or out of the room. Please do not speculate about any bench conference or what may occur during those bench conferences. The bench conferences should in no way affect your duty as a prospective juror in this matter. We have several bailiffs who will be working with us today and throughout the trial, and it is their job to enforce the court's orders, provide any security that is necessary, and for them also to have charge of the jury, to assist you with any reasonable needs that you may have. If you have questions about your personal welfare, apart from the questions in this case, you should direct those questions to the bailiffs. However, please do not ask the bailiffs any questions about this case whatsoever. I am now going to ask each of you about your prior jury service if you have previously served. And for the members of the gallery, my questioning is going to be directed at first to the initial 21 jurors who are seated to my left. If for whatever reason we are not able to select a jury out of this grouping, I will be calling upon people from the gallery to fill empty seats. Although you will not be speaking with me or the attorneys quite yet, if you're in the gallery, it is very important that you pay attention to everything that is taking place, because the moment you are seated in one of the 21 spots to be questioned, we need to pick up seamlessly from where we leave off. I'm going to ask this question to the group of 21 as a whole. If you have a response of yes to any of these questions, please raise your hand. Would you please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury, if at all? Please leave your hand up and also your number. Juror 2, when did you previously serve on a jury?
4 years ago here.
All right. Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the type of charge or the type of case that it was?
Aggravated assault.
Without telling us the verdict, did your prior jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No.
Thank you. Please leave your flags up. Juror number 9, please tell us where and when you previously served on a jury.
About 2.5 years ago,
All right. Was that here in Leon County or elsewhere?
here in Lincoln County.
Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal proceedings.
Do you recall what type of charge or what type of case it was?
I believe it was assault and attempted rape.
Without telling us the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict in that matter?
I wasn't aware of that.
Say that one more time.
The judge dismissed me as an alternate before the jury made a verdict.
Very well. Thank you. I believe there's two other flags up. Juror 17, please tell us when and where you previously served on a jury.
Here in Leon County, approximately 18 months ago.
All right. Criminal or civil case?
Criminal, it was animal abuse or animal cruelty.
And without telling us the verdict in the matter, did your prior jury reach a verdict?
Yes, I was not the jury for.
Thank you. Juror 19, please tell us when and where you previously served on a jury.
It was LA County in California.
Was it a criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the type of charge or case that it was?
It was a criminal threat.
Without telling us the verdict, did your jury reach a verdict? Prior jury, I should say.
No.
Were you the foreperson of the jury?
No.
Were there any other flags that I missed? For those of you that have not previously been called to jury duty, there is no experience requirement to serve on a jury. Oh, Juror 1, did you have your flag up?
No.
Oh, you're just holding in your hand. Wanted to make sure. You do not need to know any law or procedure. All of that will be explained to you throughout this process. All that is going to be required of you is to listen carefully, apply, and follow the instructions that you will be given on the law, and use your common sense in deciding any issues of fact. The state of Florida in this case is going to be represented by Assistant State Attorneys Georgia Kappelman and Sarah Dugan. The defendant is going to be represented by Josh Zellman and Jackie Fulford. Mr. Zellman, would you please introduce your co-counsel, client, and the rest of the defense team to the prospective jurors?
Morning. Joshua Zellman. My co-counsel is Jackie Fulford. This is our client, Donna Adelson. It's my paralegal, Rebecca Kessler. It's a jury consultant, Lilia Dandelake, and our undergraduate intern, Yamila Morsani.
Question again is to the group as a whole. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys or the other people that were introduced to you? If the answer is yes, please raise your flags. No response was given by the prospective jurors concerning that question. Once again, this question is posed to the group as a whole, 1 through 21. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant? Please raise your flags if the answer is yes. No flags have been raised for the record. Mrs. Kappelman, at this time, if you please could give us the names of the witnesses that the state may call during this trial. Members of the panel, please pay careful attention to these names. I will have follow-up questions after Mrs. Kappelman and Mr. Zellman have spoke on this matter. Go ahead.
Investigator Brittany Adams with the State Attorney's Office, Charlie Adelson, Rob Adelson, Wendi Adelson, Sergeant Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department, Drina Bernhardt, Officer Bill Brannon with the Tallahassee Police Department, Special Agent Greg Bronstein with the FBI, Kate Butler with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Patricia Bird, Special Agent Justin Karsten with the FBI, Dr. Anthony Clark, Deputy Amanda Collins with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Chris Corbett is with the Tallahassee Police Department, Investigator Brock Dietz with the U.S. Fire Marshal's Office, Investigator Michael Dillmore with the Tallahassee Police Department, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Sigfredo Garcia, Jim Geiger, Sharon Geiger, Detective Jonathan Grossman is with the Miami Police Department, Sergeant Corey Hale with the Tallahassee Police Department, Mary Hull, Craig Isom is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department, Oscar Jimenez is retired from the FBI, Erica Johnson, Tara Kawas, Special Agent Brian Kendall with the FBI, Forensic Specialist Cornegay is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. His first name's William or Bill. Jeffrey Lacasse, Clariza Labredo, now with the last name Spoltor, Catherine Magbanoa, Joanne Maltese is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department, David Marcus, Keith McElveen, Investigator Jason Newland with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee, Waldo Nunez, Shadrick Nobles, Dr. Jerome Obed, Scott Radius, Danny Beth Ritchie is with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Luis Rivera, Jessica Rodriguez, Carrie Rosanna with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, Lisa Shelby, Stuart Schlazer, David Sims is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department, got Robert Schwartz. Yes, Robert Schwartz, Danny Tiero, Detective Josh Turner with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, June Umchinda, Yendra Velasquez Mascaro, Stephen Webster, Sean Yao with the Tallahassee Police Department, and Sarah Youssef.
Zellman, are there any other witnesses who may be called by the defense that were not on the list that was just read by counsel for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you may inform the panel as to those names as well, the potential witnesses.
Thank you. The additional witnesses that may be called or whose names you may hear: Richard Chagrin, Ann Cunningham, Ron Gutterson, Dr. Ruth Rosenberg, Lisa Carey, Detective Michael Ozemba, Detective Nicholas Kelly, both of them with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Timothy Kelly, Kristen Adamson, Marisol Descalzo, Linda Bailey, Eddie Barnes, Kelsey Guai with Roll-Off Digital Forensics, Tarana Khan, Mickey Easterwood, Felicia Hills with the Leon County Detention Center, Bryce Google, Undersheriff for Leon County Sheriff's Office, and Sarah Newhouse.
Thank you. For our panel, I know that was a long list of names that was just read by both the state and the defense, but I'm going to ask these questions to the entire grouping once again. Do any of you know any of the witnesses that were identified by either party? Please raise your flags if that is so. All right, we'll start with juror 10. Which witness are you, potential witness are you referring to?
Last name Sanford. I know his wife. She's a substitute teacher, and I knew her husband was in law enforcement.
All right. And the capacity that you have known Mrs. Sanford is through teaching, I believe?
She is for my class before I'm a teacher, and her students went to my school, so I know her.
All right. Would your acquaintance with Agent Sanford in any way prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship with or knowledge of Agent Sanford or his wife cause you to give either greater or lesser weight to the testimony?
No, sir.
Juror 11, who is the potential witness that you believe you know?
There were two, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Lisa Carey, and she is a real estate agent. She's actually pretty good friends with a business partner of mine. I don't know her that well, but I do work for her from time to time. And then the second was Mickey Easterwood. She was a childhood friend. Haven't seen her in 30 years, but did know her quite well when we were growing up.
All right. Would your acquaintance with either of the persons that you have just named prevent you from considering their testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship with or knowledge of either witness cause you to give greater or less weight to that testimony?
No, sir.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who knew one of the potential witnesses? Juror 4, if you please can say the name.
Mr. Dietz, Brock Dietz.
Right. In what capacity do you know this witness?
He's the husband, I believe, of my former tutor.
Okay.
Judge, we can't.
If you can speak up, it's hard for them to hear.
He's the husband of my former tutor growing up, my math tutor growing up.
Would your acquaintance with this witness prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality? Would you say you don't think so? We're going to need a little bit more clarity. Is your relationship as such where you are going to give greater weight or less weight to his testimony? Can you listen to and consider his testimony and apply equal weight to all witnesses? Any other flags that I may have missed? I'll give you a moment just to think about it because there were a lot of names that were read, just in case you recognize any of the potential witnesses that were read by the state or defendant. Very well, we will move on at this point. I'm now going to ask each juror a series of questions. Please respond fully to these questions. This is to obtain some general information from you, and also the attorneys may follow up with more specific questions when they have their opportunity to examine. For juror number 1, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm a clinical pharmacy tech,
What is your marital status?
single,
Do you have any children, and what would be their ages?
two children. One is 1 and one is 19.
Right. For your 19-year-old, how are they employed?
She's a college student.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 2008.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, neighbors, or have you yourself been charged with a crime?
When I was 20,
Right. What is the name of the offense?
it was reduced to a simple battery.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror number 2, what is your occupation or what is your type of work?
Construction manager at Habitat for Humanity.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have children?
Yes. I have an 8-year-old son and a 5-year-old daughter.
And I assume they do not work.
Not yet.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
DUI when I was 20.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 3, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a small business owner.
What is the type of business?
I have a booth at the other side vintage, and I also help my friend run her shop in Midtown.
All right. This is the best free advertising you're ever going to get. You said it's in Midtown?
Her shop is, yeah.
All right, please repeat the name.
Rare Bird Interiors.
What is your marital status?
Married.
Right. What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's a wealth management advisor.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1996, with the exception of 4 years from 2015 to 2019.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I grew up, my best friend growing up, her dad is FHP.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives ever been a victim of a crime?
I have not like a first uncle, but I think a second uncle who was murdered. But I don't know the details of it.
So this is a distant relative.
Yeah. My uncle's brother, but like he's like my dad's nephew. So I've never met him.
I'm no genealogy expert, but suffice to say, you had a relationship with this person to where it affected you.
Yeah. Right.
All right. Juror number 4, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an information referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
All right, please repeat that one more time. This is going to be a recurring thing. Please speak as loudly as you can.
I'm an information and referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
Thank you. Are you married?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 2000.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 5, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a nurse.
What is your marital status?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
26 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror 6, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm an associate at Walmart.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children? How long have you lived in this county? 2022 is when you moved here? All right. Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime? Thank you. Juror 7, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a pastor, Your Honor.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What does your spouse do if they work?
She stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 3.
What are their ages?
Yeah, they're 8, about to turn 7, and almost 3.
So they are not working.
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
We moved here in June of 2025.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I did.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, my father was charged with grand theft auto, but it was dismissed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
All right. Juror number 8, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm an application developer designer at FSU, and I'm also a PhD student.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She does work, and she does internal funding and grant coordination for FSU.
All right. Do you have children?
Yes, sir. We have 2, a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old.
And they do not work.
No, sir. Just at school.
How long have you lived in this county?
About 4 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, sir. When I was a teenager, I was charged with possession less than 20 grams and obstruction of justice.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
I believe when we did the individual session, we asked you to follow up with your PhD program concerning your ability to serve. Were you able to do that?
Well, I needed the specific date range to ask, and I wasn't sure of the dates, so I haven't really been able to talk to my professors about when to ask for an allowance for, unfortunately. I have everything drafted up and ready to speak with my advisors and everything, but I wasn't sure of when to ask for.
What we're anticipating right now would be tomorrow through September 5th.
Okay, yes, sir. I can get in touch with them today.
Thank you.
Judge, we had discussed possibly going through the night.
If we need to get there, but first, for the dates that we know are firm, let's start with Friday through September 5th.
Thank you, sir.
Juror 9, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work as an IT specialist for the state of Florida.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children at all?
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
27 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 10, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a 5th grade math and science teacher.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
Two boys, 25 and 21 next week.
What are their occupations if they work?
Both are full-time students. My oldest just quit a job at a credit union, and my youngest is a cook at Red Elephant.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1988.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
So 2 misdemeanors when I was 20 and 21, adjudication was withheld. for
What are the offenses, if you recall?
Underage drinking and open container. It was a long time ago.
I assume you're fully rehabilitated.
I
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 11, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an irrigation technician with the city of Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 4.
What are their ages and what do they do if they work?
30, she works at Dollar General as a manager. 26, stay-at-home mom. 23 and 21, and they both do YouTube videos.
You appear to have a bit of distress about
They
that.
make more money than I do.
Stand corrected. How long have you lived in this county?
Raised here since 76, left in 2006 for the military for 20 years and came back 2017. Have been here since.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested a year and a half ago on a warrant, a felony warrant. Turned out not to be me. It was a brother using my identity. So all charges against me were dropped. I don't know if that's the answer to that question.
No, that is a very important answer. So there is not any pending prosecution at this time for
No,
you.
sir. Not against me anyway.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, for identity theft for the previous answer.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Juror 12, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a software engineer at Civic Plus.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
I do. I have a daughter who's 21, and she's employed at General Dynamics Land Systems.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Born here in 1970, moved away, came back in 93, and I've been here since then.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
no,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
my girlfriend in Portland, Portland, Oregon. Portland was pushed down and assaulted and had her phone stolen and her identity stolen. This was about a year ago.
All right, thank you. Juror 13, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Pastor.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 4, Your Honor. 11, 9, 8, and 5.
And I assume they do not work.
They do not, although they should.
How long have you lived in this county?
For almost 11 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, I do not.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I can't answer for certainty. I have a sister who I believe was arrested and charged for violating a court order. I believe so, because I don't know. She lives out of state. And then the next question, I believe she was a victim of spousal abuse.
And this is the same sister you're referring
Same
to?
sister.
All right. Thank you, sir. Juror 14, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a student and I work part-time for a trade union.
What is your marital status?
Divorce.
What is your spouse's occupation, or excuse me, do you have children?
I do not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I was born and raised here, and with exception of 2019 through 2023.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 15, what is your occupation or your type of work? You can speak up. Everyone needs to hear you. What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
About 1, 2 years old.
And I assume they do not work.
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2021.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Relative possession of marijuana.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 16, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work for the State Department of Health, abstracting information on non-fatal drug overdoses off of medical examiner records.
Sounds complicated. What is your marital status?
Single?
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2012, with a gap from August of May 2015 to August 2016.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I don't know my neighbors' occupations, but no friends or relatives.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Ticketed for driving without headlights in 2016.
I believe that's a civil infraction, but I applaud your honesty is what we need. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My brother was non-fatally stabbed in, I believe, 2022.
Thank you. Juror 17, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Work in healthcare IT, currently for Gainwell Technologies, engaged in a couple of state Medicaid claim system implementation projects.
I'm sorry, say all that again.
Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technology, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation projects currently.
Right. Was everyone able to clearly hear?
They're going to need to speak up, Judge.
All right. If there's a microphone near you, if you can angle it back to the third row so that way everyone can be clearly heard. In the process, don't tap the microphones, might cause some feedback. One more time, Juror 17.
Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technologies, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation projects.
What is your marital status?
I'm married. My wife is an office manager, works for a local communication firm.
Right. Do you have any children?
I do. A 20-year-old daughter. She's a full-time student at Florida State and works at a puzzle room place, mystery room place.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
50 years, all of them.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do have a brother-in-law that works for FWC.
And that's the Wildlife Commission you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. Have you or any close friends or relatives ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested for trespassing when I was 15.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 18, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Entrepreneur.
If you could elaborate on that a little bit further.
I would like to discuss all work-related issues and sidebars.
That's fine. What is your marital status?
Single?
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
8 months?
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, or neighbors that have been charged with a crime? Or have you as well? Go ahead.
I'm estranged from my family, but there's potentially some crimes there.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 19, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Department manager at Honey Lobby.
What is your marital status? What does your spouse do if they work?
He's a retired teacher.
Do you have children?
Yes, she's 32, lives in Philadelphia. She's a event coordinator at a hotel.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since summer of 21.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
My dad's a retired deputy sheriff.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
I had somebody break into my house and steal some of my stuff.
Thank you. Juror 20, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a retired claims adjudicator for Social Security disability.
What is your marital status?
Widow.
Do you have any children?
Yes, 2 sons,
What are their ages?
44 and 31.
Do they work?
The 44-year-old does. The 31-year-old is currently incarcerated.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1984.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives in law enforcement?
I have a nephew that's a corrections officer for the last 30 years, and also have a cousin that's with the Gaston County Sheriff Department.
Thank you. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Back in my late 20s, I had a charge of public assistance fraud, but adjudication was failed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, I had a break-in in my house about maybe 13 years ago, but my alarm scared them off, so they weren't able to actually get anything.
Thank you, ma'am. Juror 21, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm currently unemployed, but I am a full-time student.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
For almost 22 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
If I'm remembering correctly, did you also need to check with your university or program concerning your ability to serve?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to do so?
Yes, I emailed my professors and only one responded. He said missing the 3 weeks would be kind of a burden for me, but it would be possible for me to make up the work.
Right. Thank you. Yes, juror number 1.
Yeah, I want to apologize. I'm actually divorced. I said single, but it was a long time ago. I kind of forget to say it.
I'll forgive you. Juror 4.
I'll be honest.
Yes, I'm sorry if I forgot that from yesterday. Go ahead.
They sent a letter that it would let you know if I missed 3 weeks of my program. So I brought the letter for you. Leave it that.
Very well. If you please can bring it to the clerk, I will review it in just a moment. Juror 3.
I also forgot about a crime a family member committed. I have an aunt that was charged with prostitution.
Right. Juror 10.
So you had asked me yesterday to check with my administrator about
Yes.
getting someone to cover my class.
Yes.
She contacted 3 people, but none of them could do it. I contacted a former teacher. She's unable to do it as well. There are subs out there. It just won't be one permanent sub for the whole 3 weeks. So it would be somewhat of a burden to my class and myself preparing for that.
Parties can briefly approach.
Wow, guys, this process is so amazing to me. I am going to go back and we're going to find out which jurors are selected and find out their occupation and all that good stuff, right? So we got the first 21 with the initial questions.
And what does your spouse do if they work?
We also stay in Wendi Adelson.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
18 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
All right, to go back to the other questions that were previously asked while you were seated in the gallery, have you ever previously served on a jury?
Yes.
When did you serve on a jury?
Over years ago.
Was it in Leon County?
Yes.
Criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal.
Do you recall the type of charge or case?
I believe it's not driving.
Driving under the influence.
Yes.
Right? Without telling us what the verdict was, did the jury reach a verdict? Were you the foreperson? Were you the foreperson of the jury? That is the person who presides over deliberations and gives the verdict form to the bailiff. So you were the foreperson. You were not the foreperson. Okay. Do you know either of or any of the attorneys or their staffs? Do you know or have any relationship by blood or marriage to the defendant? The names that were read aloud as to the potential witnesses in this case, did you recognize any of those names? Thank you. Juror 23, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Spray tech supervisor at FSU.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She's the bookkeeper at Leon High School.
Do you have children?
Yes.
What are their ages and occupations if they work?
20 and 21. The 21-year-old, she's a full-time student at FSU, and my 20-year-old, she is employed at Subway.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
6 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
I'm also going to go back through the other questions that were previously asked to the group when you were seated in the gallery. Have you ever previously served on a jury?
No.
Concerning the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage, or do you know any of the attorneys or their staffs?
No.
Concerning the defendant, are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
Do not.
As to the names of the witnesses, or potential witnesses, I should say, that were read out loud, did you recognize any of those names?
No.
Thank you. In this trial, and also during the attorney's questioning, you will hear certain terminology, such as burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent. It is very important that you understand each of these concepts. I will attempt to explain to you burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent by reading the jury instructions that are applicable to each separate concept. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant may not take the witness stand cannot influence the jury in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys at this point are going to have their opportunity to ask you some questions. What they say now or at any other time during this trial is not to be accepted by you as evidence or any instruction on the law itself. They are simply going to be asking you questions. Please do not infer anything or read anything into the questions that you will be asked. Before I turn over the inquiry to the attorneys, let me remind you to please answer their questions honestly and forthrightly, and also volunteer any information that you believe may be important. Is counsel for the state prepared to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Well, congratulations. Yeah. It's a compliment, I think. So I'm going to ask you some questions about some legal concepts. Today is not the trial. You're not going to hear any evidence in the case today. As the prosecutor, it is my burden to prove the case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence, which we will do. I'll be assisted by Sarah Catherine Dugan in doing that when the trial actually starts. But for jury selection, we're just trying to get sort of your ideas about concepts and issues that we think might come up during the course of the trial. And it's important and will be less painful, certainly for me and probably for you too, if you guys will participate and raise your paddles and answer. And I'm going to attempt to not say names and only say numbers. So this is obviously an important case. I know some of you probably don't mind speaking up. Many of you probably are shy and less likely to speak up. So I would encourage my shy guys to please participate as well, because your voice is just as important. Let's see. So I want to identify sort of like my leaders on the group. Do I have folks that supervise people at work or have supervised people in the past? Start on the first row because I'll probably have several of you. Juror 2.
Yeah, construction managers, local volunteers, 30 volunteers all day, Saturdays, building houses. So.
Some cats to herd there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on the first row? Yes, sir. Number 7.
So coordinating, organizing, volunteer teams, and then I've had as much as 6 staff report to me.
Okay.
My previous job.
All right, thanks. Anybody else? First row, second row, leadership staff, and I would include head of an organization or something like that, if that's part of your resume. Number 8.
I'm a GIS project manager, so I have about 8 people that work under me. They're all students. Some of them are paid, some of them are unpaid.
Okay, thanks. 9.
I work as an impromptu team leader for our department whenever there's any issues or need assistance.
All right, how many members of the team?
About 10 on a good day.
Number 23.
I supervise 2 spray technicians at FSU.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Second row. 11.
20 years in the military, about 15 of those in various leadership roles.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your service. 13.
Did 8 years in the military, about 5 of that in leadership roles. Currently a lead pastor of our church.
Okay. Do you supervise the staff there?
As volunteer staff, and then I'm the lead of the elders that we have at the church. I'm the lead elder as well, supervise that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else over there? Third row. Yes, sir. 16.
Previous work, I was in charge of a team of 3 for a warehouse, and current job, I am frequently one of the people training new employees.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else in the back? 17.
I currently have a direct reporting team of 6, as well as a number of like matrix resources as part of my work.
Okay. Anybody else in the back row? Yes, ma'am, but you're not going to tell me, or I know. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Anybody consider yourself a leader, like you just identify as that type of personality, even though you haven't raised your hand as somebody that necessarily supervises others at work? Okay. For my guys that haven't spoken up, you know, obviously we want a jury that delivers a verdict that's your verdict, right? Even if you're a shy guy, I feel like maybe you qualify. Number 6, shy guy? Probably not so shy at home, but shy in this setting. Okay, do you find this setting a little intimidating? Anybody find this setting a little intimidating? Show of paddles? Okay, I mean, it can be, right? Nobody likes to speak in public to begin with, and then we've got a lot going on here, a lot of people in the room and so forth. So if you were feeling shy or feeling intimidated by this setting, but you were chosen to be on the jury, would you be able to sort of stick to your guns, have your voice heard back there, make sure the verdict that comes back is your verdict? Anybody feel like they would struggle with that? I'm just not the guy that's going to like push against the grain. Okay, 21, tell us. Okay, this particular setting, do you think if once we kind of roll along, if you're selected and you start hearing evidence and all that, you'll start developing opinions, and at the end when you're asked to deliberate, would you feel confident speaking up if you had a difference of opinion with your fellow jurors? Okay, so you think you might struggle with that. So whoever was in charge back there would really have to ask you, what's your opinion? Okay. Anybody else feel like juror 21, like you might struggle to speak up? Okay, 3, tell us about you.
I have pretty bad social anxiety.
Mhm.
Actually, public speech. I had to take the special accommodations public speech class, and when I went to FSU, I had like 500 people in the class. 20 people had to do that, and of those 20 people, I'm the only one that cried. So
Well, you're doing great. You haven't even cried yet. We're on a roll. Okay, so the foreman may have to draw it out of you, but you would be able to speak your opinion if called upon to do so. You're just not the guy that's going to interrupt and yell and get over everybody else.
Right. And
Okay.
I don't know when the appropriate time to ask is, but on Tuesday I mentioned a medical constraint, and I did bring a doctor's note with me.
Okay.
And I haven't had
All right.
an opportunity to mention that yet.
Okay, thank you
So,
for mentioning it, and we'll probably take that at sidebar at some point. So, yes. Anybody else has something they need to tell us at sidebar, medical or otherwise? All right, for my folks that have been on a jury before, raise your paddles again, front row. Yeah. Okay. Was it a good experience? A bad experience? Don't really remember.
It's good. Yeah, an eye-opening experience to see how the inner process works and go through it. Yeah.
All right, that's number 2. Number 22. Was it an okay experience for you?
It's not bad. It's something new. We consider we come from different countries,
Mm-hmm.
different government system.
Yes, so helped you learn about our system a little more, see it for yourself. Okay, that was a 1-day trial, I'm guessing. Okay. It's a good primer. Second row? Yes, number 9. Did you have a good experience or otherwise?
It was interesting, to say the least. I think it was
Okay.
done a bit differently than usual, but the
Was
judge.
it here in Leon County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think the judge had the jury excused every time the lawyers needed to speak with him, which was pretty much every other 10 minutes.
Oh, so there's a lot. You got your steps.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, better than going to sleep in the chair, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Second row. Third row. Good experience. Bad experience. Number 17.
It was a positive experience. It was a 1-day trial.
Yeah. Oh, those are nice for jurors. They're no better than 2 to 3 weeks. I think it's going to be more on the 2 side. Don't hold me to that, but for your planning purposes. All right. Anybody else? Jury service people. Yes, 19.
It was okay. Not something I want to do again.
Yeah, I'm not going to deduce from you saying it was okay that you want to do this. I know it's a big ask and a huge imposition on you, and I don't mean to minimize that at all. I just want to know if it was okay. You know, sometimes juries walk away traumatized or, you know, they argued back there or whatever. So I just want to know if it was anything like that. So you didn't have any.
No, there was no like yelling or anything.
Okay, good. And for all my folks on a jury, without saying what the verdict was, were you able to reach a verdict? The ones that deliberated? Everybody did. Okay. All right. Anybody have any legal training on the panel? Okay. Number 22, you said you work at the AG's office, but I don't think you said in what capacity. What type of work do you do? Okay. And your husband, state of Florida, but what type of work?
He's working public record in Bangkok.
Okay. All right, so I touched on this a little bit already. The burden, and I think the defense will emphasize this, is mine. So that means that I have to prove the case to you with evidence. It's completely my burden, the whole thing. So they don't have to do anything. They don't have to put on witnesses. They can do their nails, read the newspaper, not participate at all, which of course we don't expect they'll do, but they don't have to prove anything. That's really important. So you've heard no evidence right now. If you were asked to render a verdict right now, it would of course be
Guilty.
right, because you've heard no evidence. And the only place the evidence is going to come from is this table, right? The state. It's innocent until proven guilty. We prove the case. Would you like to hear from the defendant? Sometimes that's a question. Human nature, yes, but you cannot require the defense to prove anything. Everybody understand that?
Yes.
It's the way our system works. Okay. All right. Reasonable doubt. You heard an instruction on this, and lawyers tangle with this at jury selection all the time and do a pretty poor job. It probably will not be an exception, but the idea is nothing can be proven to you beyond a mathematical certainty, right? If you knew for sure that a thing happened 100%, it's because you saw it with your own eyes, and that makes you what? A witness, not a juror. So you're going to have to make a decision based on the evidence. And it is a very high burden. It's the highest burden in the land, right? It's a high burden, and it should be. But it's not impossible to convict a guilty person through evidence. You're not going to have 100% mathematical certainty because that's not possible. So the example I use, which probably isn't a great one. Number one, did you drive here today?
Yeah.
Where'd you park your car?
Parking garage.
All right. Is your car still there?
I hope so.
You hope so, right? Do you have a reasonable doubt that your car is there where you left it?
No.
Okay. No, right? Because the evidence is he parked his car there. Did you lock it?
Yeah.
You locked it. Is there any security there?
I mean, yeah, I think so, but who knows?
There's security there. Okay, so he has no reasonable doubt that his car is where he left it. If he gets there and it's not there, he's going to be really surprised. Now, if we change the facts, he left his car there. He didn't lock it. There's no security. There were 2 or 3 very suspicious looking guys lurking around the car when he left. And when he left, he said, you can have it if you want it. I left the keys in it. Okay, now we're starting to change the facts, right? Now he has a reasonable doubt that the car is there. He basically invited somebody to take it. All right, so you as the jurors will decide, is this doubt reasonable or not, right? So I'm gonna say a bunch of words and they're gonna say a bunch of words, but ultimately at the end of the day, when you get back there and you're assessing a doubt, I have a doubt. Well, tell me about it. You talk about it. Is it reasonable? That's your question, right? And you decide what's reasonable or not. Okay? Shaking of head.
Part is can approach briefly.
Well, we don't have much TiVo time, right? So they're still back there discussing. We're looking at the great seal of the state of Florida. It looks very pretty. It looks like it's illuminated and lit up. And wow, how interesting. So I will keep an eye on that to see when they come back. The hopes are they'll be able to pick their jury, our jury this morning. And opening statements is supposed to begin this afternoon. So I would say if we don't hear anything by 3, we probably won't have opening statements until Friday, but we'll see. How about that? So I'm gonna go back into Wendy's testimony that we were reviewing so we can finish that up and just keeping an eye on it. If anybody's here in regards to our Georgia case, we will cover Christopher's case after our jury selection. Okay.
I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie. Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh boy. All right. Do you want the culpable parties
Sorry, guys. As soon as I said that, of course, they were already back in court, right? So I am going to go ahead and share back and put us back in the court for jury selection. Sorry.
Juror 24, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm retired from the United States Postal Service as an electronic technician and as a veteran in the United States.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She's a nail clerk.
Do you have children?
I have an 11-year-old boy.
And he does not work.
He doesn't.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother who was convicted of armed robbery.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Also, to inquire as to the other matters that the court previously raised, have you ever served as a juror previously?
No.
As to the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or any of the persons that are part of their staffs?
No.
Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the witnesses that were previously read out loud, do you recognize any of the names of the potential witnesses?
No.
Thank you. Juror 25, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a sales account manager.
What is your marital status?
Married.
Oh, if you can just say it again and try to speak up as much as you can.
I'm a sales account manager.
Thank you. And your marital status again?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He works in sales.
Do you have any children?
I have two. I have a 4-year-old and 11-month-old.
And I assume they do not work.
Never.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
5 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
My 4-year-old's father has previously been charged with felony drug-related stuff.
So you don't know the exact name, but something relating to the possession of drugs.
Yes, and distributed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Going back to the other questions that the court previously raised with the group, have you ever previously served as a juror?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or their staffs?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were previously read, did you recognize any of those names? Right. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue at this time.
For my new folks, any leadership or management experience, maybe in your time in the Navy or elsewhere?
I was a supervisor for several departments when I was on board the aircraft carriers.
Thank you. And number 25, do you manage anyone currently?
Aside from my children.
Yeah,
Not,
that's-
not currently, but I do have about 7 years in like leadership
And is that in the sales world?
Yeah, sales, customer service related.
Okay. Did you hear my spiel about reasonable doubt? Feel like you're getting your head around that one a little bit? Okay, same with you, sir. Okay. All right, well then we will keep it moving. Jury decides the facts, and you'll be the judge of the facts, not of the person. We're not asking you to render judgment on anyone. But still hearing that, some jurors sometimes feel like this is too heavy. This is a very serious case. Is there anybody that feels like, I'm not sure I could make a decision knowing how serious the case is? For whatever reason. First row? Second row? Third row, guys? No. Okay. So your job will be to hear the evidence and to make a decision. Have these crimes been committed? And is this the person that committed the crimes? Judge of the facts. And the judge is going to give you all the law that you need. You don't need any legal training. Please don't do any research on the law. And his job is to sort of referee what comes in as evidence and make sure the rules of evidence are followed in the courtroom. The judge's job also includes sentencing. So you will not be asked to make any recommendations or determinations about sentencing at all in this case. Does anybody feel like I would still be worried about sentencing, even knowing that you're not being asked to make any decisions about sentencing? Number 20, would you be worried about that at all?
No.
Wouldn't worry about it. Can you set it aside? Number 18, or is that something that would weigh on you?
Can set it aside.
Okay. Anybody feel like I would worry about that? All right. Many of you have had some kind of interaction with law enforcement or close friends or family members that have. Have any of those been significant, meaning they've impacted you in some way personally? I mean, if you had a DUI 20 years ago and it was handled fairly, I don't need to know more about that. But if something has really colored your view of the criminal justice system or impacted you personally, we had some folks that had some quite serious cases that friends or family members have been involved in. I want to know, was the person treated fairly? And how has it impacted you? First row, anybody volunteer to say, I've been impacted by crime in a way that has deeply affected me? Okay. Second row, anybody treated unfairly? We had somebody that was falsely arrested. That's a big one.
My brother got pulled over in a vehicle and didn't present ID, told him he was me. He was in possession of drugs.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, they let him go. He was going to be an informant for them or something or other, I don't know. And then when they couldn't get a hold of him, naturally, they issued a warrant for me because he used my ID.
Yes, sir.
So once I found all that out and got a hold of the right folks, the system actually worked well for me once they got dash cam and body cam video and was clearly able to see it wasn't me. I was able to get everything resolved. So
Sure, but
really
what a
bad
headache to
experience
get
early
there.
on and turned out pretty positive because the evidence did.
Okay.
prove my
Anything
case.
about that you think would bleed into your deliberations on this case? Oh, I think the cops are all crooked, all arrests are false, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Second row, anybody else deeply affected by crime? Any crime in your life? Okay. Third row, anybody fall into that category? Who thinks there is a significant problem with the criminal justice system? It's broken, doesn't work well. Just raise the paddles. I'm a little broken. Okay, I'm seeing a couple little paddles. Little broken, not perfect. Not perfect. We can all agree with that one, I think. Anybody feel like you have such strongly held views in that regard that you think it could impact your ability to follow the law and render a fair verdict in this case? Seeing shaking of heads. Okay. Anybody had a bad experience with law enforcement? I know I'm asking the same question 3 or 4 different ways, but I just want to make sure I'm catching everybody. Yes, sir. 24.
I was pulled over. My plate came up with a stolen plate from another state. And I had guns drawn on me, and they figured out that it was from another state finally. But when you have guns drawn on you, it's not a fun thing.
It's a bad experience.
Yes.
Anything about that you think might interfere with your ability to do your job in this case?
They offered a lot of apologies after that, and the guy said,
Too little, too late.
"Yeah, it was," and I was headed to work, so
Yeah.
luckily I was not late.
You were not falling asleep at your desk that day.
Before you continue, I'm curious.
Did you have on the mail carrier uniform?
I had my uniform on, but I'm an electronic technician.
I see.
Fix the machines.
Please continue, Ms. Kaplan.
All right. Law enforcement officers. So several of you have either backgrounds in law enforcement, yourself or a close friend or family member that's been in law enforcement or is in law enforcement. And the reason why we inquire about that is because we want to make sure we have jurors that, obviously, you heard my list. There's quite a few law enforcement officers on the list. So jurors that can listen and be critical of law enforcement. So open-minded. If you learn that they have specialized training and experience and are qualified to, have authority on some topic more than the average person, then great, you can believe them more than the average person. But we don't do that just because they're wearing uniforms. So we don't automatically believe everything they say. We don't automatically disbelieve everything they say just because they're law enforcement. Anybody feel like they struggle with that? And the defense may get up and say, so-and-so, your father was a law enforcement officer. Somebody was. Whose dad is? Okay. Your dad isn't a law enforcement officer. Don't you automatically believe what law enforcement says? And, maybe that was true before coming in here. Probably not for you. But the instructions of the court are level playing field. Can everybody apply the instructions of the court on law enforcement? Okay. They can make mistakes, right? They're also not perfect, like the system. Okay. What are undercover operations? Anybody know? Volunteers? Just let me flounder up here. Number 1, undercover operations, like a law enforcement operation that's undercover. What does that mean?
When the people don't know that the cops are there trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah, like the cops are posing as not cops.
Right.
Posing as someone else. So they're tricking somebody, right? Anybody uncomfortable with the idea that law enforcement is permitted legally to pose as somebody else and trick criminals to get information and to solve cases? Anybody feel uncomfortable with that? What do you think? 13.
I see the benefit of it. I think the technique in which it is executed is the one that catches my attention.
What do you mean?
So if somebody, it all depends on who it is that they're going after and the subject themselves, right? But if a law enforcement officer is posing as somebody in order to try to entrap people.
Yes. Okay. Entrapment would be crossing that line.
Who are not intending to commit a crime, I would take issue with that.
Okay. So entrapment would be exceeding their authority to pose as someone else. But for the sake of this argument, let's assume it's not an entrapment situation, but it is a situation where an officer is posing as someone else.
No problem.
Okay. Anybody feel like that's not fair? That's not cool? What do you think, 11?
I think if there's justifiable means to be there doing undercover work, then I'm okay with it.
Is it necessary though? What do you think? 5.
It depends on the context of it. Sometimes it is necessary. I feel like for police officers to
I mean, depending on the crime that's committed, police officers not always go in. I mean, it depends on, like you said, entrapment. It depends on the context. Of the
Sure.
situation. If you're trying to entrap criminals, whereas if you're trying to just, how do I word this? Depends on the context greatly, because you can't legally like try to coerce them into a crime.
Right.
You are.
Hey, I'll give you $50 to take this crack rock over there and sell it to that guy. That wouldn't be okay, right? But what about like posing? Typically, we think of, narcotics operations. If you're trying to infiltrate these higher levels where you really can't have access to investigate those people unless you send someone in posing as a fellow Confederate, right? Everybody okay with the concept? Within limits, of course. Okay. What is premeditation? This is a premeditated murder. What does that mean?
It's like you planned it.
It's like you planned it. Okay, that was juror 23. So what type of evidence would show premeditation?
Bloody footprints, clothes, a weapon.
Okay, how does that show the operation of the mind, though, the intent?
Oh, well, if you find somebody with their fingerprints on the weapon, then that's not admitting full guilt right there. I mean, but that's pretty damning evidence.
Okay, yeah. What about for intent, though? Number 16, what do you think? How do I prove premeditation? I didn't just haul off and kill someone on a whim. I thought about it. I had a conscious intent that crime be committed at the time it was committed. How do I prove that? How do I prove what someone was thinking?
I think we would have to rely on evidence that predated the moment of the attack. So if you had like any sort of records or definite plans or things that were found, like
Map of the bank, right? That's how they do it in the movies. They roll it out on the table, get the blueprints and that sort of thing. What else? What other type of evidence might prove intent? 15? Can you think of anything else? Conversations. I'm going to kill that guy, right? That's pretty good evidence that you plan to kill the guy. What about motive? Motive, would that be important to your consideration, number 7, of intent?
Yeah, I think so. There would have to be some sort of justifiable cause where you could empirically say that would lead a person to premeditate an act of aggression on the victim for X, Y, and Z reasons.
So you kind of want to know why, right?
I think we have to know.
Well, I mean, sometimes you can imagine a scenario where the manner of the killing might prove intent.
Sure.
Shooting once is different from shooting 100 times, right? As far as if you're trying to evaluate intent. So that could be part of it, but certainly motive is very important and jurors want to know why. So the why could potentially be important. Everybody agree with that? What do you think? 12. Any other ideas of what type of evidence? Like, how are you going to prove? You see the problem. How do you prove what someone was thinking?
Right, certainly any records that they've considered it, discussed it, solicited someone to help with it, or done searches about how to efficiently execute the crime beforehand, and that sort of evidence.
Okay. Would you be open to all those types of circumstances to try and show what the person was thinking, as opposed to the type of evidence I laid out right away, which was, I'm going to kill that guy.
Right.
And that's great. But if you don't have that, can you evaluate all the other circumstances?
Yeah, and you have to see if they push you beyond the reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Any other type of evidence? Let's get away from premeditation, but in general, that you would expect to see in a case like this, a particular type of evidence. Number 23 mentioned fingerprints, clothing, anything else like that that you guys are kind of expecting?
Financial records.
Gun residue,
Financial records.
financial records. If it's, what kind of financial records? Why would you be expecting that in this case or a case like this?
If, from what we were told earlier about the case and the charges, if you're soliciting it, setting aside money, or transferring money to someone. Or
Right. So if it's a murder for hire, you'd expect some kind of money to be involved, some type of transaction. Okay. Somebody else down here? Text messages, phone calls. Okay. Yes, sir. Number 6.
If I remember correctly, I remember hearing coming from Miami to Tallahassee, so like gas station receipt.
Okay. Some evidence of that travel. Okay. What else? It's so fun when y'all help me better. Okay. So you know it's a murder for hire. You know there's more than one person involved. You, though, as jurors in this case, will only be asked to decide the involvement and guilt or not guilt of one criminal defendant. Are you able to set aside your thoughts and feelings about the other people that may be involved in the case and focus your verdict? How does the evidence relate to this defendant? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. If the evidence shows that the defendant is not the one that pulled the trigger, does that make a difference? What do you say? Why are you shaking your head no, number 15? Why doesn't that make a difference? Okay, so even if you don't pull the trigger, you can be charged with murder? But what?
Please speak up, number 15.
Okay, you could be charged with accessory, but you don't think murder. Who else, by a show of hands, thinks if you don't pull the trigger, you cannot be charged with murder? Nobody? Why not? Number 2.
If you're, if you hire someone or something like that, definitely you're not committing the crime personally, but if you're telling someone else to do it and they do it, then that, I think something pretty close to it, yeah. Maybe
Okay.
not murder itself, but it might be some type of
Maybe not murder itself, but it might be something close. What do you think? Number 20.
It's the way the law is written.
Mhm.
You don't have to pull the trigger, but you can still be charged with murder. The law allows that you can still be charged with murder.
Okay. According to the law of our state, and the judge will give you the law. You do not need to know the law. I tricked you, and I'm sorry. But you can be charged just the same as if you pulled the trigger if you also did some act or said some word to cause that murder to be done, some affirmative act to cause that murder to be done, and you intended it be done. Okay? It's called a principle. So, court reporter and I are going to do a bank heist, and we know when we go in there, the first thing we're going to do is kill the security guard. Okay, that's our plan. We both understand that that's what we're going to do, but I'm the shooter. She's the bag lady. She's going to get the money. We go in there, we do it, we're successful until we get caught. We can both be charged with first-degree murder of that security guard, the same as if she had pulled the trigger. Is that fair? How is it fair? 23.
Y'all planned it together.
But I pulled.
I didn't hear you.
Y'all planned it together.
But I'm the one that pulled the trigger. Shouldn't I be worse off than her?
She knew what was going to happen.
She did. That's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So you agree with that law? Anybody disagree with that law? I do not think it's fair. It should be, as juror number 2 thought walking in here, something close to it, but not exactly the same. Okay. Now that I gave you the spoiler, you won't admit it. All right, so number 2, knowing that now, would you be able to follow that law?
Yeah.
What do you think, number 15? If the law says we can both be convicted of first-degree murder and it's proven, would you be able to convict her of first-degree murder even though she didn't pull the trigger? You would be able to follow that law.
You cannot hear him. Number 15, please speak up as much as you can.
You would. If there was a law that the judge reads you in this case that you did not agree with, would you be able to follow it anyway, or do you think it would be incumbent upon you to do what your gut is telling you? What do you think? Number 16?
Since we're here to decide if something followed or broke the law, I would go with the law.
Go with the law. Number 8?
Yeah, definitely.
Follow the law no matter what, even if you don't like it?
Yeah, it's not me to decide the law. It's just for us to stick to it.
Okay. It's the legislature's job. We're going to leave that to them. Okay. What is a conspiracy? Volunteers for that one? How about you, number 14? What's a conspiracy? You don't need to know the legal stuff, just what's your idea of it? Come and speak.
A group of people getting together or saying they have anything that they're maybe.
Please speak up, number 14.
A group of people, I'm trying to say a definition without using the word conspire.
Yeah.
Prove that's what I'm stumbling to do.
Getting together to do
together
something?
To make something happen with
Okay.
other reasoning behind it.
Okay.
I'd like to say that it doesn't even have to be a group. You can conspire to do something alone.
Number 8, okay. Is that what you're doing right now? You want to tell us something? Okay. Do you all agree that a conspiracy can be evidence circumstantially? And what I mean by that is, and this is hard because we can't talk about what the evidence is. I'm asking you to imagine that it could be proven to you that people conspired to do something without an express, we're going to, go in and kill the security guard without that being expressly stated. Can you imagine other evidence, circumstantial evidence? For example, we walk in and I walk directly over to the security guard and blow him away, right to the head, right? Immediately. And she says in front of everybody, yeah, just like we planned. Okay? That would never happen. But okay, it's not in the plan. The conspirators generally don't write out a manifesto where they say, this is going to be my role, and this is going to be your role, and this is what we're all going to do. But you can infer it from the circumstances, the way the crime was done, the other communications in the case, the other evidence in the case. Can you be open to that? Nodding of heads. Yes. Very good. Thank you. Does it matter how long it takes to make an arrest in a criminal case? You guys all heard the statement of the case. This crime occurred in 2014. Number 6, how old were you in 2014? 9. Can you even care about something that happened when you were 9? Can you, sir? Does it matter how long it's been?
I think as long as the crime that you're being charged for is within the statute of limitations, I think it's fair to be arrested for a crime that you could have committed. Sometimes it takes years to build evidence and things like that.
Anybody feel like it's too long? I just can't consider evidence from 2014. I was 9. Everybody else, can you keep an open mind to evidence and a long investigation? 14? 13, why does a cooperating co-defendant come forward?
Could be cover their own tracks.
Could be what?
Cover their own tracks. I mean,
To cover their own tracks. Yeah, to put it off on somebody else. Okay, good. What else? What else could motivate a cooperating co-defendant? 19? You're on ice, 19. I actually have a volunteer, number 6. They have a deal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, please speak up.
They got a deal to shorten their sentence.
Yeah, they might be trying to get something to help themselves. Does that mean they're lying? No, it could mean that. But it could mean they're telling the truth to get something. Is that right? Do you agree with that, 19? Okay, can you keep an open mind to that type of testimony and weigh it with all the other evidence in the case? You're going to observe the witness. You're going to hear what they say. You're going to see if it fits with everything else. And you're going to make a decision about their credibility based on all that, including the fact that they have this motive or whatever. Can you do that? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. Unsavory witnesses. That's a very nice way of putting this topic. So there could be witnesses in the case that you all do not want to have a beer with or a cup of tea with. Okay? Can you keep an open mind to the testimony of someone who is different from you and lives your life differently from the way you live your life? Number 1, can you do that?
Yeah.
2, can you do that? Everybody? If you don't hear a particular type of evidence that you're expecting, can you keep an open mind to the type of whatever evidence that there is and render a verdict based on that? I just don't want you guys to walk in thinking, oh, there's no gun. Can't convict of a murder without a gun. You know, is there anybody that's like that? There's a particular thing that you require. Inconsistencies. Would you all expect the testimony to be completely consistent or there to be some inconsistencies? Let's say we're going to have a 2-week trial. You're going to hear from witnesses every day, all day for the period of 2 weeks. Are we going to have any inconsistencies? 17.
Purely a guess, but based on the duration, probably somewhere in there.
Okay. Every single one of you went back in the room back there and answered the questions in private. And I was sitting back there, Ms. Dugan was sitting back there, and we were wearing the same outfits all day. If we isolated each one of you and asked you, what can you tell me about what Ms. Dugan was wearing yesterday or the day that you were back there? Let's assume it was all the same day. Do you think we'd get some inconsistencies? Might get some blue, some black, dark pants. I think it was, we might get a lot of different answers, right? Does that mean that anyone's lying? Okay. Now, you all will have to weigh inconsistencies, which are going to occur naturally in a case like this. And you will decide, is this a point on which this inconsistency is important and equals a reasonable doubt versus this doesn't matter at all, right? Can you do that? All right, so all crimes have elements. The judge will give you the elements of the crimes, and I will be responsible, and with Ms. Dugan's help, of proving each of the crimes were committed. That means proving each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 7, what does a killer look like? Yeah.
Please speak up, number 7.
A little louder.
There's no default for what a killer would look like in just appearance.
No default. Really? They can look like anything?
Yes.
Who disagrees with that? Can a killer look like anything? Number 1?
Anybody? You take
Anybody. Can it look like your grandmother? My young people? Number 5. Can a killer look like a granny?
I mean, it's not like you in picture, but like anyone who's capable of like has the capacity to kill someone.
You could keep an open mind to the possibility that a grandmother could be a killer. And that's kind of a tough one. And everyone keep an open mind to that possibility.
Yes.
For my folks that have been divorced, any custody battles? Raise your paddle if you've been involved in a custody battle. Okay, so just divorces. Anybody in a particularly messy divorce? Ugly divorce? Highly litigious divorce? Anybody go to court for their divorce? Did go to court, okay, but it was not particularly nasty.
Never showed up. So
Oh.
it was very.
You won.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you guys haven't personally experienced this, but does everyone agree that those types of issues, domestic issues, divorces, custody battles, those are things that are highly emotionally charged? Yes. May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
So what do you guys think? Are we getting closer? Is she asking good questions? I think the jury is being very, very honest, right? And open in regards to their position.
For my folks that have been on a jury before, what is a hung jury? Number 22?
The jury cannot reach the decision.
Mm-hmm. Because the jury has to be what?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. And that means it has to be the verdict of each juror as well as the jury as a whole. So, my shy guys, can you speak up and make sure this is your verdict? Not sure I've identified exactly who you are. I think number 6 is a little bit of a shy guy, and you already told me you could do it. Who else considers themselves a little shy? Nobody.
At first I am, but once you get to know me,
Okay. Are you going to return a verdict that's your verdict?
Yeah.
What if you get back there and everybody's against you?
But this is someone's life, so I don't really care about it.
Okay. I would encourage you to listen to your fellow jurors, and if you
Sure.
change your mind, great, because your mind's changed, and it's then your verdict.
Right.
But I just want to make sure I've got folks that aren't going to be like, it's Friday night or whatever, Everybody promise to do that? All right. Anybody have something you feel like you need to tell me? I didn't ask the right question. I didn't call on you. Something you think I should know about you that's related to the topics we've touched on. All right. Thank you very much.
For the defense inquirers, we are going to take a brief break for about 10 minutes. You'll have an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom, or look at your phones or devices if you need to. This break will be for everyone, but that is both in the box and also in the gallery. While you're on your break, you're not to speak to each other concerning this case or at all. Do not speak to anyone else concerning this case as well. We will resume with the jury selection at 1:30. You may use the restrooms and leave the courtroom at this time.
Well, I don't think we get openings today. I kind of figured tomorrow. I didn't think they would get through this process in enough time. So as you can see, they're going to be coming back after lunch. and we're going to continue on with our jury selection, right? Yeah, I don't think that that'll happen that fast. Let's see here. $11:30, $12:30, $1:30. So, yeah, it does look like it's going to take all day. I kind of figured that we wouldn't have opening statements till tomorrow, but a lot of people were hoping for today. You guys let me know. I'm totally fine if y'all want to stay until after they get back from their break and us continue to watch. I'm also okay if you want to go see what we got going on in Georgia. I don't know if it's a lunch break, Baca. I don't know. He said that they were coming back at 1:30. Film 1:30, that's about 8 minutes, right? Yeah, so it looks like they'll be back doing their statements pretty soon. Okay, so what about this? So, because I know some people would probably want to get into Georgia. What if we open up a room for Georgia, and those people that want to see Georgia, they can go in Georgia? I could set that room up, and then anybody that wants to continue to watch the jury selection process, they can stay in this room. What do you guys think about that situation? He said, I can see SD Surf Girl. Okay, so I'm getting the link for the Georgia case, and I am going to put it in the chat. I am going to open that room up and get that trial portion started. For individuals that are staying here to look at the Donna Adelson, I am going to continue on in regards to playing Wendy's testimony until they get back in court. Okay, guys? So let me get that set up for everybody.
If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says, regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what I
Different
said.
now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
Excuse me, we do a sidebar quick?
Very briefly.
Very briefly. Can I move some of this stuff?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Adelson, we've met before, right?
Yes,
We've met 2 or 3 times in our life, right?
that's correct.
We initially met in 2016 after the arrests of the killers in this case.
That's correct.
During that meeting, we had no conversation whatsoever about the substance of this case, right?
That's correct.
We met again in April of 2022 on the day that your brother was arrested, correct?
Correct.
You were at your parents' house and we were figuring out where he was, right?
That's right.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
They believe that you, along with your brother, along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those 3 killers, including Katie Magbanua. They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
Ms. Adelson, did you have anything to do with the murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markel?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit. I'm going to try to skip through stuff that's already been done. Growing up, you were pretty close with your parents.
Yes.
Fair to say they were middle class?
Yes,
You went to a public high school?
I did.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
But around a year or 2 before you went to college, your father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
You still went to a prestigious college up in Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
And then when it came time to go to law school, did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
Now, you got asked a lot of questions about divorce law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you specialize in?
Immigration.
All those filings, and we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
I did.
Did you draft them?
I didn't draft any pleadings.
That motion for contempt, she asked you if he could be put in jail. You have no idea, right?
I didn't remember whether that's what contempt meant, but
You were just seeking the court to enforce its previous order, right?
that's correct.
Now, remember you said that during these filings, this is the same exhibit, that you thought you talked about some other things and Ms. Kappelman said, nah, it's not in there. Remember that?
I do.
I'm gonna, can I borrow that binder? I'm going to draw your attention. This is State's Exhibit 56. I'm going to draw your attention to page 187. And I want you to read this paragraph for the jury.
Okay. The wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and filed her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as an abandonment of the family. At no time has the wife abandoned the children. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage, and she only moved out of the home because she knew the husband would not. The husband's statement of abandonment are unfounded and not supported by fact or law. He is simply having difficulty accepting her decision. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told several of her colleagues and friends that she must have mental health issues.
You can stop there.
Okay.
Do you remember telling Ms. Kappelman that you remember filing something like that?
Yes, I do.
You can set it aside. We're going to move on. When did you meet Professor Markel?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2004 when I went up to D.C. to interview for a job.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the relationship get serious?
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty quickly because it's a commitment to date someone long distance. So we started dating, and then I think over Thanksgiving, he came and spent Thanksgiving with my family. And by then it felt pretty serious.
Do you recall if you introduced him to Charlie?
I would have at that point. I don't remember introducing him before that time, but he would have met my whole family then.
What did Charlie think of Professor Markel?
I honestly don't remember his reaction, but
were they buddies?
No.
They really had nothing in common, right?
No, they had nothing in common.
Now, you got engaged pretty quickly. Is that fair to say?
We did, yep.
And I think you described how you ended up in Tallahassee, how you did your last year of law school in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you had 2 children.
We did.
During the marriage, did Professor Markel get along with your parents?
Yeah.
Now, skipping a little bit ahead, then we'll go back. Do you remember asking Ms. Kappelman asking you about your parents not liking Tallahassee and not having access to the kids in Tallahassee? Do you recall those questions?
I don't remember her asking whether my parents didn't like Tallahassee, but I remember her asking about access, like not having unfettered access to the kids.
And do you remember talking about how your parents were looking for real estate in Tallahassee?
Yeah, my parents were trying to buy a house here.
Do you recall that after you got divorced, they contacted a real estate agent named Tim Kelly to buy that house?
Yes.
During the course of your marriage, I think you said you were close to your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
How often did you speak to each other?
Maybe once a week or a couple times here and there.
Now, in all the years you lived in Tallahassee, is it fair to say that Charlie only came up 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, he came up for the birth of both boys, so definitely twice. And then I think he had an internship or a job in Alabama for a little while, so he came by then. But so maybe 3 times.
Now, you described that there came a time when you and Professor Markel started to have some marital issues.
That's right.
And some of these issues had to do with religion, correct?
Yes.
And some of them had to do with just the fact that you two were growing apart. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
But you got marriage counseling, right?
we did.
How long were you in marriage counseling for?
I think about 6 months, maybe.
Now, as close as you are with your mom, while in marriage counseling, did you tell her you were in marriage counseling?
I don't remember telling her I was in marriage counseling.
And until the end, did Charlie know that you were in marriage counseling?
I don't know if I talked to my family about being in counseling.
Do you recall a time when you and Charlie, you were down in South Florida and you told him that you were having marital problems?
I do.
And what was Charlie's reaction to that?
I mean, he was supportive of me. I remember him saying, life is short. So if you're unhappy, then, you can make a different choice.
Do you recall a dinner at the Melting Pot where you told Charlie that you had decided to file for divorce?
I do.
And when you told Charlie that you were going to file for divorce, did he have anger and hatred towards Professor Markel?
No.
Was he sad because he knew that this was going to affect his nephews?
I don't think he was really sad. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people wondered why I got married to Danny in the first place. And my friends were very supportive when I decided to end the marriage.
Now, you actually filed for divorce in September of 2012. Is that right?
That sounds right.
And when you filed for divorce, let me say this. When you left the home, I think that was discussed in the direct, Professor Markel was out of town, right?
He was. I called him and let him know that I had filed.
You're a non-confrontational person, right?
It is not my best quality, yes.
But you had been in marriage counseling for quite some time before you left the home, right?
Yes.
Before you left the home, did you have a place to live?
I did.
So there was some planning, correct?
Yes.
Charlie had nothing to do with those arrangements, right?
No.
And that's when you moved into the Aqua Ridge house?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. May I approach your honor?
You may.
Do you recognize the email addresses on this document?
I do.
Is that your email address in July of 2012?
It was my work email address, so that makes sense. That must have been my email.
Does this look like an email that you could have received from your mom?
It does. I don't remember this email, but it does look like an email I could have received.
Judge, I would move this into evidence as defense exhibit 1 at this time.
Is there an objection?
Objection, hearsay.
This is an email between your mom and you in July of 2012, right?
Yes.
And just pointing to just under paragraph 2, I just need to know that I can legally take my children and move to another location. There was concern that you wanted to make sure that you weren't.
Okay, guys. So it looks like they are back from their break and the defense is up with their jury selection questions. I am going to pause this. Well, I have paused this already with Wendy's testimony, and let me get us back into the courtroom so we can continue to see what the defense is going to be asking for jury selection. Okay.
Understand that. We're not trying to trick you. There are no right or wrong answers. We want to know what you believe. Now, during this process, would it be wrong of me if I were to ask you for your each individual own worldview? You know, we all have our own biases, resentments, beliefs. And I need to know, and I'm going to ask you to share with me, whether or not you're going to carry that with you into the jury box. Now, there's a concept that has gained momentum recently, and that is the concept of implicit bias. Does anyone here know what that is? No? Okay, well, I'm going to try to explain it briefly. Now, we all want to see ourselves as fair. Can we agree to that? Yes? Okay. We all want to believe that we're rational. Can we agree to that? Now, unfortunately, studies have shown that despite our best intentions, none of us are free from these biases. Implicit bias refers to unconsciously held beliefs that don't necessarily reflect our conscious belief. So, for example, you walked into the courtroom either Tuesday or Wednesday, and you saw a gentleman in a black robe. When we see someone like that, we can assume that they're a judge. And you made that decision pretty quickly. Is that correct? Okay. So what if you were to walk into a supermarket and there's a big burly guy with a long beard, clad in leather, and he's walking to a motorcycle? Let's see. Number 5, when you see that, do you see someone who's adventurous?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're on a motorcycle.
How about dangerous?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now, you're making a quick judgment when you see someone like that, right?
Yeah, that's an implicit bias, right?
I'm sorry?
That's kind of almost an implicit bias, right?
Yes, yes. Now, in that same token, you all walked in, whether it was yesterday, Tuesday, or today, and you look over at the defense table and you see my client, Mrs. Adelson, do you wonder to yourself, I wonder what she did? Number 2, you think to yourself, I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she is accused of doing?
I don't look that far into it. I mean, I don't know her from the next person, so I would just figure out the person.
Okay. What about number 9?
No, sir, I didn't have that question.
Well, which one did you ask yourself? I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she's accused of doing?
Neither.
Did anyone ask that question of themselves or say that to themselves? Number 23.
Yeah, I was wondering, what she is accused of.
Okay. I saw a paddle over here. Number 25. What did you think?
Yeah, like initially, I mean, it's just human nature to be curious. It's like, I wonder what this person wants.
Now, do any of you have anxiety or are claustrophobic that if you're in lengthy deliberations that you might want to just leave the jury room? Anyone at all? Now, going back to implicit bias briefly, does everyone here agree? Let's start on the first row, that you will make an effort to be conscious of implicit bias when you're considering the evidence in this case. Second row. Third row. Thank you. Now, when we were back in the jury room the last couple of days, some of you answered some of the questions. I think I might be able to, or I believe so. And you recall that we asked you to clarify that. First row. Okay. Why do you think we asked you that? Anyone?
Because sometimes, I'd say just about every day in our lives, we face bias because we have a perspective of what the world should be. And we can only deal with bias if we can consciously are aware of how we feel and what's going on around us.
Thank you. Does everyone agree with that response? I need verbal.
Yes.
Thank you. So if a witness were to say, I think I saw this, is that the same as them saying, I saw this?
No.
Another important point, and I'm going to go to number 6. If you are selected as a juror and you hear the evidence and testimony, you go back into the jury room, are you able to say to another juror, well, that witness didn't say that they saw it. They said that they thought that they saw it. Yeah. Or they didn't tell you what somebody said, but what they think they overheard. Yeah. You can point that out. Number 12. Could you do that as well?
That's my duty. That's why I'm here.
I'm sorry?
That's my duty. That's why I'm here.
Number 11.
Good.
Number 16. Yes?
Yes.
Number 17.
Yes.
Ms. Kappelman covered the leader, so some of what I was going to cover has already been addressed. So I'm not going to repeat it, and certainly not here to waste your time. Number 23, would you say that you're naturally skeptical?
Yes.
Okay, when I ask that, what do you think that I mean?
Like, today's going to be a great day. And sometimes you're like, yeah, this something can go wrong. You better not, put all your eggs in one basket, so to say, and think everything's going to be great. You have to be open and know things can go wrong.
Do you question when somebody says something to you? Would you question whether or not they're being honest?
Yes.
How do you determine whether or not they're being honest with you?
The normal things, look a person in the eye, if they're fidgeting in their seat or, not able to stay still or, they have conflicting statements or whatever.
Let's see. Number 19. Would you agree with that? Are you skeptical? Are you naturally skeptical?
Depends on the situation.
Give us an example.
Oh, well, like he said, if it's gonna be a great day, I have to keep an open mind because I have no idea if it's gonna be a great day or not.
You trailed off at the end.
I have no idea if it's gonna be a great day or not.
Are you hopeful?
Not really.
Today might be a bad example. Now, you previously served on a jury. You said it was in California?
Correct.
Things are a little bit different out there?
A little bit, yeah.
In trials, I mean.
Well, the way you guys did this time is different. I'm assuming it's because it's sensitive information, so.
You said that you didn't want to have to do it again. Is that
Right.
accurate?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a bad experience?
No, I was not, I don't know, it was different than I was thinking, but it wasn't like horrible.
Let's see. Number 13. How do you avoid misunderstandings with people?
Through conversation.
Can you give us some techniques?
Primarily through asking questions to not only hear what they're saying, but then to get at what they're intending to communicate as well, both verbally and then non-verbally.
So it's important to listen.
Yes.
Number 14. Do you agree? Any other examples of how to avoid misunderstandings? Anyone at all? I'm going to call it yes, number 16.
Being aware of what you've actually been told versus what assumptions you're making.
I couldn't hear you.
Being
Sorry.
aware of what information you've actually received versus what assumptions you've made.
Okay, so avoiding assumptions. Okay. Number 12, I saw your.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it's good to confirm your understanding of what someone has said, if that's possible.
So in other words, repeating back what somebody has said to you to confirm that you understood it the way they intended.
Exactly.
Number 23. I'm sorry, number 11.
Yes, sir.
When you were falsely arrested, how did you feel about the criminal justice system?
I was a bit irritated with it at the time.
Okay. How long did it take to correct?
About 3 weeks in total. I was bailed out immediately, so I only spent about 8 hours in a holding cell, but about 3 weeks of back and forth before I was fully cleared.
It's actually pretty quickly.
I thought so, but I was rather persistent.
Number 23, you agreed that that was a pretty quick turnaround?
Oh, yes, yes.
By a show of hands, does anyone think that the state could make a mistake? Yes. What about law enforcement? What about the state's theory of a case? Does anyone think that the state can be wrong in their theory of what happened?
Yes.
Did anyone not raise their hand? 23?
Oh, no.
Oh,
I raised my
okay.
hand.
Just making sure. Now, does anyone know people who keep large amounts of cash on hand? That's number 26. Do they have a distrust of the banking system?
Yes.
Now, I know at least my generation, my grandparents and my great-grandparents certainly had a distrust of the banking system. The Great Depression, people lost everything, right? I think we're starting to get into a point where I might not be able to relate with some people. So, number 6, do you think that it would be inappropriate or illegal for someone to keep large amounts of cash? Number 24. Have you ever made or received a personal call while you were around other people? What did you do so that those individuals didn't hear your conversation?
Usually asked to be excused.
You walk away?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
What if you couldn't walk away? How do you convey what you're trying to convey?
Then I usually ask if I can call back to the person.
So you would either try to walk away or you would continue the conversation another time.
Right.
What if neither one of those were options? Would you
well,
be vague?
Yeah, because if I'm trying to get, especially if I'm working, a lot of times I couldn't take a phone call, so I wouldn't answer it. So
What if the person that you're with is the one who gets the call or makes the call? How do you know what's discussed?
you can, a lot of times hear what they're talking about.
Well, what if you can't hear? They walk out and you can't hear. Do you know what's discussed?
No.
Now, if the person comes back and tells you what was discussed, do you know whether or not that was true?
No.
By a show of hands, has anyone ever said something that they regretted? Thank you. I know that nobody, and correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody here has ever worked in law enforcement, correct? Okay. Has anyone received any courses or done any type of law enforcement training? Even those that were in the military. Number 13.
Yes, somewhat.
Can you tell us?
It would have to be a sidebar.
Okay.
Due to the nature.
Understood. Anyone else? What about private security, private investigation? Anyone? Does anyone here like to travel? Got a few that don't. You don't like to travel? Number 9?
No, sir.
Okay. For those of us who like to travel, let me pick on somebody. Who raised their hand? Number 25. Is it generally less expensive to stay in an Airbnb or a hotel for a lengthy trip?
I guess it depends on the area, but I guess recently Airbnbs kind of seem to be cheaper.
Now, there were a few people, and I didn't see the hands that have been involved in a divorce. Actually, number 11, you've been divorced?
Divorced?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have young children at the time?
I did.
But was it amicable?
It was.
Anyone not have an amicable divorce who's been divorced? Okay. Did you say things about your ex or soon-to-be ex that you didn't really believe?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, it was pretty cordial.
Oh, it's pretty cordial. Okay.
For me on my side.
Oh, on your side.
I was pretty nice.
What about the other side?
Yeah,
Not quite as much?
I wouldn't know.
Do you know how she spoke about you during the divorce?
Yeah.
Was it nice?
No.
And that same note, by a show of hands, has anyone ever spoken poorly or said mean things about somebody else? Pretty much everyone. Does that mean that you hated the person? Anyone? The fact that there are no paddles up tells me that doesn't mean they hated them.
I think it means we're just mad at the time.
Thank you. By a show of hands or paddles, has anyone jumped to a conclusion before? You hesitated.
Well, I don't like to admit, but I suppose I have.
We're human. We tend to do that. It's not just analytics. We also have emotions that come into play. And that's how we interpret things, right? Now, for all of us who have jumped to conclusions, was our initial conclusion always correct? No. By a show of hands, has anyone had a knee-jerk reaction? Said something in that moment? Pretty much everybody? Okay. Number 7, did you later realize that you misinterpreted what was said? You're human. By a show of hands, has anyone ever planned a party?
Okay, so they are going to approach over here, guys. How do y'all think the defense is doing in regards to this one? Do you think they're asking the right questions? I think back there when they're talking to the judge, they're saying the ones that they are able to strike without any cause, like they just don't want. And if, depending on how many they do, the judge may start questioning additional potential jurors. So we'll see. Are we getting closer to our 12 and 3 alternates? Will we have opening statements today? Who knows? Who knows? Boy, oh boy, oh boy, what a trial. Like, even when they named off the names for people to know, when the judge was like, well, do you know this person? Do you know this person? Do you know this person? They just should have said, do you know any person with the last name of Adelson? Right? Like, because that could be a deep reach. Let's see. They're back.
Now, I'm a visual person. So I wanted to list out some things that I wanted to talk to you about. So we're going to start with some definitions and concepts that I want to see how you interpret it. We're going to talk about the presumption of innocence, the burden of proof, jailhouse snitches, and we're also going to talk about some of the legal concepts that you're going to be asked to determine. Now, I think we've made it pretty clear. The law is going to be coming from the bench. I want to make sure that you can follow the law and that you understand what you're supposed to be doing. So I'm going to call on somebody new. Number 18. Can you tell us what a presumption is?
When you are making an assumption.
Is it an assumption? Now, it's just like the presumption of proof of innocence. You're not making an assumption there, are you? It's something that you believe up until a point, right? Does everyone agree with that? So, for example, you're supposed to presume that Mrs. Adelson is innocent up to the point if the state can prove their case beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? What is beyond a reasonable doubt? We're going to get to that. Now, Ms. Kappelman already talked a little bit about what direct evidence is and what circumstantial evidence is, right? Does anyone feel like we need to go over that again? Number 17? Yep. Okay. Now, something else that came up. The state indicated a moment ago that evidence comes from the state, indicated their table. Evidence actually comes from the witness stand and in the form of exhibits, things that are presented to you. It's important for you to understand what I say, what Ms. Fulford says, what either the prosecutors say isn't evidence. It's argument. Number 20. You understand that?
Yes.
Number 14? Or, yes. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So if you interpret evidence different than we argue, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it.
I'm sorry?
Discuss it.
And you're going to discuss it back in the jury room. Good. Does everyone agree with him?
Yes.
Getting,
Yes, sir.
I have one confused look. Number 19. So if you interpret something different than what the state or defense argue it to be, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it, like you said. We agree with.
How do you determine whether or not the state's right or the defense is right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Can anyone offer any suggestions? Yes.
Asked to review the testimony.
What else?
Reviewing it.
I'm sorry.
Evidence.
Okay, so look at the evidence again.
To that point also, the court will give you specific instructions on how to weigh the evidence when we reach that point. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, presumption of innocence, we touched on it briefly. It's important. You must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. As we sit here today, you've heard no evidence. Mrs. Adelson is innocent. The presumption stays with her as to each material allegation in the indictment, unless it's overcome by evidence. So by things that you're going to get up there, beyond and the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Does everyone agree with that legal concept? Shaking the heads, yes, thank you. It's the state's burden to prove that. So a few moments ago, I asked if anyone could define reasonable doubt. It's kind of, there's a definition. The judge is going to give it to you. We'll probably go over it throughout different points in the trial. But I find it easier to use some examples. Because presuming someone is innocent is not how our mind usually works. So let's see. Number 5. Let's say this morning on your way in, you're pulling to the parking garage and you see a motorcycle cop pulling somebody over. What do you think? What do you think happened?
You presume they broke some type of traffic law or something.
You don't think to yourself, I wonder why that cop pulled that innocent person over, do you? Did anyone think that? Thank you. You probably thought, glad it wasn't me. That guy was speeding. That's the way our minds normally work. You see someone get pulled over, you're like, oh, they ran a red light, they were speeding. And as I said earlier, you may have done that when you walked into the courtroom this morning. Now, just because you think that way doesn't mean you're not qualified to serve on the jury. But it does mean that we can't have that kind of thinking interfere with part of your deliberative process. Does anyone here think that because law enforcement arrested Mrs. Adelson and the state has decided to charge her, and that we've got all the way here to trial, does that make you think that she is guilty in any way? And I'm going to start with number 22. Does that make you think that she's guilty in any way?
In a way.
In a way?
In a way. Because why the state wastes a lot of resources, time, and money to convict someone that might not be guilty?
Does anyone agree with number 22? Anyone else?
To an extent.
I'm sorry?
To an extent.
To an extent? What do you mean?
It wouldn't, in my mind, make sense for the state to spend, I'm assuming at this point, maybe 10, 11 years going after a person that they didn't believe was guilty, or that they had no reason to go after a person for that long.
Thank you for your honesty. Does anyone else agree with that perspective?
I don't think that it necessarily makes her guilty verdict, but I do think that to make it to trial at this point, there has to, at some point in our legal system, been enough substantial evidence or witness testimony or things that they found for it to be got to this point and not run out along the way. It's like, hey, there's not enough here. So there's something, but the burden of that, again, is on the jury to figure that out.
So with that in mind, is that belief that you have, is that something that you're going to carry into the jury room?
I think it's a belief that I carry into the jury room that we have to listen to that evidence and decide if it's credible or not. And that's why you have a jury.
But I guess it was a poorly worded question. The fact that you believe that it's gotten this far, does that gives you some idea that Mrs. Adelson is guilty?
Not that necessarily, like I said, not that she's guilty verdict, but that there's credibility to some evidence that potentially may point that way, which is why we're sitting here today.
Okay.
I wouldn't just assume that it's just all ours.
Would you say that you're pro law enforcement?
Sure.
So law enforcement conducts an investigation. They believe that they have probable cause. They make an arrest. You give that some weight.
Yeah.
You also said earlier that they could be wrong. How do we determine if they're wrong?
By what we're doing right now.
And just to be clear, the defense doesn't have to prove anything to you.
Right.
Okay. Does anyone think that it's not fair that the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence and testimony that the defense doesn't have to do anything? So let's go continue with the discussion.
Hold on one moment. Juror 26, Heather Powell.
I was just gonna say that, somebody accused me of something, I'd want to speak up and say whether I did it or not, because I want to defend myself. And I want that opportunity to say, yes, I did it, or no, I didn't.
And that's fair. Now, concept in our legal system is a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. The judge is going to instruct you that if my client chooses not to testify, you can't hold that against her. Can you follow that instruction?
No, yes, definitely, yeah, just personally, I think that, there should be some kind of response, but you're obviously the response for this.
Certainly. And I think that's human nature, that if someone says, well, you did this, we want to speak up and defend ourselves. But in a courtroom in this country, defendant doesn't have to do that.
I think there's a time and place to speak up about things.
I don't disagree. Are you going to hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she doesn't testify?
Absolutely not.
Would anyone here hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she chooses not to testify? So let's go back to what beyond a reasonable doubt means. I'm going to give you another example. We've been in here for a while. There are no windows to the outside. So we walk outside when we're done, and the sidewalk and the road is wet. Is it reasonable to think that a fire truck drove down the road and sprayed everything to get it wet? Anyone thinks that's reasonable? No. That's not reasonable. In that context, can somebody volunteer what would be reasonable?
It rained.
Wait, we're in Florida. Does that happen?
Every day.
So we're defining what is reasonable. Does reasonable mean likely to happen? Is that what the judge is going to instruct you? Number 2. So would you disagree with the statement that proof beyond a reasonable doubt means most likely to happen?
No, it's not most likely to happen. There's rarely like a case where it has every single aspect of evidence to it to fully convict someone.
You know, I've been using these examples for a long time, and I think this is the first time that I haven't had to come back and say no, because most people would agree with likely. Standard is not most likely. It's not probably. It's not most convincing. So there are different levels of proof. And I think that you heard either the judge or Ms. Kappelman at some point talk about this. So at the bottom of the scale is reasonable suspicion. That's what's typically enough for an arrest. Or, I'm sorry, enough for an officer to stop someone, pat them down. Probable cause is what's necessary to get a warrant. Okay, so now where on that scale we are, who knows? But that's enough to get a warrant, enough to arrest somebody. You got preponderance of the evidence, which is a civil standard. It's more likely than not. And you have clear and convincing evidence. That is what's required for the state to take your children from you. And at the top of that scale, beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That's the standard. So when you think about the state's burden of proof, how do you think about that from an operational standpoint? What is the state required to do? So let's go back to the chart. Who have I not called on? Number 8. Is the standard that you're going to be carrying forward into that jury room the side which convinces me the most?
No, your side doesn't have to convince me of anything. It's only the state that needs to provide evidence.
Can both the state and the defense make arguments that you disagree with?
Oh, sure. Everyone makes arguments.
That you believe the evidence does not support?
They could, yeah.
What are you going to do at that point?
Reconsider the evidence, deliberate with my peers.
And if the state has only proved something probable or possible, what are you going to do?
Well, it really needs to, I got to get the abiding conviction of guilt. So I really need to feel that conviction that your client would be guilty after seeing all the evidence and testimony.
But that's exactly my point. If the state doesn't do that, you stop. It's not guilty. You understand that?
Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah.
So in the definition, one of the words that you're going to see in there is exclusion. The state has to exclude every reasonable doubt. They have to eliminate it. Does anyone here at all, start on the first row, believe that they're going to have a hard time holding the state to their burden? They have to exclude every reasonable doubt. Anyone in the first row? Second row.
So when you say that, you mean that the state has to discount every other possible, like exclude to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt? Like prove to me that it's not possible?
No. Don't use the word possible.
Okay.
So if in argument, the defense were to say, give alternatives or a different explanation, and you believe that to be a reasonable doubt, if the state doesn't exclude that, then what is your response going to be?
Okay,
Does that make sense?
gotcha, thank you.
Does everyone understand that? I can make it real easy.
Before you go to the next.
No, I can go past it. Yeah. Not to the next slide yet. Okay, so one of the things that the court's going to instruct you is that a reasonable doubt arises from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. So this is another place where I like to use a hypothetical. And for this one, we're going to adopt the bank robbery hypothetical that Ms. Kappelman was talking about earlier. So the hypothetical is someone goes in and robs a bank. Witnesses identify the defendant. There's obviously surveillance video showing somebody that is consistent with the defendant's features. So
Please approach.
So they back there telling the judge who they do not want. Well, y'all say bye-bye to number 22. We have to see if number 22 makes the cut, right? We shall see. Look at her with her little headphones on. Let's see what the judge got to say.
We are going, or excuse me, prospective jurors, we're just going to take a brief break for the moment, give you an opportunity to stand up and stretch your legs if you need to. I recognize that we are going through this process and it has been lengthy. If you need to stretch or take a moment to do so, you have the opportunity right now. 5 minutes. Be quick.
Let's see what we're going to do here. It's like as soon as I take us out of the courtroom and put us back to Wendy's examination, of course, you know that they are going to go back in jury selection mode, right? So what do you guys think in regards to the questions that the defense was asking? I thought he was going through the trial right now with the PowerPoints and all that extra stuff coming out. I'm like, wow, he for real. He is definitely for real. So this is where we left off in regards to Wendy's testimony. I'll put this up. This way we can continue to listen to her testimony, and this will give us some kind of comparison on what she may and may not do for Donna's case, right? You know, I'm also kind of have my little antennas up because, you know, I think that Wendy's testimony on direct in Charlie's trial was the most interesting. And it's also going to be like that in Donna's trial. Like the cross, you know, his lawyer is just trying to bring out perfect things, right? So, but the direct is what's real important in Wendy's testimony in Charlie's trial. And I believe that's going to be the same in Donna's. So I'll have the screen up. So whenever they go back into the courtroom, there's still a little hope and time, right? So it's 2:30. No, maybe we don't have any hope or time. I was thinking if they were finished with jury selection by no later than 3 o'clock, that would give them 2 hours for opening statements. It does look like they're going to go over that time frame, but let's see if we can at least get our jury selected, and that way we know we are definitely starting opening statements at the top of the AM tomorrow. So we'll see. I'll have it on my back screen just to keep an eye on it, guys. But here we go. I'm going to go ahead and play this one.
Breaking the law, right?
Correct.
What can I legally remove from the house to the new location? There was concern that you wanted to do everything within the law, right?
Correct.
Now, we've heard a lot about this TV already. So let's just clear this up right now. Charlie bought you the TV, right?
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the TV from Best Buy, right?
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
And people like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV, it's got to be registered to your name, right?
I think so.
Do you know if the Geek Squad was registered to your mom and dad?
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that. Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
He never told you he actually looked into hiring a hitman, right?
No.
Did you think he was serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase. They have you guys as co-conspirators. They think you did a murder together, right?
I think so. That's what they believe.
If you did a murder together, why would you have blurred out a statement like that?
I clearly would not.
Do you know if Charlie repeated that joke in March of 2014 when you went to Yardbirds with Jeff Lacoste?
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
Do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
During your divorce, you spoke to your mom daily, probably, right?
I would usually call my parents on my way to drop kids at school. We'd have a short conversation. So that sounds right.
And it's fair to say that your parents were involved in some of the decisions that you were making in the divorce. You were asking their advice.
For some of the time.
Did you often speak with Charlie about what was happening in the divorce?
Not too much, no.
But fair to say Charlie was supportive of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was always supportive of me.
Is Charlie kind of self-centered?
I don't think so.
At the time of your divorce, though, he had a lot going on in his life.
I mean, his life was going great. He had a great business. He always had lots of girls. He had friends.
The divorce was settled in July of 2013.
Correct.
How did you feel after it was settled?
I felt better. I felt a sense of relief that we could just move on with our lives.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about this relocation issue. Isn't it true that your attorney told you that there was very little chance for you to win that motion?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you working in Tallahassee? Let's go backwards, actually. In 2007, when you were married, where were you working in Tallahassee?
At that time, I would have been working at the FSU Center for Human Rights.
And you were lobbying for anti-human trafficking legislation?
I was primarily representing victims of human trafficking, but I did a little bit of lobbying too.
But the funding for your job ran out and you lost your job, right?
Yeah.
Okay. At the time of the divorce, you had gotten a job at FSU. What was that job?
At the time of the divorce, I was adjunct teaching a few classes at the law school, and I had a number of different jobs at FSU, but by that point, I was probably running something called a medical legal partnership, where I would work with the law school, the medical school, and the social work school to help the students work together to try to help solve legal problems that clients had.
Did you like that job?
I did, yeah.
So if you liked the job so much, why were you looking to relocate?
I mean, relocation was not a big issue for me. I probably never would have thought of it. A friend suggested it to me that it might be helpful. Maybe I would get more time with the kids if I could relocate. But I wasn't really focused on it. I didn't think it would happen, and I was pretty happy being at my job.
Now, you were a non-tenured clinical professor in that job, right?
That's right.
It meant that you could lose the job at any time. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And you were had a lot of responsibilities, now being divorced, even more responsibilities with the kids.
Sure.
And you were offered a job at a prestigious law firm in Miami. Is that fair to say?
I was, yes.
And that job was going to have a pretty big salary increase.
Yes.
And it was going to give you an opportunity for more stability. Fair enough?
Yeah.
You were also going to have the benefit of family
Sure.
in South Florida who could help you with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Now, even with this relocation request, was it ever your intention for Professor Markel to be absent from your boy's life?
Never, no.
Okay. When you lost the relocation motion, I think it's fair to say that your mom and dad were pretty upset.
That's right.
It's fair to say that your mom came up with some crazy ideas.
Totally bonkers. Yes.
We saw the email about conversion of the kids, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you ever do any of that?
No.
So you never dressed the kids up, you never baptized them, you never took a picture of them?
No.
Okay. Did your mom keep bugging you to do any of that stuff?
No, I think it was just one crazy email.
By the way, in all of these emails, did your mom ever tell you to do something violent
No.
to Professor Markel?
No.
Was there ever any discussion of threats of violence in any way?
No, never.
Mr. Rashbaum, I'm going to permit you to ask one more question, and from there, we're going to go into recess for the evening, but your examination of the witness will go into tomorrow.
Have you ever heard of the Prof's blog?
Sure.
Remember those questions that Ms. Kappelman asked you about how people could know about Danny traveling on the weekend of his murder? Remember those questions?
I do, yes.
Would it surprise? What is the Prof's blog?
It was a blog that Danny started with some friends to talk about the law and legal theories and to kind of have conversations in space with other law professors.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 2. And this will be quick, Your Honor. I promise.
I was going to say, we went from 1 to 5 real quick.
It'll be quick.
Please show your exhibit to the witness.
Does this look like a posting from the Prof's blog?
It does, yes.
Judge, I admit Defense Exhibit 2 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objection to the state?
I'd like to take a look at it first, Your Honor.
Okay, you go.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Go ahead. You don't have to approach. We're going to handle this without the jurors.
I'll ask it one last question, and then we can, if you would, we can handle.
One means one, not
One means one. Do you know if Professor Markel would frequently post his travel schedule on his Prof's blog?
He would post it on his Prof's blog and on his Facebook.
That's my one question, Your Honor.
So that's Wendy's testimony, right? In regards to the headphones, Cynthia, that is because Donna has something going on with her hearing, if you're talking about Donna. And they are back in court, so I'm gonna get that back pulled up for us. Our defense guy with his sharp, he got on a sharp suit today. He back up there. He got his bulletin up there and everything. So let's see if they're gonna get to this jury. But I definitely don't think that we'll do opening statements today. They'll be Friday, most likely. But if they do decide to do it, we're already in the courtroom, so we'll be the first to know, right? That makes that awesome. All right, guys, let's see what we have.
evidence. And so the hypothetical, the bank robbery, someone goes in, witnesses identify the defendant from the stand, video evidence shows the defendant on the surveillance. Closing argument, the defense attorney gets up and argues that the state didn't put on any evidence to show that it wasn't the defendant's twin brother. How do you know it wasn't his twin? What kind of doubt would that be? Let's go to number 20. What kind of doubt would that be? Does anyone agree with her? Number 23, you grimaced. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep confusing these two. The chart's different. Number 11.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know.
That's speculative. There's been no evidence the defendant has a twin. Now, the defendant took the stand in that case, testified that he has an identical twin brother who is a bank robber, and oh, by the way, I have an alibi. Now it's evidence. You understand the difference? Yes? Okay. That is a doubt which attaches to the evidence from the witness stand that was admitted during the trial. Reasonable doubt. Now, what would the state have to do about that reasonable doubt in order to convict that defendant? They'd have to exclude that doubt which attaches to the evidence.
His fingerprints versus his brother's.
We're going to get there. Thank you. So let's go back to that hypothetical. In the surveillance video, and the witnesses testify that the robber is wearing a mask, so no one can identify him. Whose fault is that? Is that the state's fault? Number 8, is that the state's fault?
He's wearing a mask.
Yeah. They can't prove who it is. Whose fault is it?
The burden would be on the state.
Right. So there's no identification. So the lack of identification is what? Reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that same hypothetical. You got a mask. Robber's not wearing gloves, and he touches the table. He touches the glass door. You can see all that in the surveillance video. It goes to your fingerprint question. But reasonable doubt can arise from the lack of evidence. In this hypothetical, the detectives never bothered to dust for prints. Would everyone agree that that would be a lack of evidence which bears on a material element of the offense, identity? Would everyone agree to that? And that the state has failed to exclude that by not gathering the evidence. Does anyone disagree with that? Now, go back to the same hypothetical. Surveillance video shows that the robber is on his phone. The witnesses tell law enforcement that the robber was talking to somebody. Law enforcement later seizes that robber's phone, but they never search it to determine if there was a text or call made. Would everyone agree that there's a lack of evidence there?
Yes.
Another way the reasonable doubt can arise is based on a conflict in the evidence. In the hypothetical that I just gave you, can someone identify any potential conflicts? Can you?
Not off the top of my head.
What if they were to dust the table or glass or fingerprints, but it's not conclusive.
What if the guy was somebody who visited the place earlier and could be seen doing the exact same thing?
Now the state, before we move on, does everyone agree that witnesses that are going to come and take the stand are not perfect, they're not actors? Does anyone expect to see what you would see if you watch a TV program or a movie? Number 13, you were smiling.
I am. I think before stepping into this whole process, there's an idea in your head that's put in there by culture on what it all looks like. But when you step in, it kind of is shattered when you go into the jury selection process right away. So, yeah, it's the difference between make-believe and reality.
And this is what?
This is reality, not entertainment.
Judge is going to instruct you on how to weigh the credibility of witnesses. Now, the state brought up a point, this is something that happened 11 years ago. Does anyone think that if someone doesn't have an accurate memory, that that's something that's going to matter here? Number 22. That's going to matter?
If the person doesn't have accurate memory, yeah, it would be matter because if you will distort the whole information on the evidence you're going to provide to the jury. Sorry, say the last part. Say that the information that you can provide to the juror will not be accurate.
How do you determine if someone is giving you an accurate answer? Would you compare it to the other evidence?
You cannot really tell.
I'm sorry.
So you cannot really tell unless you have the videotape or something that you can go back and review.
One of the instructions the judge is going to give you is you can believe or disbelieve any testimony from any witness. Okay? Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit about co-defendants. I'm going to talk about something else. Informants. I call them jailhouse snitches. Why would a jailhouse snitch cooperate with the state? I'm going to call on somebody I haven't called on yet. I think I've called on everybody. Number one, what would motivate a jailhouse snitch?
Special treatment?
Okay. Like what?
I don't know. What kind of amenities can they give? Maybe less time or comfort?
In evaluating the testimony of an informant or a snitch, should you consider what benefit they got in determining whether or not they're being truthful? Number 8, I saw you shaking your head or nodding.
Well, I mean, somebody can be getting a kickback and be telling the truth at the same time.
What do you mean?
I mean, they could have seen something bad happen and get a reduction in the sentence for telling on them. It doesn't mean that the person did something bad or did not do something bad.
So they could get the benefit, but it doesn't mean that what they're saying isn't truthful?
Yeah, I mean, they could be lying or telling the truth. Just because they got, a benefit or anything doesn't weigh on that other side of the equation in my mind.
So they in the back again. In the back again. So maybe we're getting closer. I guess I'm assuming that they will be in court at the regular scheduled time, right? Regardless if they have a jury or not. But gosh, these questions, boy, oh boy, I feel like we already at the trial without the opening statements. Like the jury knows what they're going to be facing, right? I mean, we don't get to see these processes that often. That's why I wanted to take the opportunity to review it and look at it as it's real live. Like, I think I only have caught jury selection maybe twice where I hear the questions and what they're being asked and how they're being excluded and how they strike them and different things like that. So this is very entertaining, at least to myself. I'm glad others are finding it entertaining also. But wow. Oh, wow. That's all I can say is wow, oh, wow. Wow, we as in my Raymond voice. I love everyone loves Raymond. Let's see. What we have here. Okay, I'm gonna put them back up. Here they go. Donna says she don't want them jurors. She says she don't want none of them. Tell them all to go back home. Tell them all to go back home. I don't want them. I don't like none of them.
Going back on the topic of informants or snitches, we had one opinion that just because they testify doesn't necessarily mean that they're being dishonest or honest. Okay, so we don't know. How do you determine whether they're being honest or dishonest?
The other evidence is presented as well as their body language.
You got to weigh what they're saying against the other evidence, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you were to learn that the state can offer a benefit to an informant or a snitch, and it could be financial, could be favorable treatment, or anticipation of favorable treatment. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? And I'm going to go number 7. Is that fair or unfair?
6.5, 7.
Number 6. Number 5.
Probably 5. I find it either fair or unfair, depends on the situation.
Number 22. It'd be balanced.
Yeah.
Number 4. Yes. Number 24.
5.
5. Number 2.
Would you repeat that question?
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? If you were to learn that the state compensated or gave a benefit to an informant.
That would be fair.
Okay. Number 1.
Scale of 1 to 10?
Yes.
6.
Number 8.
initially I feel like it's unfair, but when you think about it, no one does anything for free, and there's going to be a lot of risk to, you know, coming out against a lot of folks that also could be in jail.
So it's a balance.
Yeah, it's a risk versus reward, and I think the higher the reward, the more of a risk someone is willing to take for that reward.
Does everyone agree with that?
Oh, yeah.
Getting a lot of head nods. Okay. Number 9.
I'd say it's about equal, 5.
23.
I agree with mostly what he said. If it's,
Are you referring to number 8, sir?
yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Number 11.
I'm a 5.
Number 12.
I'm gonna have to say 4.
Number 13.
I think I'm in the 4 or 5 range.
Number 14.
I think I'm like a 7. I think it's fair.
I'm sorry?
I'm like a 7. I think it's fair.
Number 25.
I'd say it's a 4 because the state then has more influence to pressure, whereas the other side would not have that same advantage.
Number 20. Can't read my own handwriting. Ma'am.
I'm 25. I think you said she was 25.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yes.
I'm
Thank you.
About a 5.
About a 5?
Yeah.
20? 19?
5.
18?
Is it legal?
It's legal.
Then it's fair.
Number 17?
Go with 7 as well.
16?
It'd be hard for me to say, just that general circumstance really depend case by case.
Just a moment. Does anyone think that the defense should have the same benefit there? The defense can do that as well? No? I'm sorry?
Could you explain what you mean?
Could the defense offer a benefit to a witness? If I were to tell you that we can't. Number 24. Is that fair that we can't do that?
I know that cannot.
Right. Is that fair?
I don't know. I just know it's the law. You cannot.
Right. Number 14.
I think it's fair because the burden's on them to prove their case.
Fair. Now, has anyone here heard that a description of the role of a juror as having a duty to deliberate about the facts? Anyone? Getting some slight head nods. And once you decide the facts, you apply the law to those facts. What does deliberate mean? Let's see. Number 19, what does deliberate mean?
Discuss the facts of the case with the fellow jurors.
You trailed off at the end, I'm sorry.
Discuss the case with the fellow jurors in the jury room.
Does everyone agree with that? What does it take to deliberate? Do you think carefully? Consult with each other? Getting some head nods? Does anyone here, bless you, anyone ever just engage in a family discussion around the dinner table? Show of hands. Are there informal rules for that? Number 7. What are the rules at your house?
Well, my dinner table has a 8-year-old, 6-year-old, and 2-year-old. So right now the big rule is don't talk over your siblings, and everybody gets to tell their part. Everybody gets a voice and gets to be heard.
And I've had children that age before. It can be somewhat difficult to wrangle them. How do you encourage them to follow those rules?
Sometimes with stern authority, but most of the time with the illustration of, hey, you want everyone to listen to you when you're talking, so you need to be quiet while your sister talks. I try to model that for them myself too.
So you redirect them. Sometimes you got to be stern, but you try to redirect them, and you try to use your own methods of showing them an example. Now, for those of us who have older children, let's see. Number 11. I know what it's like to have 4 children. How did you determine whether the family discussion was successful?
Well, I guess if we were all still speaking to each other, after the discussion took place, was a success in my house.
I can relate. Now, would it be accurate to say that the end result, the conclusion that is reached, coincided with your initial conclusion?
Not necessarily.
Now, if you felt strongly that your way was the right way, would you be capable of standing up to them and saying, I believe this, I hear you, I respect you, but I disagree?
Absolutely. And that's exactly how it was in my household. You have the right to your opinion as well. And let's all try to understand each other and respect each other in that regard.
So in other words, can you accept that sometimes we just don't reach an agreement?
Absolutely.
Now, number 6. I think you touched on this a little bit earlier, but if you are engaged in that conversation and you disagree with everybody else's conclusion, but it's 6 o'clock on a Friday and you're hungry, are you going to change your opinion so you could go get something to eat? I don't think so. Does everyone remember why that statement causes me concern? Are you going to change your opinion? Anyone here willing to change their opinion if they believe that their interpretation is correct? Anyone? Getting crickets.
I'll change my opinion if the evidence suits it. My opinion's not set in stone or anything.
Well, let's back up a little bit. If you believe strongly after having this discussion that you're right, are you going to change your opinion so that everybody can go home?
I mean, there'd be a lot of peer pressure. I could see that, but I mean, me personally, my opinion goes out in the publication on all kinds of stuff because we stake our reputation on that as PhDs. So only good concrete facts really change my opinion.
So short answer would be no, you wouldn't change your opinion.
No.
Would anyone change their opinion so that they could go home? I'm getting shake. Okay, great. Are there topics that you should not discuss when you're back in the jury room? Anyone want to volunteer an example?
Anything you may have heard secondhand inadvertently through somebody, work, home.
What about whether the defendant should testify? Is that something that you should discuss back there? What does it mean if the defendant doesn't testify? You discuss that. Number 7, should you discuss that the prosecutor decided to charge Mrs. Adelson? Well, you said earlier that if we've gotten this far, that it means something, right? Should that be something that you discuss?
No, I just think that's something that gets us to the trial. The only thing we're discussing is what happens in the trial.
Does it matter what clothing I wear or my client wears? Is that something that you should discuss back there? Okay. Trying to find somebody to pick on for this. Number 13. Can you give me a definition of something that's, an example of circular reasoning?
It's an argument that plays back upon itself. So the argument is used as the evidence or proof that the argument is true.
I'm going to give you an example too. I like that. I don't think everyone's going to agree with me on this, but good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys or gals. Therefore, law enforcement officers are good, or I'm sorry, let me back up. Good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys. I'm a law enforcement officer. Therefore, I don't make mistakes. Circular?
I agree with that.
It's not accurate, is it? Do we want to avoid that type of reasoning when you're deliberating? Anyone disagree with that? Does anyone think that law enforcement officer who testifies should be believed over somebody who's not a law enforcement officer?
No.
Anyone? Number 17?
No.
No?
No.
When you're back there, would you be deliberating if you automatically accepted as truthful without the exercise of any skepticism the testimony of a law enforcement officer? Number 17.
Ask me again, please.
Would you automatically believe testimony of a law enforcement officer without exercising any skepticism?
No.
You wouldn't be deliberating, would you? You're just accepting what they tell you. You got to question what is said to you, what is presented. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Does anyone disagree with that? Just going to accept what is presented by the witnesses. Anybody? Good. Now, I'm going to go back to you, number 8. When you're deliberating, you have concluded your conversations. You believe that you're right. You said that you're capable of standing your ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what about the reverse? You go back there, you believe steadfast in your position, but then somebody else adds something that you hadn't considered. Are you going to then consider that as part of your deliberative process?
Yeah, that's the whole goal. Sure.
One of the instructions that you'll get from the court says that you should use your common sense. It's common sense a process or is it a result? Let's see, who do I want to use for this one? Number 2.
Well, I say it's a process.
And so if common sense is a process, should you automatically accept the state's conclusions without discussing it? What should you do?
I mean, common sense might be common, but it's not always the answer. So you could have something different. So you have to be skeptical of everything. Even common sense can be wrong sometimes. So.
Are you capable of saying if someone's common sense result, their process leads them to one conclusion, but your common sense process leads you to another? How do you resolve that? Or can it be?
Go back to what you assume is common, the common sense, and kind of discuss those. What's so common about it? What are you hinging the common part of it on? Like, what do you actually think is so reasonable about it?
Thank you.
Number 26. Go ahead.
I don't think we can, in all fairness, always trust our common sense, because I think we all have to say we have common sense, but circumstances change, and when circumstances change, we need to rethink whatever our common sense is telling us.
Does anyone agree with that? Getting some nods. Anyone disagree with it? Now, you've heard the court read the charges against my client. One of the things I want you to understand is what's going to be necessary as you are evaluating the evidence. Ms. Kappelman asked, how do you determine someone's intent? Does everyone remember that? It's not just, does somebody always say what they intend to happen? You're shaking your head? How do you determine that? With their words?
Yeah, that's part of it they take into account, but how they would benefit from it, I don't know. Body language, what they're telling you, compare that, weigh that against other evidence and what other witnesses said.
Now, what's clear is throughout the case, everyone understand that you don't reach a conclusion until you don't start deliberating until after all the evidence. Okay, so when you get to that point, all the evidence has been presented. At that point in time, you guys then have the opportunity to go back and discuss what the evidence means. Does everyone understand that? Shaking the heads, yes. Now, if the state establishes that there's a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel, and that Daniel Markel is dead, does that mean that it was done by the criminal act of my client? You need to be able to separate my client from the other individuals. Does everyone understand that? One thing that we definitely want to discuss. Principle. Ms. Kappelman discussed it earlier. The important thing to take from this is the state's going to have to establish Mrs. Adelson had the conscious intent for Daniel Markel to be killed. How do you determine if someone has that? Number number 5, how do you determine if that happens? How do you determine if the state can prove that?
There have to be some sort of evidence, like witness testimony, writing, something along those lines, like there's premeditation, some sort of plan.
Now, in the principal instructions, the state's not going to have to prove that Mrs. Adelson was present. Have you heard the term guilt by association? Anybody? Shaking the head, yes. Now, there's going to be testimony that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, was convicted. Does that mean, and I want to, anyone, does that mean that my client has any involvement, that she is guilty? Shaking your head, no. Anybody saying yes? Is that conclusive in any way concerning Mrs. Adelson? Shaking of the heads. Let's see. Number 7, is that a factor that you're going to consider when you're evaluating the evidence?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. The fact that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, has been convicted of these charges, is that something that you're going to consider when determining whether or not my client is guilty?
Sitting here right now, no, but if the state uses some sort of, I mean, it would just be determined on if the state has a connection or if they present some evidence, that would have to be considered.
Is it conclusive?
No.
So what you're saying is the state would have to have evidence connecting Mrs. Adelson to her son's actions.
Sure, yeah. Just can't do
They
it
would
on it.
have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Anyone disagree? Just because he's been convicted doesn't mean that my client is guilty.
Well, we shall see. Getting closer to finding a jury, Miss Adelson. Let's see. Look like I got a little TiVo time. Here we go. He's still there.
Before we approached, we were discussing other people's responsibility. There's only one person that's going to be on trial here. Does everyone understand and agree that your feelings about anybody else and whether or not they have any responsibility have nothing to do with Mrs. Adelson's responsibility? Everyone can separate that. Focus your conversations only on Mrs. Adelson. Does everyone agree? Let's see. Looking for somebody with older children. Number 11, I'm going to pick on you again. Kids ever lie to you when they were growing up? Say it again.
Absolutely.
How did you determine if they were lying?
I had pretty good kids, so normally they felt guilty enough to come tell me that to me. But typically, as a parent, it's fairly easy to pick up on when your kid lies to you for the most part. The older they got, the more difficult that was. But
So your children are adults now.
Correct.
They ever lie to you as adults?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Have you caught them yet?
A few times.
Number 16, how do people react when they're scared?
Very much depends on the person. Someone's going to have a lot of big emotions. Someone else might kind of go into a fawn response.
Some people don't react the same.
Sure.
People don't react the same when they're scared. Everyone agree with that?
Yes.
And I grew up in Miami, and I had a friend whose family was featured on a reality TV show after Hurricane Andrew. He quickly discovered he didn't like that type of attention. Anyone experienced something similar where they've been in the spotlight and they didn't want to be there? Number 16, you're shaking your head yes. You've been in the spotlight before, you didn't want to be there?
It's not me, like, it was on local news as a kid, didn't like that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yes, a little bit. Like when I was a child, I was on local news and got very shy during that.
Okay. You wanted to get away, right? Does everyone understand that that feeling you want to get away from unwanted attention? Yes? Now I'm going to ask you something I don't normally ask in jury selection, and I apologize if I offend anybody. By a show of hands, anyone familiar with Judaism? Thank you. Are there important life events that happen in the lives of Jewish children? Was your grandmother at yours?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. My grandmother was at mine. I'm going to bring up something else that's a little unique. And who was familiar with Judaism? Okay. Number 12? That's you? Oh, 14. I don't know why I can't keep this straight. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm going to skip that. Let's see. During the course of the trial, there are going to be some photographs shown of Mr. Markel. Is anyone particularly averse to gory scenes? Nobody? Number 9? Can you talk to us about that?
I get fairly squeamish about that kind of stuff. I'm not passing out the sight of blood, but other stuff that are more gruesome is just a bit unsettling.
Is that something that you wouldn't be able to review that evidence?
I should be able to review that evidence.
Should be?
Yes,
Or will be?
Will be able to.
Is that going to impact your ability to be fair in evaluating that evidence?
No, sir.
I want to ask a somewhat provocative question. At this point in time, does anyone here believe the state actually knows what happened? Anybody?
Say that again?
Do you believe the state knows what happened? Sure. as we sit here today, now remember, prosecutors were not witnesses to this case, correct? They are going to present arguments to you, correct? So as we sit here, do you believe that they know what happened? Or do they believe what happened? You understand the distinction? Does everyone understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor. Two heads are better than one, becomes three heads are better than one, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Kappelman, do you need to make any inquiry of juror 26?
Yeah, were you able to follow the discussion when I was doing my presentation? As far as we talked about principal theory, I gave my circumstantial evidence demonstration with the cheesy donut example. Anything that you felt like when, as you were sitting out there listening, oh, I would definitely interject at that point? Or has your mind been numbed so much at this point you can't harken back that far?
I was listening to everything you were saying. I mean, I would have interjected at the moment I was thinking, I want to say this, but I couldn't say it, but, you know, I would always consider a person's character. And then as to whether I believe them or not.
So in the context of, oh, you're going to hear from some witnesses who've been convicted of felonies, who live a different lifestyle from you, that kind of thing, is that the discussion where you were having that thought?
I try to be open-minded, and I think there are all kinds of people, not everyone. So I don't want to prejudge a person because I don't know what the circumstances are. That's why I try to ponder the evidence and decide from that point.
Okay, so can we agree then that although that's those types of characteristics or character, as you said, are something to consider, they're not the end all be all, and you can keep an open mind to the testimony. Does it fit with the other evidence in the case? That sort of inquiry.
Definitely, I think considering everything is.
Okay. As opposed to being the type of person that, oh, I hear they're a felon, I'm done. I can't hear anything they have to say.
I think that's a very negative thing to think that way.
anything else during my time up here where you were bursting at the seams to share something with me? Okay, thank you, nothing further.
The parties at this point can join me in the jury room along with the court reporter. For everyone else that is going to remain in the courtroom at this time, I'm going to instruct you once again, do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. If you do need to stretch your legs or use the restroom, you may do so, but you do need to return to this courtroom. We're in courtroom 3G. No one is to take a tour of the courthouse by themselves. Please come back to courtroom 3G as soon as you finish with the bathroom, using your phone or stretching your legs if you need to. If the parties can please join me in the jury room.
Well, look at here, look at here, look at here. Almost getting close to the end of the day. I'm assuming that, I wonder if they're gonna, I'm assuming that since we didn't went this far with it, they'll probably show us which jurors they are gonna strike, right? Because you know they still get their little 10 strikes and stuff. So I'm assuming that they're gonna show us that. Wait a minute. Wow. So we definitely know we'll be in there tomorrow in regards to the court thing. Let me look at this, the poll that I sent out. So it looks like so far, the most, as far as the votes, is the survivor of a violent crime. So nah, she probably doesn't want that person on our on her jury, right? The next top one so far is someone who hates family drama. So I'll let that post sit out there for just a little while longer. But yeah, you can imagine, like anybody who is trying to get custody of their kids, because for all accounts, all I know is wonderful things about this man who is her baby daddy, her ex-husband that was unalived in this situation. The only I've only heard good things in regards to how he was really trying to be a part of his kid's life, right? No matter what was going on, he wanted to be an active participant, not just a child support, not just a check. He wanted to be active in their life, and she wanted to move all the way 7 hours away to be by her family and things of that nature, to kind of distance him from his kids, right? And it's unfortunate that, you know, at least in circumstances that I've seen, that it's not too often that you get children's fathers, right? That want to be into the house or the relationship with the kids. So to see that he wanted to actively participate is really, really sad. On top of that, that he lost his life just behind being an advocate to be in his kid's life, right? He's his best advocate, right? And that's what he was doing. And it ended up costing him his life. And it's so many I'm gonna say deadbeat parents out here, because it's not just a man thing, it's a woman thing too, right? So it's so many deadbeat parents out here, to see a parent that actually wants to be involved and it to turn out like this is like just crazy work, right? I couldn't even imagine, you know, to being able to have that. And I'm just wondering, you know, we looked at Wendy's testimony. I think that she's going to play a critical part. I don't know about this jailhouse snitch stuff, you know, her quote unquote daughter in jail that she thought was her daughter, that was really a plant that was in the deal with her. I'm assuming they have the judge granted her to testify, right? Because the defense, when they were asking questions in this voir dire process, they were asking about jailhouse snitches, right? So we should get that too. I don't know. I mean, of course, we know you said you behind on that story. What in regards to the jailhouse snitch? We know that a lot of players from the last trial, I heard Serfredo, which is Katie's baby daddy. I heard he's scheduled to testify. You know, he hasn't testified in anybody's trial. Yeah, they had put a Matthew, they had put a informant in the jail with Donna, and her and Donna became BFFs, and that was her jailhouse daughter, and now she is scheduled to testify against her. We have Wendy's best friend. They no longer best friends anymore. That's gonna be testifying. That's scheduled to testify. Of course, we got the gang members, Toto, Louis. It is so many layers to it. I'm wondering if Wendy's boyfriend at the time, you know, on and off boyfriend. Remember, she broke up with him 4 days before um, her ex-husband was unalive. I wonder if he's coming back in to testify because I did hear him mention his name when they were seeing if the jurors had knew anybody. Um, yeah, yeah, Merelda. Yeah, she said hey, I'm your daughter, but you know, in the jailhouse, but now I'm gonna snitch on you and come to find out she was just a plant the whole time. So we have that. So does the get kind of give you an idea, Matthew, if you go on the channel, we covered it the most important parts of the case. Um, we covered it like the last 2 Sundays. So in that coverage, you'll see what the hitman that was involved actually did his testimony first. And then we have Katie's testimony, and she is Charlie's girlfriend at the time. We reviewed over her testimony. Then we did Charlie's testimony, which is pretty important. And then today we did Wendy's testimony. So those are the most key important testimonies. The other little pieces, like the neighbors and people that set up there. Yeah, it'll be a good way to kind of like catch up on some stuff, and then you can kind of see like where people are mentioning in regards to should Wendy be charged? Because remember, these people do not know where Dan is at. Like they knew he was going to be at the gym. They knew when he was leaving out of town. They knew where the house was. Like all this information had to be given by Wendy. Like now, how it got around, I don't know. Hopefully, I know Georgia is looking at any way possible that she can tie Wendy to this, right? But yeah, she definitely had to give up the information, right? And if it wasn't for the neighbor that was across the street, heard the gunshots and went out there to go check, you know, and he didn't want seeing the car, the getaway driver and the getaway car leaving, was able to provide that information to the police. And then they were able to catch them on every bus camera. They were able to catch them telling him at the gym. So, and that was their second time going up there trying to attempt to unalive him. So, yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think that it took us with that important, I guess with that testimony, maybe a day, maybe. Who? Charlie? Are you speaking about Charlie being a good witness? Matthew? If you talking about Charlie, no, he wasn't a good witness. Charlie was, I would consider him like, yeah, he was a narcissist. Oh, the neighbor, yeah, the neighbor. The neighbor was a good witness. Him and his wife, they got up there and they were able to testify to what they seen. Yeah, yes, at this point in time, Marilda, yeah, I think that the dad is the only person, but the only issue that I have with the dad is, remember, they do have that recording of him and the dad in the bar when somebody was kind of like recording them. I don't know how much was said on that recording, and that came in during Charlie's trial. Yeah, Matthew, Charlie thought he was untouchable, okay? Very, he thought he was untouchable. And he got up there and he presented like he was untouchable. Like, that's not gonna work. Right? He got up there just like he didn't have any clue, like he didn't, like this was all fun and games to him. Yeah. Yeah, he is on there, Matthew. Yeah, that's Wendy's ex-boyfriend that she broke up with 4 days before. He was mad too. He was salty. He was salty. It's salty. Like, it seemed like I don't know, his testimony is kind of seemed biased to me because at least when I watched Katie's trial, he seemed like he was butthurt that him and Wendi broke up. Right. Right, right. Yeah, and, you know, he's on the witness list, so we'll see. Oh, okay, you talking about that, okay, that car. Yeah, and remember when they was trying to get out of the country, Harvey was part of, I mean, of course, he wanted to go with his wife was gonna go, right? So I don't know, but I know when they was trying to get over there to, I can't remember what country they was trying to go to. Don't let me get to telling stories up here, but wherever they were going, they were not planning on coming back. And she wanna act like because they've been visiting that place often over the years that, "Hey, we just decided Vietnam. A week after our son was convicted and sentenced to jail for the rest of his life, that we were just gonna get away from everybody and we were gonna go over here to Vietnam and we were coming back, but we only had a one-way ticket." Hmm. Okay. Matthew says that his testimony will be the foundation of the case against Wendi. We need to protect that dude at all costs. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's still probably livid. He probably gonna give it all to her. He testified in all the other trials, so I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't testify. He'll probably testify. Relatives, I guess they are just going down the list first. Mama Gotti, Young Wendy, then possibly Harvey. Yeah, yeah, I don't know, and, they were arguing about that evidence in regards to the name change, right? That's really damaging for, Wendy and for Mama and for Donna, like, way damaging, right? Like, they wanted to erase this man in all accounts away from anything these kids would have known. Like, she didn't even do the name change until a year later, right? And she wanna act like because all of this stuff was out there about them, but that's just not the case. Like, really? Nah. A year later? Yeah, and I don't even, I can't even remember what she changed her last name to. I have to look it up. I don't know if she made them Adelsons, but you know that that's not even no better, right? That don't work either. Yeah. Let me see what they doing here, if anything. Wait, give me 1 second. Let me see something. I just want to make sure they're not back yet. Nope, not back yet. Let me just say Harvey is done though. They aren't going to waste their time bringing him in. Oh, yeah. You think he's gonna be in court, Matthew? I think he'll be there for Donna. No matter what, I think he'll be in there to support her. Mm, let me see here. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I'm telling you, like it is a frenzy. I can't even imagine how it's probably down there far as the frenzy, far as media frenzy down there. Ugh. Like this case is woo. And it's just been going on and on and on and on and on. So all the players is gonna be back in the game. They gonna have another kumbaya. They got another little reunion, right? Another reunion going on. Let me see. I have, while we're waiting on that, I really like how they had a seal on their courtroom. Isn't that nice? This is like the best seal that I've seen. I mean, not to be picky or anything, like it seemed like it must have a glow or I mean, like if you seen some of these seals, like you go in Georgia, it look like they not even trying. Like this is really like nice the way they have that. My personal opinion. I've seen some that you don't even want to look at. You be cracking up the seal, like dingy. Let me see. Hold on, I got something. Let me see. Give me a second. We have wait a minute. It's kind of do we see this part? Oh, that's what I want to see. Wait. Wait a minute. This is what I wanted to watch with you guys. while we waiting on them. Because this is gonna be very important in her trial too, y'all. Because you know, this is how everything kind of got started.
And then back. It was always going back and forth pretty much.
So the
We
video that
noticed
I'm
a
about to play
pattern
right
of
now is
calls
how, you
leading up.
know, the case after they had charged the two hitmen, after they had charged the two hitmen, like nobody that was part of the conspiracy, like Donna, Charlie, Wendi, none of them were really talking about the actual crime that happened, right? So what happened is the police wanted to kind of get them back to talking. So what they did is they did this undercover operation, right? This detective, he testified in Charlie's trial, and it shows how Donna kind of I'll just play it and let y'all see it, but this is going to be important in this trial too, because the jury is going to see this.
Up to the murder and around the time of the murder, the calls were always Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson to Catherine Magbanwa to Sigfrido Garcia and then back. It was always going back and forth pretty much in that order. So we wanted to start it on one end and see what would happen, see if it would travel that same line of people.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd like to publish States 105, the bump video.
You may proceed.
Yes, please.
Black shorts. What is it?
Pause it for just a moment. All right, so on the left side of the screen, we've got two different things going on here. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, on the left side is a body recorder that the undercover agent was wearing, and it has video and audio on it. So what you're hearing is audio coming from the undercover agent and his video. On the right side is a separate video taken from surveillance agents that were in the area watching.
All right, so the woman we're seeing on the stairs here, is that Donna Adelson?
It is, and she's exiting the Icon, which is on South Beach, her condominium. That's the stairs coming from her condominium toward the street.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, bud. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You. Scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Luto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the icon back across the street.
And are those Wendi and Dan Markel's children?
Yes, they are.
So they're in school just literally less than a block over?
Right across the street from where she lives.
Okay. And when the undercover bumps Mrs. Adelson, do we know if she had a cell phone on her person?
We don't know that.
Okay, but she didn't take one out and make a phone call.
She did not.
At this time, Your Honor, I will ask to publish what's marked as call A on the, have I introduced this? Let's introduce the wire calls themselves. And those are 108, Your Honor.
108, I believe, has already been admitted over objection.
Okay. And they're already in. So this will be call A from 108 that we'd like to publish at this time.
So, if you have time tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I need to speak with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I'm gonna have to figure out something to control it, you'll be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline show. I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys have finished their piano lesson. We're on the porch and they, I have the track of it, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's IRS? Or?
Those IRS people, they're kind of obvious sometimes, but, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm gonna drive up that way.
Alright.
Okay? And
Does Wendy know that? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and,
What is it? Is there help okay?
Yeah.
Alright. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
Alright.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take the boys up there?
Well, then he doesn't come home. He doesn't get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So it's harder to talk to me today.
Today or tomorrow, and it's important.
All right.
What to do.
Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really like.
I'm just concerned that I would have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier with more people coming in out here.
Can I ask you a question? Who's the paperwork sent from?
I see them, that's great. It was something that came hand to me as I exited the building today.
And was it anonymous or?
Oh no, not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it over the phone.
Right, whatever it is. I will, it's silly, but, if you
I
want.
wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, no. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have to have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually starts later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
Whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS, but I
I just
will.
would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are.
All right.
Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
All right, I'll come down in the afternoon, that way I can hang out with you and see what they do.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, honey. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Okay.
All right, so
as we can see from the transcript and from the video recording, this is part of her problem, right? What happened here is that as I was explaining before, is that the police had put all of this in place so Donna and Charlie, so they can all start talking about it. Katie, so all of them can start back talking about it again and communicating. Hey, somebody's reaching out to me for some money for such and such that's currently locked up. We need to take care of this. And they got talking. They did exactly what they wanted them to do, and that's start to talk.
So we've got, seems like we're picking up mid stride there a little bit, like we might have missed the first couple words. Can you explain if that's true and why that is?
Yeah, it could have been a couple of reasons. Technology missed it, or it could have been that the officer picked it up and hit the record button a little bit late, just after a few seconds.
All right. And in this call, does Donna Adelson, the thing she was handed is State's Exhibit 78, right?
That's correct.
Does she ever mention to the defendant even the name Dan Markel?
No, she does not.
Or Danny?
No.
Jibbers?
No.
All right. We've established that the undercover did say the name Katie to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Does Donna Adelson say the name Katie to the defendant?
No, she doesn't.
What does she say?
She says a girlfriend.
Who does she say this matter involves? Not Wendi, right?
Right, not Wendi. The
Who
two
does
of them.
she say?
The two of them.
The two of us?
Two of us.
Meaning herself and Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Is there another call where the defendant calls Mrs. Adelson back shortly after this?
Yes,
And is that the next call on the wire?
it is.
How long after the first call is this call that we're about to hear, call B?
From my memory, a few minutes. I mean, I could look.
You
further
can
notes.
look on the
Okay.
wire call summary in front of you.
2:09. It was 5 minutes. The call we just listened to was 5 minutes long, a little over 5 minutes. This call's at 2:35.
Okay, so less than half an hour.
Correct.
All right, publish B, please.
You may.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the Sun Pass? I don't get it. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
me.
Okay, because I'm gonna just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into a lower bracket.
Oh, okay, so it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay, so you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them in a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
I'll do that now. And then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so that someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, the reviews come in, and sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So, yeah.
But I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress about too much.
Okay. Okay. It's probably enough.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't. If someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So. But anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly because I have the day off.
Okay. You know, so I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, then I can, that's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah. Was this, I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah, I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I have here. Okay.
Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
No, it's always a good possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe. Could be.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail for, but is there any way I could see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher doesn't leave till about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little after, it would be 5:15. It would be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for Wendi to pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who is the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But, let's talk later. Either, I would like to, I'd like to try to get to see you today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for Wendi, not one for the Wendi one.
Is it, so whoever sent you the letter sent you an anonymous letter?
It's not really anonymous.
And did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered thing.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I thought it was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walk out of the building and I make a right and I go past both driveways with the icon.
Right.
And I'm on the sidewalk and I'm about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I can cross the street to pick up the boy this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, sweetie, so you stay right here then, okay? You stay right here. I'll look on the computer when Ben finishes, okay? So, yeah, it's amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and handed you, was it a young guy, old guy?
I'd say probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
Yeah. Shannon, I can make the attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and, when we say, where are you? And I don't think it's a good idea for the boys to say, you're not going to you know?
All right.
Yeah, I'm making sure in the middle of the day, unless I needed to go do a check for an office or something.
Well, I mean, you have to get into the stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe we better just keep it up, tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You never know how to interpret these things. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. Let's meet tomorrow afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I'm going to do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, it was just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
How long was the letter?
It was just a copy of an article. It's not what's written on the letter, that was written on the copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
I mean, it's kind of thing. If there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me.
I think that's a good idea.
Well, I don't mean it's people threaten you, gotta go to the police. But let me talk. Let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first.
Okay.
Well, it won't be the first time I've been threatened.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I'd like you to just see what you think.
yeah,
no. Official, honey. Right here, right up here. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay?
Okay. You got it.
Come down, you play with the boys a little bit, okay?
All right. Yeah. No. Come down. I'll see you. I'll play with the boys.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
All right. If it's something serious, I'm going to recommend going to the police. So.
Oh no, I know. That's what I'm thinking to do.
So, all right. Sounds good.
Let's talk tomorrow, okay?
All right. You got it. Love you.
Love you.
Does Mrs. Adelson mention Dan Markel in this call?
No, she doesn't.
There's mention of going to the police. If there was a threat, we're going to go to the police. Did anybody go to the police?
No.
And again, does Mrs. Adelson in this call ever mention the name Katie or Catherine Magbanowa?
No, she doesn't.
Who is the first person that, I'm sorry, we've got one more call between, does the defendant call Donna back one more time?
He does.
All right, and is this the same date?
It is.
Okay, what time does this third call happen?
It happens about 3 o'clock, about 15 minutes after the last call.
All right, publish C, please.
You may proceed.
Hey, John.
Hey. sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was gonna tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
White.
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. I could describe him to a T.
What's that?
You could describe him to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But is someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
I may have to, but I'd rather talk to you first and then.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So
that's why, you just won't be there. See, because I don't want, I don't want your father upset. So.
Don't say anything to Dad and take a look at it, because Dad flies off.
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's why I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
It's clear what's wanted.
Can I just ask you, what do they ask for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, come on in. Good, how are you? Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go from there.
Your turn. Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Let me take a look and then I'll
if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we'll go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon and I'll take a look at whatever
We'll
someone said.
go for a walk on the beach or something. It's gonna be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Love you too, honey. Bye-bye. Yes.
In this call, does the defendant tell his mother, obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place?
He does.
What is the significance to your investigation of the reference to a TV? This TV is probably about 5.
He had made statements. I believe Wendi Adelson made the statement that he had offered to have a hitman hired early on, but thought it would be cheaper to have to buy her a TV as a divorce present.
All right. And what about the use of the word 5? This TV is probably about 5.
And the 5,000 is what was written on the paper that the undercover had provided.
All right. In this call, was an ex-girlfriend mentioned? Or the term ex-girlfriend?
Yes, the term ex-girlfriend.
Okay. Was it ever said up to this point, whose ex-girlfriend?
No.
The name Katie or Catherine McBanois at all?
No.
And does the defendant, in this case, has evidence revealed he has a lot of ex-girlfriends?
That's correct.
Who is the next person that he calls after these? We've got 3 calls with his mother.
Catherine McBanois.
Publish D, please.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
You can talk right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go someplace where it's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's like loud. Like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. All right, wait, I got it off. All right. Somebody, hang on, okay? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on, but my mom walked the kids. Evidently, I only heard part of the story, and I'm gonna go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
She didn't want to elaborate, but she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name, handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody she really wouldn't go into detail. And listen, I have no idea what this is in reference to. But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, I'm like, first when she was saying, I thought it was like something involved in the IRS or a payment or something like that. So I don't even know what it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine and must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. She said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend, which I don't know what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid some money.
For what?
I mean, my mom didn't even want to talk to me on the phone. Like, well,
but like was she like, she should have like,
oh yeah, I said, listen, that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly, or
Right?
threatening you like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the police. Because she's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see it in person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
So who's like stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's about. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
This is what I do with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel
who knows?
for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
random person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involves your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids and was like, listen, just she doesn't have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What does it mean? Yeah, like
I don't know.
Girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything. So I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But if it
I
does,
would feel bad for your mom. Like, who the hell did she? If that was me, would have like called me right away. Be like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing hat, glasses? Mom's like, no, I can pick the person out of line in a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in his 30s. no hat, no glasses, just a white male in the 30s, came up there and knew who she was and addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other act, but anyway.
Yeah, did you have any fight with anybody over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm gonna feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always stop by over there. Doesn't matter.
All right, what time do you finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time do you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
However it is. Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna talk to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there as well.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right, no worries, kiddo.
All right.
Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Listen.
In this call, we hear Charlie Adelson say that the undercover mentioned something about her son, meaning that the undercover mentioned something about him. Did the undercover mention anything about Charlie Adelson?
No,
Anything about Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend?
not in those words.
That he did say the name Katie and
Correct.
Tuto, correct?
Correct.
But didn't specify your son's ex-girlfriend, anything like that.
That's correct.
In this call, we hear the defendant stating that Catherine Magbanua was his last ex-girlfriend, and that's why he's calling her. Is it true, based on the evidence that was collected in this case, that Catherine Magbanua was in fact his last ex-girlfriend?
No,
Okay, so he had other girlfriends in between Catherine Magbanua and the bump,
that's correct.
including who?
Whitney Kick.
Okay, did he call Whitney Kick at all on the wire?
No,
Did he ever call any other ex-girlfriends other than Catherine Magbanua about this matter?
not about this matter. No.
Did y'all
there we
follow
have
Dan
it.
Markel at all during this
Which is
second
going to be
trip?
very
Yes,
important in her trial, right? Because that's how they got back to talking, right? It put everything in perspective in regards to getting everything moving, getting her and Charlie talking about it. You know, they trying to talk in all these code words, right? And they're trying to spin it, her and Charlie, right? Are trying to say that they thought that this agent or this person that came up to him was of the Latin Kings, right? And they were so scared. And that's why. But if you're so scared, why don't you go to the police? Are you going to keep paying these people for the entire time? Because that was their argument, is that, you know, they were being extorted, right? So that is the bump. And I'm pretty sure that evidence is definitely coming in, right? Besides all the other emails and different things that Donna has stated or said to someone. Although they tried to keep that information out, it didn't work, right? They can try whatever they want to try, but it won't work. So it looks like they are still, from what I can tell, on their restroom break, which I'm really surprised about. It's kind of long. They've been gone for about over an hour. I'm surprised. I don't think this trial is going to start until Monday. You say Monday? No, I think they'll have opening statements by tomorrow to do. I think even if they're doing some final touches, it'll be tomorrow, I think. I knew it wasn't I kind of didn't think it was going to be today. They had everything kind of scheduled to post back to back. Yes, I don't know if I don't know if they're coming back or if they're coming back or not. Let me check some other places, guys. Yeah, so it says jury selection. We're in the final phase. Mm, Yeah, I'll probably take you up on that bet. Opening statements will be tomorrow. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. No, we in the final phase. That's what they say, Baka. I don't know. They haven't came back. I don't know if they're coming back today or what they may do. Mm, let's see here. Yeah, we're still looking at this till they've been gone for about an hour. Yeah, Matthew. Yeah, I got that streaming in the other room. That case is a hot mess, right? They got us in the sheriff. Do you really want to know what kind of gum I'm chewing? Extra. No, 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 no. No, Orbit. She said she ain't coming to testify. She ain't about to be bothered with this man. Yeah, Orbit. I thought it was extra, but then I forgot. I stopped doing extra gum. And I am a just for FYI, I
And,
am
and how, did you
a
actually
gum
talk to the person?
I like
Who
to pop my gum.
talked to the person?
Garcia.
Like, woo,
Garcia talked to the
it gets
person.
real
Talk to
annoying.
Katie.
Trust me.
Okay, so Garcia
I
got
have
the
been
information from
told
Katie.
on many
And do we know
occasions.
where Katie got it from?
I don't know.
You sound like
Okay,
a
were you
clown.
present when Garcia talked to
Popping that
Katie and found
gum.
out we
Yes,
gotta
ma'am.
do it today?
Yes, ma'am. It was on the phone.
I'm sorry,
It was on the phone speaking.
he was talking to Katie on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present for that.
I was in the car.
Who was driving the green Prius on, like, whenever you were following Mr. Markel right before the?
So I'm gonna put on the hitman's testimony for us to review.
Did y'all
for
follow?
those that have not seen it. Watch
Did y'all
the
follow Dan Markel at all
that-
during this second trip?
you know,
Yes,
all
ma'am.
their
Where
testimony
did you
is
follow
so
him this time?
fascinating to me.
Followed
How
him to the
it comes off
daycare,
so nonchalant.
into the gym.
So, you know, whatever. So we have
Was
them
there a
on
reason that the
cam.
murder had to get
He'll be
done on the day
testifying
it
in this
did?
trial too. So let's just listen to his testimony.
It was
We'll
just
give
the
him a
right
little
thing, the
longer.
right
See if they'll
opportunity,
come
I
back in the
guess.
courtroom.
Okay, did you have any
If
information
not,
that
then
the
we may
victim
have
was
to
gonna be
get them
leaving town
on
the day after the homicide occurred?
tomorrow,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Is the answer struck?
The answer is not struck. You need to rephrase your question.
All right, so how did you find out that the victim was leaving town the following day?
I can't remember that good.
Was it from a blog?
Objection, Your Honor. Meeting.
It's not leading, Your Honor. Was it from a blog?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what blog was that?
The blonde was Wendi.
No, I was
What you
saying
mean?
from the computer. Did you research
Oh,
it
no,
on
no,
the
no,
computer?
no.
Okay, so somebody gave you the information.
Yeah, somebody, it
A
was
person.
a person.
And how, did you actually talk to the person?
No, ma'am.
Who talked to the person?
Tuto, Garcia.
Garcia talked to the person.
Talked to
All right.
Katie.
Okay, so Garcia got the information from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know where Katie got it from?
I don't know.
Okay, were you present when Garcia talked to Katie and found out we
Yes,
got to
ma'am.
do it today?
Yes, ma'am. It was on the phone.
I'm sorry,
That was on the phone speaking.
he was talking to Katie on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present for that.
I was in the car.
Who was driving the green Prius on, like, whenever you were following Mr. Markel right before the murder?
Me.
Did you go to, I think you said the daycare. Where else did you go that day?
The gym.
Have you seen the video surveillance from the gym in this case?
If I have seen it now,
Yeah, where the green Prius is at the gym. Have you seen
I've
that?
seen it.
And is that you driving that Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is Garcia in the vehicle as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Did you know whether or not the kids were in the car at the time you were at the gym?
Now he dropped them off. I seen him when he dropped them off in the daycare.
So you actually saw the kids go into the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it after the daycare that you proceed to the gym?
Yes.
And what about after that?
We followed him to his house.
All right, so did you wait in the car while the victim went into the gym and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
And did y'all know at that time, like, we're gonna do it when he comes out of
No.
the gym, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily, not
So you're just following him to see where he goes?
to see where he goes.
And where did he go?
To his house.
Did you see the bus video that shows the Prius shortly before and shortly after the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you driving the vehicle at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what happened when you got to Mr. Markel's driveway.
Well, he had turned he turned the block before. We kept going, so we went in front of his house. So when he pulled in, we pulled in right behind. I pulled in right behind him.
Is what you're describing, you entered his street from two different directions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you met at did you meet at his driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you pull in behind him, what happens next?
Garcia jumped out and shot him
How many times?
twice.
Where was he standing when he fired the shots?
Right in front of the driver's side, by the driver.
Did you see what the victim did during this attack?
He put his hands up.
How was it decided that Mr. Garcia would end up being the shooter instead of the original plan, which was for you to do it?
I was driving. I ain't had no time. He jumped out and did it. He had the gun the whole time.
All right, so either one of you were willing to do it when whoever wasn't driving when the opportunity arose?
Maybe, but it was really his job, so he did it.
You mean why was it his job?
He's the one that was getting paid, but he knew about the whole thing.
Well, you were getting paid too, right?
Yeah,
But he secured the job.
yes, ma'am.
The bus video that we looked at, one of them shows the passenger side, someone in a white shirt moving around a lot right after the homicide. Can you explain to the jury what was going on in the car at that time?
He was trying to hide the gun.
And that's Garcia?
Garcia
Where did he put the gun?
ran on the front in the passenger side, right under the rug.
Okay, what ultimately happened with the gun?
We threw it away
Where?
in the river.
On the way back to South Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where y'all went when you left Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you turn your cell phones back on?
I think we turned them on right away, I think.
After leaving Tallahassee?
Yeah. If I remember, I really don't remember, but it got turned on.
Sometime after the murder, they got turned back on.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who made the first phone call out of the two of you?
I didn't make no phone call. He did.
Who did he call?
I think he called Katie. Well, he called Katie. He
Say
called
that
Katie.
again?
He called Katie.
He called Katie. And were you able to hear the conversation with Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that conversation?
He told her everything is done. She's like, I know. And he's like, where the money?
Okay, let me back you up just a little bit. How did she know it was done?
I think she got a phone call right away before we did.
All right, but somehow she indicated she knew.
Yes,
All right, and you asked about the money. Did you personally ask about the money, or was that Garcia?
that's Garcia.
What did she say about the money?
He'll get it tomorrow.
Did you get it tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
On the way back from Tallahassee to Miami, did you stop in Pembroke Pines at an ATM machine?
The way back.
Yeah.
I know we stopped.
I'll show you states 39 through 45. Have you seen these before?
Yeah. That's it. I seen them.
And are these appear to be ATM
Yes, ma'am.
images?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the date on the ATM image?
7/18/2024.
2024?
I mean 14. Sorry.
All right, that's the day of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is this the green Prius that y'all came to Tallahassee in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, are these fair and accurate photographs of you in the green Prius on the day of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to introduce and publish states 39 through 45.
Any objection?
There you are.
39 through 45 are admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Sure. Publishing states 39. And 40, please. $41, please. Make that bigger, please.
Like they got him like all face up, face all in the camera at the ATM machine. Like, really? Yeah. Yep. This is exactly what we think now. This is exactly what's going on. Here we go.
Who's pictured in this exhibit, Mr. Rivera?
That's me and Garcia.
Who's that in the foreground, closer to the camera?
That's me. I'm the driver.
42, please. Who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
43, please. And 44. Did you and Sigfredo Garcia go out that night when you got back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where you went?
Then we went to a bar.
Was Catherine McBanwell with you that night?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know where she went that night?
No, I don't know.
All right. The next morning, is that when you saw her again?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. tell us what happened the next morning.
The next morning I woke up, I went to the barber shop, and she went to my house and took the money.
She had the money at your house?
Yeah.
Did you go home and get it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go home with some purpose?
Okay, so I'll take us back into the courtroom. I do see that they started back. I was just getting us a little time just in case they took another break, but hopefully they don't. So let me put us back into the courtroom and finish up with our jury selection.
At this time, I'm going to announce the numbers that have been excused, and you will not need to return for any further jury service in this matter. We give you our sincere thanks for honoring your summons and participating thus far. Juror 24, you are excused. Juror 22, you are excused. Juror 6, you are excused. Juror 7, you are excused. Juror 8, you are excused. Juror 9, you are excused. Juror 12, you are excused. And Juror 26, you are excused.
And that was it?
Watch your microphone.
So we got juror number 12, 26. Let me see. I'm gonna rewind that because I didn't catch them all, guys.
Juror 19. Numbers that have been excused at this point, you will be free to collect your court reporter. Sorry to get ahead of you. At this time, I'm going to announce the numbers that have been excused, and you will not need to return for any further jury service in this matter. We give you our sincere thanks for honoring your summons and participating thus far. Juror 24, you are excused. Juror 22, you are excused. Juror 6, you are excused. Juror 7, you are excused. Juror 8, you are excused. Juror 9, you are excused. Juror 12, you are excused. And Juror 26, you are excused.
Well, there we have it. I caught 22, 6, 8, I believe 12. No, Rachel, but I am going to go back and I am going to re-listen tonight. To be honest, and make sure that I get it all together and have a full report in the morning for you guys. Right? Yeah, I'll have a full report of where we're at and what they said as they were asking their questions. So, yeah, I think open is tomorrow afternoon. I was hoping for in the morning, but tomorrow afternoon works also. That works for my schedule. You think so, Baka? I think they'll be fine. Yeah, so I'll get that together. I don't know if they're coming, if they are back there still discussing at this time. It's kind of hard for me to kind of tell. So I don't know if we stay over here or if we close this down. You know, we still got our debacle going on in Georgia in the other room. Our mess in Georgia. Georgia. They released that note, did they? Let me see. His note that he's suing everybody now. He got a lot of nerve. I was trying to see if I could see the letter that he wrote. Talk about he getting SA in the thing. Boy, bye. They said you was gonna get them. That's what they wanted you to get, brother. How dare him? Right? And they better not move him. They better keep him right where he at. Yeah, so it doesn't look like they cut their fee yet. Maybe they're gonna try to work through it. They had a total of 24 up there, right? And we only got rid of 4 guys. How many? No, how many did we get rid of? Because remember, they had a total of 24. It was either 24 or 26 that went through that kind of process. So if we got 26, we got more than 15 left. So maybe they're going to just try to wing it out and get done with the rest of it. Because if not, then they would have excused the rest of the jury. So we'll hang on in there.
Purpose to pick that money up.
Yeah, why were you worried about the money?
I was worried about my baby mama taking it.
You were worried about your baby mama taking it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Jessica, the one we saw in the,
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
photo? So if she'd seen that money,
If she would have seen it, she would have probably took it. But she never seen it.
how much money was in there?
37. I think it was 35,
37,000? 35,000. And how was it packaged?
All 100 staples.
All $100 bills?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you mean by staples?
They were all stapled. It was $1,000, each $1,000 staple in the top corner.
All right, so you got 35,000. I think you previously said you got 37. Where did the other 2 come from?
Garcia gave it to me.
Why did he do that?
She gave it to me.
So he just gave you 2 additional stacks out of his cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how much he got versus how much Katie got?
No,
You not remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay, but it added up to 100. Is that what you previously
Yes,
said?
ma'am.
Did you buy anything with your cut of the money?
Just a motorcycle.
Okay, guys, the judge is back on the bench, so let me take us back in the courtroom. Let's see what our next steps are. I knew as soon as I get everything queued up, they will come back, right? So let me get us back in the courtroom. He is sitting down, so let's see what he's saying.
Very well. I'm now going to ask 27 through 36 as a group. Have any of you previously served on a jury? Please raise your paddles if you have. Juror 28, please tell us where and when you previously served on jury. Do you recall if it was a criminal or civil proceeding? Do you recall the charge or the type of case? Without telling us the verdict, did the jury reach a verdict? Were you the foreperson of that jury?
No.
Did anyone else have their paddle raised for having previously served as a juror? No other paddles are being raised in response. As to the attorneys on this matter, are any of you, and I'm referring to jurors 27 through 36, related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know any of the attorneys that were previously introduced this morning?
No, sir.
Right, no response has been given in the affirmative. Concerning the defendant, are any of you, 27 through 36, related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant personally?
No, sir.
Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were read earlier today, as to 27 through 36, do any of you know the witnesses that were identified by the parties?
No, sir.
And now I will go through your biographical information. Juror 27, what is your occupation or type of work?
Owner and operator of a online marketing agency.
Right. You'll never get advertising better than this. Shout out that name. Go ahead, give us the name.
E-Vision Media Group. E-Vision Media Group.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
Physician assistant at Capital Legal.
Do you have children?
Yes, 2.
And what are their ages and do they work?
22 and 12. The 22-year-old does work full-time student at UCF and is working at student housing.
And the 12-year-old is just at home?
Just that.
Yes, sir. How long have you lived in Leon County?
13 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Close friends, yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes. My brother was indicted, a federal indictment of fraud.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes. My aunt was murdered 17 years ago, and a close friend of mine was also murdered.
Thank you.
A close friend of mine was also murdered.
Juror 28, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm retired, environmental manager.
What is your marital status?
Widow.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir. 26 on Saturday, Sunday. Works for Civic Tech.
Right. How long have you lived in Leon County?
About 21 years, sir.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 29, what is your occupation or type of work?
Project manager for a civil engineering firm in town.
Right. Once again, no better free advertising than what you have right now.
DRFV,
What is your marital status?
married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She works with the Department of Health.
Do you have children?
Yes, 2, 8 and 12. They do not work.
Do they owe you money?
I probably owe them money, but no.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
All my life, 40 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, close friend.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My wife's uncle was shot and killed probably 10 years ago.
Right. Thank you. Juror 30, what is your occupation or type of work? If you can say that again, they could not hear you.
Employed, but I'm a social worker.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Off and on for 11 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My parents auto theft.
Thank you. She said her parents' auto theft. For everyone on the panel, if you can remember to do this, please speak up and speak clearly so you can be heard. Juror 31. What is your occupation or type of work?
Data analyst, Department of Transportation.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
A year, 8 months.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
My brother has DUI.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 32, what is your occupation or type of work?
I work part-time at a restaurant,
What is your marital status?
married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's the owner of a restaurant in town.
Shout out that name.
Carrabba's Italian Grill.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 2. I have a 17-year-old and an 8-year-old.
Right. Does your older child work?
He does not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
8 years?
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, retired.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother that was charged with DUI.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, we had a masked individual try to break into our home earlier this year.
Thank you. Juror 33, what is your occupation or type of work?
Deliver and install appliances.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
1,
What is your child's age?
9.
I assume they don't work. How long have you lived in Leon County?
They are born.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror 34, what is your occupation or type of work?
I operate our 2 family-owned businesses for the record reporting and bouncers of Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He is a law enforcement
Do you have children?
I do.
What are their ages and do they work?
16 and 13, and no, they do not work.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
36 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Other than my husband,
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
no, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 35, what is your occupation or type of work?
Delivery truck driver.
Couldn't hear that, Your Honor.
Delivery truck driver. What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
Customer service coordinator for a truck company.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
3 years.
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 36, what is your occupation or type of work?
Excuse me, I'm a little under the weather. I'm a fiscal specialist for the state of Florida. I actually work for People First.
You're not contagious, are you?
I hope not. It's
Go-
just
go-
on
go-
this cold air.
Go ahead and put that mask on then.
But I wanted y'all to hear me.
What is your marital status?
I'm single.
Do you have children?
I have one son, the age of 10.
And I assume he does not work.
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I'll say, I've been in Tallahassee for the last 17 years. I had went back to Fort Pierce, Florida for a year or two for school, and then I came back. So I've been
Any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
no, sir. My step grandfather was a state trooper, but he's retired now. That's the only officer that I'm aware of.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Not me, thank you God. But yes, I have it. My dad, my sister, and my brother. This was years ago. I'll say back in 2004 was my dad, and then 2005 and 6, my sister and brother.
Have you, any close friends or a relative, ever been a victim of a crime?
Not me, a friend has been. And that was basically, she was a minor, and I had to basically be summoned to vouch that someone.
If you can repeat that, go ahead.
So it was I'm just say a friend of the family. I was subpoenaed because she was minor, and I witnessed her being abused, and I'll just put it that way.
Thank you. Once again, for our newly seated jurors, I am not going to read the jury instructions concerning the burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent. These concepts are static, they are fixed. The law has not changed on these matters since we've started the process. Is the state ready to inquire?
Yes, sir.
You may.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan. I'm representing the state of Florida in this case, along with Georgia Kappelman. I know y'all are tired, hungry. It's 5 o'clock. I'm going to try to be really quick. I want to go over just a couple of concepts with our new folks to see if y'all have any strong feelings about any of them. But if any of our original folks that are here in the first and second rows, if you have anything that you want to add, change your answers on, an idea that popped into your head, just raise your hand and let me know. All right, so Ms. Kappelman talked about reasonable doubt. The state's burden in a criminal case is we have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to prove a crime was committed and that Mrs. Adelson is the person who committed that crime. And we talked about the definition of reasonable doubt. It's not a forced doubt, something you're making yourself believe. It's not a speculative doubt or a possible doubt. We could all sit around and come up with maybe this happened, maybe that happened. The doubt that you're having has to be reasonable. Does everybody understand? Okay. And we talked about why it's beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's impossible unless you're a witness to be convinced beyond all possible doubt of anything. Okay. Hearing that though, do any of our new people feel that I understand what the burden is, but it should be higher than beyond a reasonable doubt? I would personally have to be convinced beyond all possible doubt in order to reach a conviction in a criminal case. Does anyone feel that way? First or second row or third row? Okay. And who decides whether the doubt you're having is reasonable to believe, given all the evidence in the case? Who decides that? You guys do, right? Okay. And you do that thinking back on everything you heard in the case, using a totality of the evidence that you heard. We had a couple of people in when the defense was asking questions that some of you mentioned, Mrs. Adelson, maybe she did something to be charged, but, and while I understand what you're saying, that's not something for you to consider in a criminal trial. The law is that she's innocent until proven guilty, and that it's the state's burden to prove the charges beyond any reasonable doubt to you all through the evidence you hear from the witness stand. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, so that's something that should not be considered. The evidence in the case and whether it meets that burden is what y'all consider, okay? And speaking of evidence, if you're picked as a juror, your job is going to be to focus on that evidence. That could be physical evidence, like a picture you can hold, or it could be testimonial evidence. That's going to be a lot of what y'all are hearing. People are going to be coming up to the witness stand that may have knowledge or information about the case, or people who investigated the case. You're going to be listening to the words that they say, watching their body language, so that you all can determine the facts of the case and what happened here. And then you're going to apply what you've heard to the law Judge Everett gives you and render a verdict. One thing that Ms. Kappelman touched on is that it's not the jury's job to decide the sentence. Knowing that, though, is there anybody who feels that I just would not be able to reach a verdict if I didn't know what the sentence is going to be? Anybody on the first row or second row or third row? Okay. Another thing I thought about is, obviously this is a first-degree murder case. And when you hear first-degree murder and you talk about possible sentencing, sometimes people think death penalty. That's not something that's on the table in this case, or could ever be a possible sentence here. So just want to make that clear for everyone when we're talking about that, okay? And I didn't see anyone's raised hands. So everyone is okay leaving this sentence up to the law and to Judge Everett, and you all decide the verdict, right? Okay. We talked about the principles instruction. You guys heard the law on that, even though maybe you're not the person who pulled the trigger in the bank robbery example that Ms. Kappelman did with the court reporter. If you had the intent that that trigger be pulled, if you did an act or said some word that encouraged or assisted the person who did the shooting, then you can be considered a principal and treated as if you were the person who pulled the trigger and did the shooting. Does that make sense? All right. Now, okay, so I have another example that if you are, let's say during a football game, if a quarterback throws a pass to a wide receiver, okay, the wide receiver catches it in the end zone, it's a touchdown. If scoring a touchdown is a crime, who is a principal to that touchdown? What do y'all think? Let me see. What do you think, Ms. Tolbert?
After what you just said, I'm confused. Like, I will say, I guess the guy catching the ball would be the one in trouble.
Wide receiver. Catch the ball to make that touchdown happen. He wants it. He's running, trying to catch it. You don't know? Okay. Is he doing an act or saying a word to assist that touchdown?
The person blocking or the person throwing the ball?
The person blocking.
He's doing what he's supposed to do in the game.
Okay. Okay. I gotcha. Okay, so if the person blocking is doing an act of blocking so that the touchdown can be scored, and he wants that touchdown to be scored, is he a principal? Okay. Does everybody agree with Ms. Tolbert there? Oh, she's
They're gonna have to stop her and tell her, look, don't say they numbers now. Is this her first rodeo? Like, come on, say their numbers. Everybody else been doing numbers. Now here you go with all these last names. That's probably why they got the seal up there. Like, listen here, ma'am, excuse us. Hey, we are filming this. Can you please use their paddle numbers? Like, nobody got time for this. And then the first thing they want to say is that the media pool did something. No, it's you. Talk about Miss Tolbert. Miss Tolbert. You don't know how to play football? Well, therapist, if this is not her first rodeo, I want her to get it together, or tell George to come back up here so we can move this along. Giving out football scenarios. What if we don't know how to play football? What if I don't know anything about football and you up here throwing up these scenarios? She gonna mess around and get us kicked out the courtroom. They still got it up here. Yeah, gonna mess around and get us kicked out of the courtroom. I don't know, Matthew. You have to give us a lesson in that. That's too much. That's too much thinking. Think about it, guys. It's after 5 o'clock. She already said that they are most likely hungry, tired. And here she asking about football. Care about no football. Right? I think we all look. I'll exit this way. Like, really? Asking me about no football questions at no 5:20. I know 5:20 in the afternoon. What's wrong with you, lady? Yeah, so hopefully we will we'll be able to enter back into the courtroom, because right now they definitely got us kicked out. This is too funny. They doing the most. Right? I got it on the background screen, so just in case they decide to let us back in, we'll go back in. But yeah, I don't know. They done messed this up. Let me see. Let me make sure there's not another feed that was like, forget that. We're gonna keep showing it. Let me see. So y'all think the judge is really pushing for this to happen? Finish this up tonight so they can start in the morning with their opening statements, or you think that we'll get to a point where he's like, no, we'll just have to come back tomorrow and continue on? Yeah, it looks like they did it to all the feeds. So yeah, when I look everywhere else, court TV, it must just be one pool, one cameraman maybe in there, and everybody's pulling from that one camera. Yeah, this should be very interesting to see how things play out tomorrow. We did get an opportunity to review over one of the hitman statements, his testimony from the last trial. The one interesting thing about all of this is that the other hitman who hasn't testified in anyone's trial, I think he might have testified in Katie's trial. Don't quote me on that. He's going to be testifying against Donna in her trial. And so we got to listen to that statement. We also got to listen to Wendy's statement today. We got to hear about, watched the bump, right? So we watched the bump to see how the officers got her and Charlie talking about this thing again. So that was nice to kind of revisit that and listen to those transcripts. We know that that information is coming in. So that's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, and I'll go back and listen to see what the if I could tell lady or man. I don't think anybody really gave, like, if they were Caucasian, their background, like their race. So I don't think we had that, but we do have whether or not they were like IT, what kind of field they were in, if they were parents, if they were divorced. We did hear all of that stuff. So that's awesome. And I'll go back and get notes and have that ready for us when we enter for tomorrow, depending on where we end at today. Like, I don't know if they'll seat them and maybe tell us their numbers. We know who got kicked off. And I think we on like number 27 or 28 now at this point in time when the judge stopped the questioning portion. Yeah, man, like, I'm too tired for you to be doing this stuff now. I can't be muting and unmuting and stuff while you asking them questions. And then we know the defense got to come up there and he got to put up his PowerPoint because he doing the trial right now. I'm like, he doing his opening statements right now. Like, if they say this, I say that. Like, who wants to do that? Like, he really questioning. And I guess rightfully so, but it seemed like he could get to it. Like, just get to it. Interesting. Yeah, Pretty Brown, this is going to be a very good one. And we got our other one that's in Georgia wrapping up, right? That one should be going to the jury tomorrow. I can't imagine that being taking any longer than where we already at with that one. I'm surprised the defense put on any witnesses in that Georgia case, but for you guys that were following that but wanted to stay over here in the Donna room, his sister, Chris' sister, testified, his mom testified, and they even found the son, and he testified. Right? So this picture of her looks really crazy. I should have used that for my little for my thumbnail. Hey, SD Serve Girl, no, they are still in the process of doing their jury selection. Yeah, Matthew, I would say that the son, I don't think he definitely did not want to be there. I think the daughter, she was just like kind of real nervous, but her presentation was very well. They didn't go out there and get her. Oh, okay. So he wants them to stay tonight until 8. Woo. Wow. Well, I don't have a problem with staying to 8, but they better put us in the courtroom where we can hear some stuff now. I'm not gonna look at this great seal the entire time. Right? What's up with that? They sending the police to get her tonight. What'd you say? You think she watching the trial or she on the run, Pretty Brown? I know he over this nonsense. I can see that, the Jules. He said we gonna start opening statements tomorrow morning. Exactly, right. Yeah, opening statements in the morning. So let's do this. I do have Katie's testimony from when she testified in Charlie's trial. Y'all know she'll be up on the stand and she's going to participate in this one. She got some things to say, right? And if they put us back in the courtroom, we'll see and keep an eye on it. And in the meantime, we'll listen to some of Katie's testimony to see what she's going to offer and provide to us. Okay. Okay, the Jules, you can go eat. I'll allow you to go eat. What you eating, lunch or dinner? Oh, nice. Nice, Baka. I like when they feed you too.
Ma'am, please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, Katherine Magbanua.
I see that you're in jail clothes. Are you currently in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you in custody for?
For murder.
Are you doing a sentence for murder?
Yes, ma'am.
You were convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a trial in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you testify?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified on your own behalf.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you testified, were you truthful with the jury?
No, ma'am. I was not.
Did you take the same oath that you just took today in your own trial?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your defense when you were tried?
That I had nothing to do with it.
All right. That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson and we got it right in reference to the killers,
Yes,
but you
ma'am.
weren't in the middle.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that true?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Were you in the middle?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And didn't you also testify in the trial in which Sigfredo Garcia was convicted of murder?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was his defense?
That he had nothing to do with it.
That we got it right in reference to Charlie Adelson and we got it right in reference to the killers, but he had nothing to do with it.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Oh, Ms. Kellerman, make sure you have any questions.
And was that defense truthful?
No, ma'am, it was not.
So Sigfredo Garcia was involved.
Yes, ma'am, he was.
So why tell the truth now?
I believe that the truth needed to come out now so that the family can get some type of closure.
Why didn't the truth need to come out last year or the year before or the year before that?
I was trying to defend myself.
You were trying to get off.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think you'd be successful in your trial with that defense?
I thought so.
Has anyone promised you anything for your testimony here today?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity for cooperation in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
But you didn't take us up on that
No, ma'am, I didn't.
because you thought you could get off completely.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And now you're doing a life sentence.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Did Charlie Adelson threaten to harm you if you told the truth?
No, ma'am, he didn't threaten me.
Did anybody threaten you to keep your silence?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody promise you anything if you remained silent all these years?
I wasn't promised anything, but I mean, I wasn't promised anything.
Go ahead, finish your thought. You weren't promised anything, but what?
I thought everything was going to be okay.
You thought you'd be acquitted.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so did you know Dan Markel?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any personal beef with him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
What was your motivation for becoming a part of this murder plot?
Financially.
So not as a favor to Charlie Adelson?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. Was it a favor to Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, but your primary motivation was not favor to Charlie Adelson?
Well, yes, ma'am, it was. And financially.
All right, because you were going to get paid for
Yes.
your part?
Yes,
How
ma'am.
much did you get paid?
I don't know the exact amount.
What was your relationship to Charlie Adelson?
He was my ex-boyfriend.
When did you meet him?
I believe that was in 2013.
Do you know what month?
Has to be around September.
Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting over there with a blue jacket and a blue tie.
The record reflects the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Show you what are marked as states 48. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's when we went to Key West.
Is that a fair and accurate photo of you and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Is that when the two of you were taken, when the two of you were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I ask to move into evidence states 48.
Objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
48 is admitted.
Do we have that for publication? Ready for me? So was this photo taken before or after the murder?
Before.
Who came up with the idea to kill Dan Markel?
Charlie.
So Sigfredo Garcia didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Luis Rivera didn't come up with the idea?
No, ma'am, he did not.
When did the defendant first bring this idea up to you?
My first recollection was around Halloween of 2013.
Around Halloween or on the actual?
On Halloween, yes, ma'am.
All right. What's your recollection of how that came up?
We were at a Halloween party in Lincoln Road, and right before we were about to go, he got in the car with me and he asked me a question.
What was the question?
Do you know anybody that can harm someone?
And did you know anybody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was that?
Sigfredo.
And at the time, what was your relationship with Sigfredo?
It wasn't the best.
But he was the father of your children, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So were you dating both men at this time, or were you only dating
No,
Charlie?
I was only dating Charlie.
Okay. And so he meaning the defendant initially said, do you know anyone that could harm someone? Was he aware of your connection to Sigfredo Garcia when he made that statement?
Not that I know of. No, ma'am.
Did you suggest Sigfredo Garcia at that time to the defendant?
No, ma'am.
What did you say?
I just said yes and kind of left it alone.
All right. Did it go any further than that at that time?
Not that night.
All right. Did you know who he wanted harmed? At that time?
No, ma'am.
All right. Had you become aware during the course of your relationship with him that he had some kind of issue going on with his sister's ex-husband?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you learn about that?
He was just stating that his mom and dad was stressed and that his sister was having problems with her husband and custody of her 2 children.
And when did you learn that the person that the defendant wanted harmed was this ex-husband of the sister?
I believe later on.
All right. And when did you learn the name Dan Markel?
It wasn't until, I don't know if it was on my trial or when Sigfredo got arrested.
Okay. So even when he was killed, you didn't know the name of the person that was being killed?
Yes, I never knew his name.
How did the defendant refer to this person, if not by the name Dan or Danny Markel?
Wendy's husband.
Okay. So you knew that the person that was going to be initially harmed was Wendy's husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you knew that there were issues, or what did you know about the beef with him?
He painted this picture that this was a terrible man and making his family go through a lot custody-wise with his sister.
Okay, guys, they have let us back in the courtroom, so here we go. Look, I got it up here. We have the defense up here now asking his questions. He not at call by the paddle, so we may be okay.
Figured that you guys have other places you would like to be at this hour, as do we. Did everyone hear when I discussed the concept of implicit bias earlier?
Yes.
Yes? You all agree that you will make a conscious effort to be aware of that if you were selected as a juror and in your deliberations? Okay. By a show of hands for the new ones, anyone in a leadership position? Okay, we got quite a few. I'm sorry. Okay. Do you have staff that work with you?
Yes, I have 2 staff that work with me right now. That I've been owner operator for the last 13 years. So I've had a staff of 10 at times.
Okay. How do you, when you're a leader, try to draw out other people so that everyone is involved in a conversation?
You want to set up a process or a system to do that. You want to set up a process or system to do that. I think it's the easiest way out front to get everybody drawn in, kind of let everybody know. Let's have a system where we delegate. Everybody has a time to speak or give their thoughts, and then we can collectively come back.
And so, as a leader in that type of scenario, you would make sure that everyone's voice is heard.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Even the ones that don't really want to speak.
Everybody has to be heard.
Everyone has to be heard.
Correct.
Okay. Ma'am, what was your number? No. Yeah, 28. Thank you. I didn't have it written down properly. You raised your hand when I asked about leadership position. How do you avoid a misunderstanding?
To clarify, I'm hired now, but I'm going to
Congratulations.
Thank you.
When you were working, and it would apply now too, how do you avoid misunderstandings when you're in a group setting?
Repeating what somebody said, making sure there's active listening and active going back to people and making sure that they repeat what's been said or repeat the question.
So in other words, not just listening, but comprehending. Okay. Does everyone agree with that? Yes. For those new individuals, would you agree that we're all human, we make mistakes? That includes law enforcement, includes the state. Number 32, you said that your family was recently victim of a home invasion type of incident?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that, I assume that you all were home?
We were not. We were actually out of town and our cameras picked it up. So we called law enforcement as soon as we saw it and they came out and did their thing.
People arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you guys weren't home.
Yes, me too.
Did you do anything, heightened security after that?
I mean, we already had things in place for security, so we haven't taken extra measures on top of what we already had.
Is that something that you think about on any sort of regular basis?
Sure, yeah, of course.
Now, would that or could that be something that you would think about if you were selected as a juror in this case?
No, I think they're two different situations.
Number 29. Said that your uncle was murdered.
My wife's.
Your wife's uncle, I'm sorry. How long ago was that?
About 10 years.
10 years? Was that here?
In Greenville.
Greenville.
So, 30 minutes away, east.
Were you all close to him?
I guess she was, because it was her uncle, but not really. He was kind of in and out as far as just maybe an odd uncle. I don't know. You know, he was there, but I don't know that he was like super close. But the whole incident was a shock. But I mean, I don't know that I never really knew him to know like if he was involved, if it was he placed himself in the situation, or whether it was just wrong place, wrong time. I don't really know the details.
So you weren't very close to him, so this isn't something that you would carry into the jury room. Okay. Number 27, I'm gonna come back to you on that. You had two family members that were murdered.
Family member and a very close friend.
Okay. How long ago was that?
Not the 17, but it's actually closer to 20 years ago.
And your friend?
6 years ago.
You still think about him?
Yes, my close friend, very much so. I was a lot younger from my aunt, but we were close, but my friend, we were actually best friends.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Obviously, my client is charged with murder. And so you could anticipate that I'd be concerned that your experience with your friend and your aunt could impact how you feel in this case. When the state asked you about that, you said, I don't think it will bleed over. You don't think that it'll influence you. I don't think is kind of equivocal.
Yeah, being candid and honest at that point, because I can't say right away that, it just absolutely won't. But I don't carry that bias into the courtroom. I will be able to evidence the case and make a decision based on evidence.
But as you sit here, you can't say to me, Mr. Zellman, I'm not going to think about that at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
that would be matched.
Yeah.
Now, and you've heard the state say this a few times, and we probably addressed it when we were back in individual voir dire. The court's instruction is going to be that you can only rely on the evidence that's presented in court. But as you sit here, you can't tell me that I'm not going to think about that.
No, I can say that I would absolutely only rely on evidence of the case. When you're asking about thinking about the, the past cases of my aunt, past incidents of my aunt, our best friend. And just as a human being, as the case goes on, if I saw pictures or images or something, that I may have a thought about those two.
And that actually brings up a good point, sir. This is a murder case, there are going to be pictures from the crime scene, from the medical examiner. For those new prospective jurors, are you comfortable having to see some of those pictures in this case? Is anyone uncomfortable? If I can get a show of hands. Not that we like having to do this, but is anyone uncomfortable? No hands. Thank you. I'm going to go through briefly some of the hypotheticals that I used to discuss the burden of proof. It's, beyond a reasonable doubt. Did everyone hear the bank robbery hypothetical that I addressed earlier? Yes. Okay. Number 33. So with that hypothetical, the first one, where the witnesses to the bank robbery identify the defendant. The surveillance video depicts the defendant. And the defense attorney gets up in closing argument and says, the state didn't prove it wasn't my client's twin brother. What kind of doubt is that creating or raising? You remember what we discussed earlier? What was discussed earlier with the prior panel? What kind of doubt did we discuss? Anyone else remember? Number 27. And speculative doubt is not what?
Not reasonable.
Has anyone ever had a knee-jerk reaction? Jump to conclusions? Okay, I'm going to pick on number 30. You ever jump to a conclusion before? You realize that you were wrong? In that moment, did you say something that you may have regretted?
Yes, I did.
You realized that you were wrong. Everyone else have similar circumstances happen? Just a moment, Your Honor. Number 32, you indicated earlier that you had a family member who's retired law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
My husband's uncle is retired with, Leon County Sheriff's Department and worked,
I'm sorry.
and also worked for the governor.
Okay. You close with that individual?
Yes.
Do you hold is their opinion of you important to you?
Sure, yes.
Now, would you have any concern if you were selected as a juror in this case, heard all the evidence, and returned a verdict of not guilty, how your husband's uncle would feel?
No.
Okay, thank you. Same question for number 34. No concern? It's your husband.
It's my husband. No concern at all.
Number 14? No, 20. Sorry, 29. Yeah, my numbers are all messed up. You had friends or family in law enforcement?
Brother-in-law works for FDLE. He's heavily police. I know you, at least one who's mine are retired law enforcement.
Any concern about what they would think of you if you found somebody not guilty, even of murder?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Number 27, you had?
Yeah, it's several friends, but they several friends. They all work back in Sarasota County.
Okay.
But no concern.
You're not concerned?
No.
Okay. Anyone else have their hand or paddle raised to law enforcement? Did we talk to you about that? Well, we can't talk to you about it again. So, but specific as to the new people. Sorry. As to the new people, anyone been divorced? No divorces for the new people? Good for you. I haven't been so lucky. Let's see. For the new people, this, as I said earlier for the prior panel, it's not something I would normally ask, and I apologize if it's offensive in any way. But just for those new people, can I see a raise of hands of anyone who has any knowledge of Judaism? There's certain events in our culture that are important in life events, correct?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
Referring to Judaism specifically?
Yes.
Bar mitzvahs is what comes to mind.
Bar mitzvah being
Or a bat mitzvah for
yeah.
girls.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else familiar with Judaism? Number 35. How do you feel about some call them jailhouse informants or jailhouse snitches? How do you feel about them?
I can't say that I have an opinion.
You can't say you have an opinion?
About them,
Okay.
or I haven't formulated an opinion.
Why do you think that somebody would, a jailhouse informant or a snitch would testify against somebody? What would motivate them?
I don't know, maybe they want to do the right thing, or maybe they get a quick, what is it, quid pro quo out of it, they get something
They get something in return?
Yeah, possibly like a lighter sentence or, I don't know, maybe they get like, I don't know, more benefits.
I'm sorry?
More benefits in jail, I don't know.
So do you judge their testimony more critically as because they're getting a benefit?
Not necessarily.
Number 28. How do you feel about that?
Don't have an opinion on it, really.
The fact that they might be getting a benefit, is that something that you would consider in weighing their credibility?
I think I'd be more cautious in listening to what they present.
Does everyone agree with what number 28 said? Be more cautious in what they say?
Yes.
Anyone in the new group disagree with that? Ma'am, do you disagree with that? Yes.
I
No?
would also be more cautious.
I can't hear you.
I would also be cautious.
Okay.
I'm with you on it.
Thank you.
Good use of your paddle.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your attention. Nothing further, Your Honor.
We are going to take another break. Once again, I am going to instruct you not to speak to each other. You are definitely not to discuss the case. If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, you may do so at this time. Please return to the courtroom as quickly as possible after you've done so. The attorneys and the court reporter can join me in the jury room.
Okay, well, we on another break. See if we're going to dismiss some more jurors, right? Very lengthy process, but you know, it's very important because you can win or lose your case right here in this jury pool, right? That's definitely for real. Yeah, I know they like, we ready to go. Ready to get out of here. I'm going to take us back into Katie's statement while we wait. Trust me, I got my eyes and my ears over there. He doesn't give them a time to come back, which is strange. He just kind of like, go stretch, use the restroom, and come back. Like, it's not 10 minutes. It's not 15 minutes. It's nothing like that. So I'm assuming that this is the time that they kind of like go in the back and discuss. So we shall see. I think the highest number that I've heard so far is number 37.
Right. And was when he would say these things to you, is it in the context of his mom specifically or his family in general?
I believe it was more towards his mom.
Meaning what?
That his mom hasn't been sleeping, his mom is not eating. I know his dad wasn't the best health either, but he would refer to his mom a lot.
All right. And the reason she wasn't sleeping or eating, did that have to do with this ex-husband of Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever tell the defendant who it was that was going to be doing the job?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Why didn't you say the name Sigfredo to Charlie Adelson?
I always referred to each other as my friend. Neither one of them wanted to really hear each other's names.
And why is that?
Because Sigfredo was the father of my kids, and I was dating him at that time. I was dating Charlie at that time.
Okay, so Sigfredo Garcia, did he have strong feelings about the defendant?
Yes, he didn't like him.
All right, and is that because you were dating him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and vice versa, you're not going to talk about the child's father with the new boyfriend either?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it true then that you were sort of walling these two off from each other before the issue of the murder and the conspiracy ever even arose?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that pattern continue throughout the murder conspiracy?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Do you think Charlie Adelson knew that it was your child's father that you were going to?
He might have had an idea, but he just never said it out loud.
There's one phone call between, I think it's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson, father of the defendant. Do you know anything about that phone call? That was on July 1st of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you know about that phone call?
From the trial, what I remember was that Sigfredo had contacted or was trying to contact Charlie, but we were in a heated argument at that time. We were kind of in the middle of the street, and I guess it's the first thing he looked up was his work number.
All right, so you say you're in a heated argument. Is this the confrontation that occurred where you and the defendant were going jet skiing?
I believe that was after.
It was after that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how many interactions personally, face to face, did, to your knowledge, Charlie Adelson have with Sigfredo Garcia?
That was probably the only one that I remember was that jet ski accident.
Accident?
Or like the confrontation.
All right, tell us what happened at that confrontation.
Sigfredo had just picked up the kids and he was eating at a corner pizza place with the kids, and he saw that Charlie was coming by to go pick me up, and I guess saw the jet skis in the back of the car. So he loaded up the kids and cut us off, was screaming a couple things out loud, but we didn't really hear anything because our windows was up.
All right. Did you say he cut you off? Do you mean in traffic?
In the back street of where I lived at that time.
All right. And when you say he cut you off, did he run you off the road or something else?
He kind of just went right and blocked the road in front of us. So Charlie had to kind of do a 3-point turn and go around the other way.
Did the two men actually get out into the street and confront each other?
No, ma'am, they did not.
Okay. Were any actual words exchanged through the windows?
Through the windows, yes, but I had my window up, so we didn't know what Sigfredo was saying.
All right. So Sigfredo shouted some things out the window. Did Mr. Adelson do the same?
No, he did not.
And what were the things that were shouted out the window? Were you able to hear them or not?
I didn't hear anything.
All right. And at this point, this is July 1st of 2014, the plot is already underway to do this murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Sigfredo Garcia know that he's doing the murder for Charlie Adelson?
To my knowledge, he might have had an inkling about it, but I don't know. That was never spoken of.
Okay. The killers, and when I say the killers, I'm referring to Garcia and Rivera, knew they were doing something for a lady to get her kids back. Do you know how they knew that information?
I believe it's because of the envelope that Charlie gave me to pass over.
So you didn't relay that information to them that it had to do with a lady and her kids?
I might have mentioned it to Sigfredo, yes.
Okay. So if you mentioned that to Sigfredo, would you be, I guess, were you intentionally trying to characterize this job as being related to someone other than Charlie Adelson?
I believe so, yes.
Is that because Sigfredo Garcia would not have wanted to do anything to help out Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you think Sigfredo knew that this lady with the kids was somehow connected to Charlie Adelson?
I believe so.
All right. And there was going to be a lot of money paid for this job, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know anybody else with that kind of money or that might have had that kind of money to get this job for them?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. You mentioned the paper. Luis Rivera said there was a paper that Sigfredo had when they came to do the murder. Do you know anything about that paper?
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right. Did you provide a paper to Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, I did.
All right. And when you say you don't know anything about it, but you gave it to him, you obviously know something about it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell us what, I know what you're trying to say is you don't know what was on the paper.
The content of it. Yes.
Tell us how you got the paper.
That's right. Sustain this Kappelman was used open at
Tell us how you came into possession of this paper that the killers had.
Okay. One day, just a random night that I was over at Charlie's house, he had a manila envelope that was sealed. He told me, Katie, do not open it. Do not touch it. Do not look inside it. I didn't print this paper out from my office, printed it probably from another office, and basically give that paper to the other person.
All right. And who is saying this?
This was Charlie.
All right. This defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So he says to you, I have this paper. How does he give it to you?
I had a diaper bag, so he showed me the envelope, and I was like, just put it in there.
Did he express any concerns about fingerprints being on the envelope or the contents?
Yes, ma'am. He said he wore a glove so that there's no fingerprints on it. He was very specific about me not opening it and not looking inside it. And he also told me that he didn't print it from his office.
All right. And what about licking the envelope?
And that he didn't lick the envelope.
He said he did not lick the envelope?
He did not lick that.
And what was the purpose of that?
I guess his DNA.
Okay. So did you touch the envelope?
It was in my diaper bag, but I don't remember if I never opened it, but I might have touched it just to stick it inside in my diaper bag.
And did you deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia?
I must have contacted Sigfredo and just told him, hey, come by the house. And then, he was kind of in and out of my life. So he'd pop up. He literally got the envelope. I was like, you have something inside that bag. And then he grabbed it, stuffed it in his pants, and left.
Okay. In regards to the June trip that the killers made, did you provide Garcia or Rivera with any money for expenses associated with that trip?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where did you get the money from to do that?
From Charlie Adelson.
Can you tell us about that? What was the context of you getting that money?
Sigfredo would just ask me, hey, I'm going to need some money. I need to go out of town. And I'm like, okay. So then I'd go to Charlie, or I'd be at Charlie's house, and I'll tell him I need some money for the expenses.
And he gave you some money?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much money, if you know?
I can't recall, but it was a couple $100.
So this thing started back in October of 13 and doesn't get done until July of 14. Can you describe whether there's any pressure as time is going on and this thing is not getting done?
Trying to remember, like in the beginning of the year, I don't think there was really much. I mean, he's been planting this seed in my head that this needed to get done. This needed to get done. And I guess towards probably around June, July is when he was a little bit more adamant about this job getting done.
Okay. And when you say he, you're talking about who?
Charlie.
Did you ever have any contact with any other Adelson about this job?
No, ma'am.
In the context of, this needs to get done, this pressure getting put on you, is there ever a mention of the mom, Donna, or the divorce situation in the context of getting it done?
At that time, not that I could recall.
Will you publish 35, please? Is this you on the left side of the screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Right. And was this picture, where was this picture taken?
This was in South Beach. I believe the building that they were living at where Charlie's parents were living at.
Is that the Icon?
I don't think that was an Icon. It was somewhere in First and Ocean.
Okay, so different residence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this photo, was this the first time you'd ever met Wendi, or had you already known Wendi before this photo?
I met her one time prior to this because I believe this was in Father's Day. So I met her around spring break when I had dinner with her and Jeffrey.
Okay. So the Yardbird restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this was the second time you'd met her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a relationship with her outside of her being Charlie's sister?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you communicate with her by phone or through any apps or anything like that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you receive any communication from her specifically about the homicide?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did Wendi ever give you any money or other gifts?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Did anybody pay you for your part in the murder other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, they did not.
All right. And the payments from Charlie Adelson, did those include the checks that were signed by his mother from
Yes,
the Adelson
ma'am.
Institute?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you perform any job at the Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You didn't go up there and clean on the weekends?
No, ma'am, I did not.
On the night of the murder, did you go to the defendant's house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Where was that house, or what house was that?
That was in Whale Harbor in Fort Lauderdale.
All right. And did you get payment for the murder that night?
I believe it was the following morning.
Were you in a panic when you arrived at his house?
Was I in a panic?
In a panic.
I wasn't in a panic, but Charlie was.
Okay, explain that. How was he acting?
When I opened the door, he was kind of frantic and he had a gun in his hand and he was just all over the place.
Was that normal behavior for him?
Not having a gun in his hand, no, ma'am.
All right. Did you know him to have a gun prior to that?
Yes, ma'am. He has a gun safe.
All right, but he just didn't usually carry around in his hand?
Yeah, he's never had it in his hand.
Turn the phone off, please.
What was he saying to you when he was in this frantic state?
I can't really recall because he had given me some Xanax, so it was a little blurry that night, and I just fell asleep. I think we both fell asleep. So,
all right. Can you tell the jury whether the excitement that he was showing had to do with the murder or something else?
Yes, ma'am. It had to do with that.
Okay. Was anybody else there at his residence when you arrived?
At that day, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see his parents at the residence?
No, I didn't see his parents.
How was the money packaged when you got it? I think you said you got it the next morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How was it packaged?
It was in a plastic. The money was in a plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag, that was inside a brown bag, and then like a grocery bag over it.
And was the money stapled?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Can you explain how it was stapled? Like what size bills and what increments were stapled together?
I believe it was stapled in, I never counted it, but it was like in a stack and it was stapled in the corner.
All right. Were they $100 bills or something else?
There were $100 bills and there was some 20s and 50s.
Okay. And was the money damp?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Explain what you mean to the jury.
A couple days after that, I went and I opened the bag and I called Sigfredo and I told him, I was like, there's mold on this money. And he's like, well, blow dry it. And I was like, but why would there be mold on the money? And he's just, I don't know, just blow dry it. So I believe his parents or his mom might have washed the money.
You mean like physically wash the money?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you think his mom did it?
Because he was always adamant about telling me he didn't have any money in his house. And he told me that his parents had just stopped by right before I got there. So all of a sudden he had money to put in the trunk of my car the
Was
following
the
morning.
money, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm sorry.
Was the money already sorted out and packaged when you first saw it, or was he doing that?
No, it was already stacked and sorted out.
Okay. And did he have to, so he didn't have to go anywhere to get the money. He already had it when you arrived.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any argument that night about the money or the next morning?
With me and Charlie?
Yes.
No.
Did you, I guess you did stay there that night? You may have already said that.
Yes, I fell asleep.
Was there any argument with the defendant at all about anything that night?
No, ma'am. Not that I can recall.
Did you threaten him in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Judge, maybe good sidebar. Clerk?
You may continue with your examination.
Did you, the night that you went to get the money, did you threaten Charlie Adelson in any way?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you try to extort money out of him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
The money that he gave you, is that something that had already been discussed or agreed upon in reference to this homicide?
Well, I believe yes, because it was going to be payment for this.
You weren't, well, were you sent with a message from Sigfredo to tell him he better give it up or else?
No, ma'am.
Did you relay to the defendant that his family was in danger if he didn't give you whatever it was you were asking for?
No, ma'am.
How did Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera get paid for their part in this murder?
That morning, when I woke up, I was like, oh my God, I gotta go. So I drove back down and I was trying to look for Sigfredo and having a hard time that morning. And then eventually I made it to the alleyway of where Luis's building was.
Was that on North
Miami?
Yes.
In like 135th.
Where he lived with Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
And I was just waiting in the car and all of a sudden Sigfredo just like popped up and got inside the passenger seat.
All right, so they got their money from you.
Yes, ma'am. Sigfredo did.
And Rivera got paid as well, didn't he?
I believe so, yes.
All right, I want to draw your attention to what we're calling the bump. You know what we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After the bump and the subsequent conversations were occurring, did you have any contact with any other Adelson about the bump other than Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
So you didn't talk to Wendi about it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Didn't talk to Harvey or Donna about it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
On the Dolce Vita meeting, do you recall what meeting I'm referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, was that a restaurant that you met Charlie at after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in that meeting, and the jury hasn't heard this yet, but he's saying one of two scenarios. This is one of two scenarios. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What were the one of two scenarios? What were the two scenarios?
What he was speaking of was probably the FBI or Tato blackmailing.
And by
their
Tato,
family.
you mean Rivera?
Luis Rivera, yes, ma'am.
Were you concerned about that as well?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what did you do to try to figure out who it was that had approached Donna Adelson?
I asked Sigfredo.
So he was supposed to be looking into it.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there whenever he did whatever he did to try to find out who it was?
Was I where?
Were you present when Sigfredo, I guess, went out and talked to people about whether?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Because at that time, was Rivera in custody?
Yes, ma'am. He was already doing his federal sentence, I believe.
So was the concern that maybe some of his associates might have done this?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe he had run his mouth about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed what I had marked for you as State's Exhibit 111, the Dolce Vita recording with the transcript attached?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And does the transcript in that exhibit accurately reflect the words that were said at that meeting between yourself and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
When the defendant described the bump to you, strike. When you were speaking with Charlie Adelson and also Sigfredo Garcia about this bump, did you speak in code?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was the purpose of speaking in code?
How to just piggyback with what Charlie was speaking to me in code. So I kind of was like, okay, if he's talking in codes, kind of speaking codes as well.
Was the concern that the calls could be being recorded?
My concern was more that I was at work. So I really didn't want to say any phone numbers out loud or speak of what was going on.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Demonstrative A. Have you seen this before? I don't know if you have.
No, ma'am, I have not.
Right. And it's got several items listed here as code words with the actual meaning next to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you take a moment to and the ones in red are the ones used by you, the ones in yellow are used by Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
Will you review this exhibit and just tell me if it's accurate as far as what the code means?
Yes, ma'am, it's accurate.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to make use of State's Demonstrative A.
Yeah, I see it.
All right, Judge, I think we have an agreement with a couple redactions.
Very well. You can go ahead and make those notes.
Maybe if I can borrow a Sharpie from the clerk. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever actually hear that recording?
No, ma'am, not until my trial.
And then the client, there's a lot of discussion about this client or this tenant. You need to find out if this is going to be a good tenant or a bad tenant.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the tenant this person, if it really was a blackmailer, this thug that's somehow affiliated with Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the false lead or the phishing, what is that? What did that mean? There's a lot of discussion about, I hope it's just somebody phishing. You remember that?
From the phone calls?
Yes, this is all from the phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
It was one of the two scenarios that it could be law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am. But this was Charlie basically saying this the whole time. He's the one who's coming up with all the scenarios.
Okay, but when he's talking about the scenarios, he's talking about phishing.
Yes,
He
ma'am.
doesn't say law enforcement phishing.
No, ma'am.
He says it could be, a tenant or a patient or something like that.
Anything but what?
Judge, I'm just gonna object to the leading.
Please rephrase your question. Ms. Kappelman, sustained.
About the listing or the properties, what did that refer to?
About the paperwork. It's pretty accurate.
Into a list.
Yes, the listing, because I worked in a real estate agency at that time. So he was just telling me, look into the listing. Oh, this will be a good investment. So it was really Charlie saying all these words.
What did the good and what might the good of, can't talk, what might the good investment have been?
If he had a good lead.
If it was a blackmailer
Yes.
that you could pay off.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. All right, we talked about the two scenarios. The paperwork, what was that?
That was the paper that was handed to his mom by the undercover.
On the Dolce restaurant meeting, we see Charlie Adelson pull out a piece of paper. Was that the actual piece of paper that was handed to his mother?
I believe so. I just never saw it. He never showed it to me.
Okay, did he give you a phone number off of that piece of
He
paper?
did. That was that phone number that we just can't seem to get right. The 6570.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I see movement in the courtroom again. Here we go. We're back in there. Let's see what we got going on.
To our currently seated respective juror panel, we have been able to select a jury at this point. I did want to extend to everyone, thank you for honoring your summons and attending this process today. Although it has been time consuming, it has been very valuable in moving this matter forward, and we are not able to do our jobs without you. So with that, again, we give you our thanks. When I read the following numbers, you are to remain. Everyone else is excused at this time, and you will not need to return tomorrow or at any other point. Juror 1, you are to remain. Juror 2, you are to remain. Juror 5, you are to remain. Juror 23, you are to remain. Juror 11, you are to remain. Juror 14, you are to remain. Juror 25, you are to remain. Juror 27, you are to remain. Juror 28, you are to remain. Juror 29, you are to remain. Juror 31, you are to remain. Juror 34, you are to remain. Juror 35, you are to remain. And Juror 36, you are to remain. Everyone else is excused at this time. Have a good evening.
Okay, guys, we got our jury. So I'm going to do my homework tonight and find out what these jurors are, who they are, if we have that information. Now, I can tell you the jurors that selected from like 29, 31, 34, 35, and 36, they didn't really give us that first process of their occupation and stuff, but I will see what we have. So right now we have juror 1,
Now the fun
2,
begins.
5.
Before you were sworn in
Wait a
this
minute.
evening,
Sorry. He's still talking. He didn't came back and started talking. Hey man, you can't be talking when I'm talking. Hold on.
does the state accept this jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense accept this jury as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mrs. Adelson, do you accept this as the jury to try your case?
Yes.
Members of the jury, the first official act that I'm going to ask of you is to stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn to take the oath of a juror.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and this defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence? If so, say I will.
I will. Thank you. You can be seated. Before you are released for this evening, I am going to give you some instructions. At this point, you are the selected jury in this case. The instructions that you received before concerning not discussing this case, not seeking out any information about this case, or reviewing any other news or speaking to anyone about this now applies specifically to you. Does anyone have any questions concerning the court's prior instructions on what the prohibitions are concerning information in this case? Number 5.
We tell our employer how long we're expected to be here.
Yes, you may. But as far as any other discussion about the case, that is not to take place. 36.
Yes, sir. Would there be any kind of form that I could present to my employer? Because I for the state of Florida, and they are very particular about, you know what I mean.
Do you need me to call somebody?
I mean. And I left today.
There will be a form that will be provided to you from the clerk that outlines the fact that you've been selected for the jury and the length of the trial. Any other questions concerning that matter? All right. I believe earlier when we went into individual voir dire, we discussed that we would be working more or less a standard day. You are to report at 8:45 tomorrow, and we will expect to finish by around 5:30. It is important because you must move as a group for everyone to be on time. Also, as well, as ridiculous as this may sound, once you arrive, please use the bathroom before you come to the courthouse. If all 15 of you need to use the restroom, that is going to hold us up from getting started. The bailiffs are going to provide you information for parking throughout the duration of the trial. Also, as well, this is the courtroom that we will be in for the duration of the trial. It does vacillate between hot and cold. If you need to bring a jacket or light sweater so you're comfortable, please do so. You are always permitted to bring reading material with you during any breaks. However, again, you are not to discuss the case with each other, even now as selected jurors. You may discuss any other matters that are unrelated to the case during your service. You can talk about the weather. You can talk about how many wins you think FSU might get this year, but you can't talk about the case. Does anyone have a question concerning this? Yes, sir.
Sound like a kid, but what about food? Can we bring food?
You can bring food. I will also have some snacks that are back there for you. Went to Costco, bought them myself. Hopefully you like them. If you don't, you always have money and you can obtain what you need. Any other questions? There are no bad questions before you are released. Number two,
Is the start time at 8:45 every morning?
you are to report at 8:45. We anticipate getting started by 9.
We report downstairs.
Yes. Please report to the area where you initially reported for jury selection. You're to move there as a group. Oh, 1 second.
We're gonna take them in there and discuss coming up with them.
Very well. The bailiffs will explain to you where you will meet, but again, do not come up to the courtroom by yourself. You're to move as a group. Does everyone understand this? Any other questions before we part ways for the evening? 31.
I know it sounds silly, but still business casual for this go.
I'm not going to tell you what to wear and wear something that you'll be comfortable in the courtroom with. Beyond that, I'm not going to critique your dress code. I'm not the principal at the high school. Yes, ma'am, 35.
Are we going to be in session on Labor Day? Is it the holiday? No.
For Labor Day, we will not be having court. That is a recognized federal and state holiday for anyone who already has a Labor Day plan. This trial will not affect them. 29.
Just to verify, so right now we're going to block out at least 2 weeks is what we're assuming. It could be shorter, could go longer, but is that a good?
We're
start
anticipating the trial ending by September 5th, but if it possibly goes longer, certainly everyone will be made aware of this, so that way you can address any issues with work or other matters. Any other questions? Very well. I will see you tomorrow, bright and early. Again, please be mindful of the instructions that you've received. We will get started with the court's instructions, the opening statements, and then we will hear from the witnesses. Have a good night.
Donna don't look like she's sure about this jury. Her attorney looked at her and was like, when he asked, does the defense accept this jury? And she looked like, I don't know. Do I? Well, we have our jury. So I'll be doing the research and I'll kind of bring it to y'all tomorrow morning before we start and we go in the courtroom. Uh-oh, here we go again. Wait a minute.
The issue can be argued now. Mr. Zellman?
We'll withdraw the objection at this time for purposes of the opening.
Very well. Do the parties have anything further to raise that we have not already addressed through the process today for jury selection or other matters? All right, please report also by 8:30 tomorrow. We will wait for the jurors to arrive. You'll have the opportunity to defense if you need to speak to your client before we have the jurors there. Everyone can prepare for their openings. Are there any multimedia aspects to the openings that we need to address or you have not already worked out?
We will be having a presentation, but I'm familiar with how to use the courtroom technology.
All right. If you need to practice with that before we get started, please do, so we can move through seamlessly. I will see you all tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh yeah, it's hitting home. Yeah, she crying. She crying to Jules. Yeah, it's hitting home. It's sinking in deep now. Oh boy. Okay, well, maybe you won't interrupt me so I can finish my speech and tell y'all what I want y'all to know. Boom. We got a jury. So it looked like I'll be looking at the research of juror 1, 2, 5, 23, 11, 14, 25, 27, 28, 29, 31, 34, 35, and 36. So I am going to go back and see what I can hear on the video clips, and I'll have that information to y'all to report what information I find. If y'all find any information out on them, definitely bring it to the table. I have already sent out the alert. I know we are still in Georgia. We will kind of do that the same way and stream that kind of afterwards, or I'll open up a new room for Georgia people that want to go in there. I'm assuming that will be going to the jury pretty soon. So we'll probably just have, you know, some closing statements, maybe some jury instructions and things like that. But I'll get that played in another room. Okay. So it looks like we got a busy day ahead of us tomorrow, right? And we covered a lot today. We have a jury. We have the state has rested in our Georgia case for Christopher. They are currently tracking down a witness that don't want to come in. That case is such a mess. It's such a mess, and they can't even make it no better if they wanted to make it any better, right? Now, was that Harvey back there sitting that they were showing? I couldn't tell if that was Harvey or not. Okay. I thought it was Harvey. Yeah, it's real now. It's real, real. Oh, real ugly. Oh boy. Well, guess you gotta know. Yeah, you got that right, the Jews. The verdict will come in quicker than the jury selection. I don't think Harvey was involved. As D say, it's too late for the state in the other case. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna play it in another room, just like we did today, just so we can finish it up and y'all can get y'all certificates if y'all want them from therapists at the end of the trial. She makes up certificates for completing the trial. We'll take it to trial. But yeah, we will finish that one up so we can get our certificates. Right? And then we're gonna be locked in. Yeah, I'm gonna still play it just so we can have the completion of it. And some people are Adelson out, believe it or not. Like, this is the fourth trial we're going on, right? And most of the evidence is gonna be the same, except for, you know, some small different details and variations, but most of the evidence is gonna kind of be the same. But somebody for you like Baca that you may not have seen the first couple of trials, you may be able to see some stuff that was in the previous trials. And there's going to be things that don't need to come into her trial that were over in there. So Some people over it. Some people is in love. They want to see every last one of these Adelsons go down. I don't know what they did in Miami, but people don't like them. So it is what it is, and we'll be right there for it. I've been waiting for the trial for a while too. So yeah. So we shall see. So I am going to get to working on the stuff that I want to prepare for you guys tomorrow, so we can have some kind of idea on what our jury makeup is and things of that nature. And yeah, I got our feed starting about 6:45 Mountain Standard Time. So that'll be, no, I got that wrong, don't I? I got to talk this out. Film 6:45 a.m. Mountain Standard Time is 9:45 your time, right? Okay, so I need to set it for 5:45 my time. Okay, and that would be 8:45 their time. I get so mixed up with these time zones. Oh, we got an early morning tomorrow. I'm gonna try not to be late. Oh, we got an early morning tomorrow. I'm going to bed. I'm not going past go. I'm not going to collect $200. I'm not going to do any such thing. I'm just going to go right to bed. After I make sure I get everything I possibly can for us in regards to our jury. I know, Film, I just be all over the place. And I know because I'm from Ohio, right? So I know it's 3 hours. And for some reason, I want to make it like it's 2. Some days I want to make it like it's 1. But I know you know, so I always ask you. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, we got a plan tomorrow. We'll be in opening statements tomorrow. I'm glad that we got to see this process. It was very exciting for me. I don't get to see it that often. So this was great to watch. You know, a little tedious, but thank goodness we have a lot of testimony from all the other trials that we were able to kind of like look at. So that kind of kept us even. So awesome. Yeah, I have no clue. Yeah, but I don't know. I asked you if we ever get in Central Time Zone. I just know we don't change down here in Arizona. So it makes our life simple. All you people were springing forward, falling back. I have no clue. Sometimes we on the same time zone as Nevada and California, then sometimes we not. Okay. All right, guys. Well, you definitely know that you were in the right place today, right? We were live in 2 courtrooms. We got it all taken care of. We got us a jury. We are in the house. Right? All right, guys. Well, you know you were in the right place today where there are no filters, no fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge. All right, guys. Have a great evening. Get some rest. We'll be busy tomorrow. Musical chairs. Have some information. I appreciate everybody. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the chat. Thanks to all the new subscribers. We are growing, right? And we're moving on up to the east side. Ooh, we finally got a piece of the pie. Have a great evening, everyone. See ya.